ugly in the Heritage Club.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV. This is the opening call today, Thursday, July 23rd, 2026, and it is a good day to have a great day. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle of that is John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right. And sometimes you might ask some people their opinions about Topstep in the chat. They're going to give you them. We have to hide some of those, but I love Topstep. How about you, Hoag? How do you feel?
I love Topstep. I love everything. I love you, Jay. Love you, JD. Love all of you. Nothing but love here at Topstep. Love the markets. Got some things going on. JD, how are you feeling, man? It's great to be back with you.
Oh, good morning. Great to be back with you too, Hoag. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Thursday. Guess what's open, guys? Gold is open for business.
Oh,
my alarm went off a minute ago. I'm sorry you didn't hear it, but we've got an opening range in gold. Let's take a look at this trade. We do have a decent sized number coming out at 7:30. We got jobless claims, but we were just talking in the green room. Hoag, you like this trade? The setup is there, right? Out of range, out of balance. It's a good start for this opening range breakout trade, right?
Yeah, I liked it to the short side, but we just broke to the upside. No signal to get in yet, but if we do take to the downside, it's invalidated. My first idea, wrong. Well,
oh wait,
did
the mini contract take out the high on that confirmation candle? First confirmation candle, not in the micro.
Yeah. The micro did not. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Saved.
Micro was an inside bar on the micro contract. What does that mean, though? Does that, if one takes out the high and the other doesn't, does that invalidate? Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Keeping an eye on this. We're still trading inside the opening range. I've got a high of 40.81. Hang on a second.
That's
what is the high.
I got 40.80.50 in the bigs.
80.50. All right. Wow, it's almost a full dollar off. 40.81.40 in the micro.
Interesting.
Wow.
Right? I got a low of 40.75.90 in the micro too.
Which one do we trust?
Hoop with a good point. It is rollover in gold.
Ah. The roll.
Ah.
How's the line go, Hoag? The Heritage Club line? Something's fishy.
Yes. There is something ugly at the Heritage
Club. Name that movie, chat. Name that movie. Something ugly.
Someone in the chat knows it. Not you, Coach Hoop. You don't get to participate in that game. Hoop definitely knows.
Oh, for sure.
New lows in the ES there as well. In the S&P, we're going to take a look at these charts in just a little bit, but 74.80 on the bid. There's a 1,000 lot on the bid. They were at 85s. They just pulled it lower. It's about 1,100 contracts on the bid there at 74.80s. We'll see if that trades out, but no confirmation on this gold trade just yet here. JD, let's go through that schedule. Maybe the markets are waiting for some movement. So we got some numbers coming out.
Let's do it. We got a couple numbers coming out. Nothing too heavy, though. As always, it's Thursday, so we've got our continuing jobless claims coming out at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. We've also got the Chicago Fed National Activity Index. Might get a little movement. You might see a little knee-jerk reaction, but I'm not expecting any kind of trending moves based off of jobless claims this morning. Then we've got the EIA natural gas report. Natural gas inventory is coming up at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. The Kansas City Fed Manufacturing Index at 10 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Then a Treasury buyback announcement later this afternoon. But that's pretty much it for the day. Pretty quiet day on the economic calendar front, as it has been all week. The Fed remains in a lockout period ahead of next week's Fed meeting and rate decision. So we're not going to be hearing much from the talking feds this week. However, the talking head in chief may just jump in front of a microphone and a camera and started talking. Actually, he just popped up on my calendar. 1:30 p.m. Central Time. The president is expected to speak today. So we will be hearing from him. It's on the calendar. Mark your calendars, folks. Headline risk remains high. This is a headline-driven market right now. Always keep one eye in the ditch, one eye in the charts. Know what's going on in the news. Say again, Hogue? What's that?
I said the president seems to always be speaking. I think we'd be better off saying the times when he's not going to be speaking. be less
rare
less on the
event.
calendar.
Right?
It is a rare event. We are seeing some selling coming in here in the equities and in gold. There, gold took a look below that 1 minute opening range. Did close that candle below it in the bigs, but the bigger contract did take out that high. So I guess that's an invalidation. Did you get a confirmation
in the
micro?
Yeah, that's a short in the micro. Do we like it?
I don't hate it. I know the bigger contract did trigger the. We do got to watch 4062.
All right, I'm not going to chase it. We are trading back inside the opening range right now. I'm going to work an offer, though.
Yeah, and Donald Key's invalidation. The invalidation was in the bigger contract. In the micro, we didn't see it. So, and I don't hate the trade. And I kind of like gold to the downside as well. Maybe that's my bias speaking.
40.77 hook. 40.77 half is our entry price.
40.77 half. We got some numbers coming up in about 3 minutes here, Hogue. Let's go through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Two micros, Hogue. 2 micros. I heard you.
Okay. All right. So yeah, the daily checklist, free market research. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience, ladies and gentlemen. Your morning checklist. I mean, my morning checklist is get up, get some coffee, get some water, get hydrated, a little nourishment, a little meditation, a little dog walking, and I'm ready for the trading day. But I always have to check my mindset. If my mindset is not in the right place for trading, it can affect my decision-making process, and I got to make sure that I am a happy trader because, as I say every morning, happy traders make better traders. You got to enjoy what you're doing. Your trade entry checklist. Got your hypothesis? Got your ideas? What's going to get you in the market? Write those trades down. Do your journaling throughout the day. I know we all say we journal, but do we really journal? The end of the day, of course, that's going to be part of your post-market checklist. Review those trades, review and finish that journal, reread that journal, join at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the end of the day to be ready for what happened today and what might happen tomorrow. There is your morning checklist. You do your morning checklist and you do you get through the end of it and you do everything today. I'll buy you a drink. How's that sound?
Hey. That's a deal.
Drinks on Hogue. Drinks are on Hogue. All right, we got these jobless claims numbers coming out in about a minute at the bottom of the hour here. Jobless claims expectations, forecast 210,000. Prior number was 208. We also got the Canadian retail sales number coming out for all of our friends up north. Again, these numbers do have the potential to move the markets around. So if you don't want to be in a trade, hit that flat no button a couple times. Understand that slippage is a real thing, even in simulated markets. If you do want to take a trade or hold a trade through this, understand that you might be accepting some more risk. We'll see how these jobless claims numbers come out and their effects on the markets, and then we'll get right into these charts. Another 15 or so seconds here.
Always like to watch and see how thin the dome gets.
Yep.
About 5
Answer
to 6.
Go
ahead.
Say again, Hogue?
I always like to watch how thin the dome gets here.
Here we go.
Yes,
I'm watching gold. We're getting very thin. If we get a knee-jerk reaction to the downside, I'm going to try and cover one of... Ooh. The alarm went off again.
What? Much better than expected. Jobless claims 187,000. Forecast was 210.
Nice.
So that's a positive number for gold. I'm going to cover one of these at 1R, and we'll hold a runner. All right, we got out of one at 1R. I think we just bought the low tick of that little dip.
Nice.
But we locked in some profit. We got a free trade on right now. We got a risk-free trade on, I should say. This would appear to be a positive number for equities and in turn for gold. So I don't know if shorts are still a viable trade here, but that's why I covered. That's why I took some risk off the table. We're working on a free trade right now.
Initial reaction to the downside in the equities as well, but really not a lot of follow through just yet. Number just came out, so we can kind of let the dust settle. But again, house count short 1 from 40.77.40. Is that right, JD? 40.77.30.
30. 77.30. Yep.
Nice. Let's take this one to 0. And jobs.
Good plan.
Or at least 3,500. Okay, at least 3,500.
3,500. I'm in.
Canadian retail sales came in line with expectations, 1%. Initial jobs claims came in at 187,000. Again, the forecast was 210. Prior number 208. So number out of the way for the day. We can take a look at the charts. But JD, before we do that, we got some news on Samsung phones.
We sure do. Real quick, though, to answer our trivia question from earlier, the Heritage Club was a pretty prominent scene in the movie Trading Places. I saw some people guessing Caddyshack. Good guess. Very close. But yes.
Yeah, good guess, for sure.
There's something ugly at the Heritage Club. Gentlemen, I'll ask you all to stand up and place your right hand in the left pocket of the gentleman sitting next to you. All right. Samsung just unveiled its latest lineup of foldable smartphones. Let's take a look at this for all you Android lovers out there. Yesterday, the tech giant Samsung introduced 3 new foldable devices, including a redesigned Galaxy Z Fold 8. The new phone is shorter and wider, can nearly fit in the palm of your hand. Samsung has designed the phone for watching videos and reading, hoping to broaden the appeal. The Z Fold 8 starts at around $1,900. The company also launched a larger new foldable and an upgraded version of its flip phone. This comes as Apple is expected to release its first foldable iPhone in September.
I was just going to say that looks like a pretty nice phone until you said $1,900. And like Dolby said, cool. that's a laptop. Whoa. What does it do for $1,900 besides fold? It's a nice phone.
Yeah, fits in your pocket.
When they come up with one that mows my lawn, I'm buying that
one. Yeah, I mean, come on. I barely use my phone as it is. But
it comes with a personal assistant. Yeah.
Who's buying one? Who's buying one of those out there in the chat? Also, we had a comment from CVX says, always that damn alarm. Turn off your alarm. CVX, welcome to Topstep TV. That alarm is a paid actor on this show, and it keeps us in line on schedule, so we know when things are happening. It's the gold alarm. It's the news alarm.
You think we're just out here riffing? We are on a timetable. We have a very we have a very tight schedule during the segment. If I showed you the list of things we have to get through in the next 45 minutes, you probably wouldn't even believe me. But yes, that alarm is crucial.
Speaking of which, let's get on with that schedule. Hogue, let's take a look at this gold chart. What are we seeing on a higher time frame? Where might we be going for the day?
All right, so we had our first look above weekly kickoff high yesterday, 41.36. We did settle above it, but we didn't finish the entire session above it. So we're seeing a degree of excess at the high here. When we talk about excess, we talk about the dying of an upside auction or a downside auction. So this looks like, while the short time frame auction was to the upside, it may have died yesterday. We have excess on the high. The bigger picture, however, still has us putting in lower highs and lower lows. So the trend in the longer time frame is still to the short side, and we're seeing some movement to the downside today. We added 4,100 contracts in open interest yesterday on a day that I would probably say added some longs, and those longs are currently underwater. Guess what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to sell, Mortimer. They're going to have to sell, and selling they are so far. And there is a very interesting feature on the 30-minute chart. Looking forward to showing you all of that. But Jay, first, we're right at that 20 session simple moving average. We can't hold that. I can see a rotation back to our lows, perhaps even of last week. What do you think?
I agree with you there, Hogue. That 20-day moving average, 40, 80, 20 is that price. We're currently trading below it. Daily ATR in gold, $96. So far, high to low range, we're at about $72. So there is another $20 in range on either side. If we think we set the high for the day, that would put us somewhere near 40s if we have an at-range day here in gold. You know, this has been a market that's it's been in a downtrend for the last 2 months. There are going to be some of these relief bounces, but the sell side pressure is on in gold until we get to 4,000. I am curious to see, Hogue, as time continues to go on, how deep these pockets are at 4,000 in gold. Can they continue to hold this market up, especially once we get out of rollover and we can start to get directional again? All the volume moves over to that one contract. It'll be very interesting, but I've still been looking for opportunities to sell it. Coach Hoop in the chat says shorts are back. The last 2 days have been rough for gold sellers because we've had some aggressive rallies, and that's going to happen in a downtrending market. The counter trend moves are going to be pretty aggressive, but I think today is looking pretty bearish. We just made new lows of the session, and curious what you're seeing on the 30-minute chart here, Hogue. But looking pretty good right now.
All right. If anybody has the open interest numbers from Tuesday, I was lax last night in getting my information. If we lost open interest on Tuesday, then that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight days of losses in open interest. And while the market is trying to move higher, that is not indicative of a healthy upside auction. So if anybody has those numbers from Tuesday's session, the Tuesday change in open interest is all I'm looking for. If anybody has those numbers, please put them in the chart so I can fill in the information that I failed to fill in last night. On to the 30-minute chart. What's going on here? What the heck is going on here? All right. The longer time frame trend we know is to the downside. We've got a short time frame uptrend that has left lots of weakness in structure. We have a session gap from Tuesday to Wednesday. That session gap is now gapping lower. What do we have here? We have a potential island top. If we were just to look at regular trading hours, Tuesday, there was a gap up to the trading hours Wednesday that was never filled. We have now gapped back below and through that session gap from Tuesday to Wednesday, leaving an island top. If we were to take this and look at regular trading hours only, it would be a little bit more visible if I were to take off the VWAP. But you can see here where there was a gap from Tuesday to Wednesday. We are opening below that gap, leaving an island top. The big move to the downside that we recently saw in crude oil started with an island top, just like this. Now, let's take a look back with the extended trading hours. Here we are. So there's that session gap. Higher, session gap lower, right back down to the 200 session simple moving average. The market has and has not been somewhat respecting that level. This is going to be a tough level to continue this push to the downside. But by the end of the day today, if we do not close the session gap to the low from yesterday, which the yesterday's low and the gap close would be 41, 10, 40. I think that's right. Yep, 41, 10, 40. Then we're gonna leave this island top, which can be a very, very powerful reversal pattern. Short time frame trend to the upside, reversal pattern. Does this mean we're going to head back to the downside? I don't know. This is going to be a tough spot to get through this 200 session simple moving average. The longer time frame, I'm looking at this as a reversal. As long as we can't close that gap, and I'm looking for this market to resolve back to the downside. There's a couple of naked points of control. The point of control from Tuesday's down here, right around 4,076. Another naked point of control down there, down at 4,012.70. Points of control are comfort levels, high volume nodes, areas that there was a lot of trading happening, high volume at those levels, and they are comfort levels, and they do get targeted in short time frame trade. Here's yesterday's high. Okay, we did close above weekly kickoff high, 41.36. But by the end of the session, we were back down to and trading right at that level. We finished the day back down below it. Settlement was above it, but the extended trading hours were unable to hold above it. We found resistance at value low from yesterday, and the market has been continuing to push to the downside. We do have a lot of overnight inventory to the short side. So an overnight inventory could bring us to better trade location for potential shorts if that's your jive, if that's your vibe. If you're looking for the opportunity to sell it at higher prices, that overnight inventory could give you that opportunity. Right, almost right back to the opening range here. So we are seeing some buying coming in against this 200 session simple moving average. Jay, what do you think?
That 200 session moving average is going to be a tough one to get through. Like you mentioned, Hogue, 40.6490 is that price. Overnight inventory is short, but we had a very interesting open in gold yesterday. This 30-minute candle that opened the session, 40.7360 at the low, 41.3230 at the high. That was like the first minute in gold. I don't know what happened. Someone came in and just sold a bunch. But what I'm looking for is, can we close, a 30-minute candle outside of that range? Again, that's a huge candle. Wasn't a ton of volume that traded throughout that candle. Looking at it here, that hour traded about 5,700 contracts, so not a ton. But again, I don't know what it was. Right on the open, there was a sell order that hit the market and kind of caused this price action here. So I want to see if there's some follow through below this, right? If we can start closing a 30-minute candle below 40.7360s, I think it looks a lot better for this trade. We are kind of extended from VWAP right now. We're about $40 away from VWAP in gold. So we need some new sellers to come in. And this is, where we would expect buyers to at least try to defend it with an upward sloping 200 moving average. So I like the short we're in. I don't know that I would establish a short right here until we see some more pressure below that 40.64. But decent trade we're in right now. I know we already took one off, and this is kind of going with my thesis of wanting to be short gold. If we can get a daily candle to close below this 200 moving average, then I will continue to look for opportunities to sell at least until 4,000s here. So we'll see what happens. And that opening candle was very interesting. We'll see how this plays out. But can we close below 40.7360 on this 30-minute? We got another 15 minutes or so to watch out for that. That's really all I'm seeing here in gold, Hogue. We got a poll up in the chat. What are you looking for most in your pre-market analysis? Key levels and zones, trend and overall bias, news and catalyst events, or a fresh sip of coffee? Get your votes in on that poll. I think we probably provide at least three out of four of those. Can't help you on the coffee, but I'm sure there's a Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks somewhere in your neighborhood. Anything else you want to mention here in gold, Hogue?
No, I think we're good. Does anybody have those open interest numbers that we talk about every day from Tuesday? Still looking through the chat here to see if anybody came up with that number.
Help Hogue out. Who has the open
I
interest?
don't see it. It's all right. It's all right.
Open interest from Tuesday. Hang on.
Yeah, in gold.
I think I could find
Okay,
that
so
real
Dan Trader
quick.
says he thinks we lost about 7,000. That goes to a hollow rally, and if we saw that hollow rally, and we've got some probably pretty decent shorts, pretty decent longs up here. So let's see if those longs can continue to push this market lower. Thank you very much, Dan Trader. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, I'm looking at the CME Group website right now, Hogue. The August contract lost 10,017 contracts on Tuesday.
Okay.
1st.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
And the
I thought
December
they stopped
contract,
giving that
the
information
December
away.
contract gained. I'm sorry, say that again, Hogue.
I thought they stopped giving that historically information away. I think they were going to try and make everybody pay for it. Maybe they thought better of it. But what did the December contract do?
December contract gained 10,400 contracts. Volume is
Okay,
picking
so
up in the
about
December
even.
contract too. Yeah,
Okay, all right.
that's a roll right there.
Thank you.
That looks like a roll. Just staring at the paper. But yeah, the
Oh, okay.
historical data. If you just go to the what do you call it? The simple product page, it'll give you 4 days worth of data on
Oh,
volume and
okay.
open interest
All right. Cool. Did not
instead
know
of
that.
pulling up the full
Excellent.
sheet. Yeah,
Awesome. Thanks.
More
for
selling
sure,
in
for
gold, looking
sure.
pretty good. New lows in gold there. We're going to take a look at the S&P. There's some interesting volume going on in the S&P right now. We just had a 1,000-lot fill right at the lows, 74.67. There's another 1,000-lot on the bid, 74.63. JD, before we get into these charts in the S&P, we got some updates on stocks overnight.
Yes, overnight stocks in Asia closed higher, mostly higher. The Hang Seng Index closed up 1.28%. The Shanghai Composite closed up 0.25%. The Nikkei closed up 0.46%, and the Kospi, the Korean Stock Price Index, closed up 4.4%. In Europe, stocks currently trading lower this morning. The DAX is down 0.89%. The FTSE is down 0.47%. The CAC 40 down 1.35%, and the Stock 600 is down 1 full percentage point as we speak. US dollar index ticking up just a little bit to 101.407. The VIX is up over 10%, 13.22% to 18.88 this morning. Decent sized move in the VIX, volatility increasing. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, 4.707% going into this morning's equity open. All right, guys. Is it time for the S&P?
Let's do it,
So
Hogue.
yeah, let's take a look before it gets any lower. Look at this, man. This market is sellers certainly have attitude here this morning. Things have changed since I first sat down. Uh, we're right at the bottom of the narrowing range. This trend line, 1, 2 points of contact on the daily chart, not necessarily a very strong, just an example of a market that is doing what a ranging market does. The tendency is for the range to narrow, and we are rapidly approaching our weekly kickoff low here, which is 74.61. So this could represent a little bit of a market state break if the sellers remain in control today. I was kind of looking at this market in the current kind of short time frame range as maybe just kind of falling into an area of anticipation for the FOMC meeting yesterday. We did see some earnings come out earlier. Nothing too impactful, but while a lot of the earnings have been positive, some of the forward guidance has not been that positive, and I think that probably has a lot to do with some of the selling pressure we're seeing in some of these markets. We had Nestle come out; they missed on revenues. T-Mobile also missed on revenues, but beat on earnings per share. Lockheed Martin, a defense contractor, of course, beating on earnings per share and revenues right now. Comcast always beats on revenues and earnings per share, and Honeywell also beating on both. We have Intel after the close today, but as we kind of get closer to the FOMC meeting, I think that's going to kind of be thinking more of a focus of traders. Now we've just traded down to the weekly kickoff low. We lost 7,000 contracts yesterday. So we'll take a look at what kind of direction we were looking at as far as any liquidation of those positions. Um, at this point where we are right now, I'm still looking at this market as largely being in short time frame control, but a market state change outside of the current area of narrowing balance could change that. Jay, what are you seeing here on the daily chart?
On the daily, still very much in balance here, Hogue. We have a 20 moving average below, actually, it's still above it, 1 point above. 20 moving average, 75.39. 50 moving average 75.38. That's a lot different in the Nasdaq, and the S&P has been holding up maybe a little bit better, maybe not as tech heavy. We're already at a daily ATR range here in the S&P. Daily ATR 85 points so far. We're at 87 points. So we've already seen a daily ATR move on lower volume. We'll take a look at the volume when we get down to the 30-minute chart. But this market is doing what we've kind of grown accustomed to it doing. It trades up to the upper extreme of this June 5th candle. Can't find any buyers convinced enough to trade higher. And then we trade to the lower extreme and we can't find enough sellers to push this lower either. We are getting into earnings season, so maybe that's going to be the catalyst to get us out of here. We had Tesla and Microsoft yesterday. Really not much to write home about with those earnings. So still a balanced market here, Hogue. I think it's probably still going to present opportunity for two-sided trade. We are seeing some size, kind of float around here. There was a 1,000 lot at 70, and they just moved it up now. So there is some inventory adjustment happening in this range. Once we start to see those 1,000 lots either fill or get out of the way, then maybe we can get directional. But I am cautious about selling at these lows, Hogue. Again, already at a daily ATR move on overnight volume. We've seen these hollow moves retrace often. So I'm going to be taking a look at what the volume says for the New York session when we open up. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
All right, let's take a quick look-see at the 30s. So, this is really the kind of area of balance in the short time frame that we're kind of looking for this market to kind of hang in there as we anticipate the FOMC and more earnings coming out. But we're getting a pretty deep look here. The weekly kickoff low 74.61, our current low 74.62. It's going to take new sellers to bring this market and to see any continuation below this level. And do we have those new sellers available? Not necessarily if we're going to remain in short time frame control. These weekly kickoff levels are meant to kind of alert me and perhaps others that these are levels that are important to longer time frame traders. If they're going to adjust inventory, I look for them to really start to pay attention at these levels. And we're seeing that there's 1,000 lot right on that weekly kickoff low right now
Is
leads
that
me
you,
to
Hogue?
believe there are larger traders that are looking at these levels. So, um, you know, we got to see what this market looks like as it opens up. I don't think that there's any um economic news that it would cause this break to the downside. It's uncertainties in the world that are keeping this market relatively range bound. I don't see any news bad enough to bring in a bunch of new longer time frame sellers here, and that's just all hypothesis. There are a lot of uncertainties in the world right now, and that's what's been keeping these markets relatively range bound for a long period of time as we look for some sort of resolution, some sort of good news, something to happen that's going to change the current market state. Is there anything bad enough right now to change the market state to an extension to the downside? If there is, I'm not seeing it, but it doesn't mean that it's not out there and that it can't happen because, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, ECH, anything can happen. Got a good look down there to that weekly kickoff low. Let's see if it can hold, see what the opening of the regular trading hours offer as far as opportunities down here. I'm looking for the market not to spend a lot of time in this area. I'm looking for a rejection either higher or continuation to the downside, and I'm looking for it to happen relatively early. If it becomes magnetic, it becomes magnetic. It happens sometimes. Sometimes it takes some time for the longer time frame to make any decision at all. They're not as price sensitive as we are. They can take their time. They can make their decision. If we hang around here for a while, then that's just what we get. But I don't see any reason for price to be tanking to the downside. But you know what? I didn't see any reason in 87 either. So we'll see how this plays out. Jay, what are you thinking here on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30, we're making new lows of the week here. 74.67 last trade here. Your weekly kickoff level, Hogue. I know you said you have to trade your levels every time we come into a weekly kickoff level. You're like, it's my level, I have to trade it. But 1,000 lot, Hogue, that's that's some confidence there. I love that we are seeing a 1,000 lot right on that level. I don't know how you do it. Dan Emmons said, please give me the calculations for the weekly kickoff levels. I don't know that that will ever happen, but we just got to appreciate the levels while we have them. But what I'm seeing, Hogue, is maybe a market that is a little extended to the downside on the session. We have VWAP at 75.08, so we are 40 points off of VWAP here, already at a daily ATR on overnight volume. I'd agree with you, right? Either they're going to continue right away, or that volume is going to come in and say, hey, we're low enough, buy it. We've seen it happen all week so far, right? Anytime price gets down here, we found some buyers. What could be a catalyst to get us out of this range that we're in? Maybe $100 oil. We saw oil above $91 today. It's up 5% on the day. That could possibly do it. But outside of that, I think this is still maybe just a range bound market for now. So we'll see what happens at this weekly kickoff level. Again, there are some bids that are stepping up under the market here. We've seen them above the market yesterday. Yesterday during fast markets, there were 1,000 lots on the offer. We saw what the market did. It ran away from them, went the other way. So to me, this market wants to stay very range bound for now. Could that change? Absolutely. When we consolidate for a while, eventually there is going to be that expansive move. I just don't know that it's today, but I also don't know what is going to come out as far as headlines go. So I would take a trade in either direction. If we break out with some momentum, with some volume, I'd go with that. But I'm kind of leaning towards the long side just because we're at the low of the session and this market has been extremely range bound on the week so far. Again, we did have one of those 1,000 lots fill right here. 74.67 was that price. And the other one is sitting out there at 74.61. So we'll see what the volume says for the New York session when it opens up, Hogue. But for right now, going to stay patient, maybe leaning slightly to the long side.
All right. Yeah, I'm glad there's 80 other people thinking that that's a good spot to buy it. They joined my 1,000 lot there, so that gives me confidence.
Let's come along. Join me. Join Hogue with this 1,000 lot at 74.61. So see where we can take this market. We are still in this gold trade. Gold is down 2% on the day. We're going to take a look at crude oil. We mentioned crude. Crude's our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, up 4.5%. Opens up in about 2 minutes. We'll take a look at that 1 minute opening range trade there in crude as well. But JD, before we get into the charts, we got some updates on oil and gas prices.
Yes, we do. Quick update on this gold trade. Yeah, we were over 2 hour on this runner. As soon as we're done with crude oil, I think I'm going to take the risk off this gold trade. Once you hit 2 hour, no reason to take any more heat on it, right? All right.
Right.
Let's get into it. Oil and gas prices continue to climb. Let's learn more. They're saying oil prices are spiking as Houthi militants threaten to open a new front in the Iran war. Brent crude is fluctuating near $100 a barrel. The U.S. benchmark is moving around $90 a barrel, 91. Last printed price, $90.81 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate crude. That is the U.S. benchmark. AAA says a gallon of regular gas is averaging $4.09, and diesel is at $5.21 currently. Deutsche Bank analysts say central bankers might have to raise interest rates soon. In a note they put out on Thursday earlier this morning, they say the reason is inflationary pressures from the Iran war. So we could be seeing more price action based on what European bankers decide to do. It's an interesting thought. Raising interest rates to combat oil prices. Is that a thing?
It's inflationary. That is for sure. 185.
Interesting
Says, what do we do in the meantime? We trade the markets to balance out the increasing gas prices. Yeah, keep your tank full for sure.
What do they say? Don't anticipate, participate, right? Trade what you see, not what you think.
Speaking of which, Hogue, what are we seeing in crude oil here? Above $90, $90.82. What are we seeing here?
All right.
Getting ready to open.
So the auction to the upside, as we've been mentioning since we put in those lows, has been performing very, very, very well. We're seeing pretty decent volume on up days. Of course, we're seeing increases in open interest overall almost on a daily basis. Uh, we added approximately, well, just over 15,000 contracts, new longs yesterday. So, with volume, open interest increasing, generally speaking, over time, we did have a loss in open interest on the 20th, which was a pullback day. So, a little bit of long liquidation. Well, those that liquidated those longs have had to come back in as buyers, and they continue to buy this market. I very seldomly will give an auction process anything greater than a B, but this one's getting a B plus. Sometimes that can indicate that the market has gone a little bit too far, maybe a little bit too long, maybe needs a pullback. But I just don't see that happening without some sort of news happening here in crude oil. So the uncertainties remain. The uncertainties seem to be intensifying until there is some sort of fundamental change overseas. I don't see any reason why this market can't continue to rally. Unfortunately, that is the reality right now. Um, it's going to be inflationary. It is going to put pressure on potential rate hike. Maybe not this time, maybe not next week, but I think it's, going to be inflationary and possibly, putting some upward pressure on rates. So this is going to be tough up here, folks. I don't like the fact that crude oil is trading over $90. I don't think anybody does. But with the health of this auction, and we are traders, we're looking for opportunities to profit on this. And the market has been telling us rather loudly that this auction to the upside is very strong. It's going to take something to knock this off of its pedestal. I don't know what it is. I don't know when it is, but it's going to have to really be something. Jay, what are you thinking here on the daily chart?
On the daily, also just real quick on that 1 minute, it did trigger a long 91.17 as the high of that 1 minute opening range if we did want to take it. But on the daily, what I'm seeing here, Hogue, is a market that is in an extremely strong uptrend over the past 2 weeks, and it somehow feels, saying to Dolby in the chat, it feels like this is a quiet rally somehow in oil. It's like just every day 4%, 3% move to the upside and sustaining really no pullbacks. This is a trending market since we reclaimed the 20-day moving average. We have a $3.84 daily ATR. So far, we are at $4.20. And that would be the only caution that I had in buying this, is that we're right at the extreme of a daily ATR move. And, there could possibly be a pullback. I think we saw something similar a couple of days ago. So it's not a market that I would want to short for a very long time. We are coming up here to an area right around these $92 where the sell-off began on July 11th, right around $92 at that high. So we'll see what happens up here. But yeah, on a higher time frame, this is an extremely strong market, Hogue. We had that crazy sell-off day in March, back in March. We're back above the midpoint of that 90.40 is that price, adjusted for rollover, of course. But just looking at the structure here, this is an extremely bullish market, Hogue. I'd be looking for opportunities to buy, maybe not wanting to buy the high of the day. So potentially on a pullback. I'm curious what levels you're seeing here on the 30-minute. It sounds crazy, Hogue, but I would not hate a short scalp here in oil.
I don't think it sounds crazy at all, Jay, because
No.
where we're getting back to. We just mentioned the potential island top in gold. Look
Yes.
where we're back to. We're back to the island top that started this whole push to the downside to begin with. This is
Right.
going to be a kind of a tough area to get through. Anywhere up above 94, $95. I think that's going to be a really tough area for technical traders to continue to buy this market. Fundamental markets may be another story, but taking a look at the 30-minute chart, there are some weaknesses in structure down below when the market is this directional. It's emotional. It's leaving breadcrumbs to the downside, which will be important when they become important. Maybe not today, but as far as upside targets, these are actual, you know, naked points of control from the September contract. You had to go to the Wayback Machine to get these, but as far as visual targets for shorter time frame traders, we got $92.31. We had $94.08. Now that takes us back into the range of that island top that started to move to the downside. And I think this whole area up here is going to be relatively tough for the market to get through. Yesterday, we did leave a session gap after leaving a session gap. So there is some emotion. While it may seem like a calm rally, there's a lot of emotion being shown in these profiles. We have an overnight gap here that we have to that we that might get filled at some point. It probably will at some point. They always seem to get filled, just a matter of when. And there's session gaps below. There's naked points of control down below. There's the late spike that was on Tuesday. That was on Tuesday's morning, Monday's session. We never even looked back at that. I mean, that late spike was acceptance of higher pricing, and the market still hasn't even pulled back. I mean, barely at all off of an open above that, and it really just looks like this market is. I mean, how do you buy it up here? But try not to sell it until there's some sort of structure, something you can lean on, or unless you are Dakota, you can't try and pick the top. So, what do you say? You either look for opportunities for longs, or you sit by the sidelines, keep your gas full. S&Ps just took out the weekly kickoff low, and there's still bids coming in down below. There's 74.55 for 1,100 contracts in the
Yeah,
ES. Gold, crude oil, you either buy it or you sit by the sidelines. And it's so tough to buy up here because managing the risk on any longs at these levels is going to be very difficult. So, Jay was just talking about shorting it. Might be the right thing to do, but I can't fight a directional market.
agreed. Agreed. Yeah, if I was to take a short here, I'd be looking at 90/70s as a target and then maybe VWAP. But again, not a market that I want to be short for a very long time, especially with the technical structure and the fundamental basis behind crude oil being extremely bullish for prices here. So on the 30-minute, really the only thing I have here, Hogue, you kind of broke it down. We have a market that opened up above the pivot, above settlement price. We had price and volume leave that range starting in the London session. The flow is to the upside right now. Can buyers continue to pull VWAP higher? We have price trading above resistance too right now as far as pivots go. 90.68 is that price, and VWAP's about $1 lower than that. So maybe we are getting a little thin up here as far as the volume goes. So maybe fading the weaker hand buyers up here, but that's a tough trade to take, especially with this flow being so aggressive to the upside. So maybe looking at a pullback into VWAP into that $90 area for a potential long opportunity. But yeah, crude oil is an interesting one. We're already at a daily ATR range as well. But it feels like today, I don't know why, but looking at the equities, how they're selling off, looking at crude right now, feels like today has the potential to be somewhat of a breakout day in a couple of these markets. We'll see what happens here, Hogue.
Yep.
But that is what I have for crude. ACH.
Awesome.
We're going to take a look
Awesome
at
stuff,
the
Jay.
You as well, Hogue. You as well. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ, give the people what they want here. There is an 800 lot in the NASDAQ on the bid down there as well at 700s. So we'll see how that plays out. They're at 710s, 800 at 710 in the NASDAQ on the bid. And they keep pulling these bids lower, which to me is just giving the market the room to continue to trade lower. JD, before we get into these NASDAQ charts, we got some updates on AI.
We sure do. Real quick, though, I want to check in on this gold trade. It is absolutely cooking. We just hit 6R on this gold short. I took the risk off. We will no longer be taking any more heat on this trade. I'm going to start trailing this stop also. I want to lock in some more profits. So gold looking pretty good so far. Just decent returns
Nice
for just a
trade.
couple of micro contracts, right? You don't got to trade
Nice.
big to make big, right? We are in it. All right, let's get back to it. Anthropic. A federal judge has approved Anthropic settlement to pay $1.5 billion to a group of authors. Let's learn more. That deal stems from a lawsuit brought by the authors after they found out Anthropic used their books to train its Claude AI model. It alleges the company illegally downloaded pirated copies of their works. The settlement calls for Anthropic to pay each author $3,000. The plaintiff's attorney say it's the largest known copyright infringement payout in history. Some other authors who say $3,000 isn't enough have their own separate lawsuits against the company. AI taking some heat right now. Anthropic did argue that using the books to train Claude was fair use of the material. What do you guys think?
Huh. Well, they already lost the class action. I would certainly be
Right.
suing if for myself if that's already happened. You know, basically
It only
telling
takes
you,
one small victory.
you're going to win.
Right?
Yeah.
Everybody pile on.
Yeah.
With their valuations too. I mean, come on. Why not? They can afford. They can give every American $3,000, right? And still be good.
I'll take it.
AI stealing everything.
Never wrote a book, but I'll take $3,000.
Aren't you supposed to be writing a book right now, Hogue? How's that book coming along? I'm joking.
Hogue writes a new page every day.
Try and write 1,000 words a day. What my goal is.
Right?
Yep.
And you got to write 1,000 words to get 200 good words, right? The editing process takes longer than anything.
Yeah. And yesterday, unfortunately, I wrote very 1,000 times.
Very good. Very good. Man, gold continues to dump. Where do we want to move the stop to, guys? I want to lock in some profit here.
Take 3 hours.
I'm coming down.
Let me see if I can
I
get you
moved
a
our
price.
stop down to 67.30. 67.30 is our stop right now. That'll lock in at least $150 on this trade.
7:30.
We just hit a target that I had. These 40/40s here. 67.30. Yeah, that makes sense to me, JD. Actually, on the way down, there was another seller that kind of helped push us down here, and they're right in that area, right at 62. So let's see if they defend. We're above them.
I like where the
We did get a
stop
question. Yeah, we did get a question in the chat. What's our target on this trade? We don't have a target.
4,000.
We're using market
4,015.
What's our target? 3,500. That's the target. But
there's the target. Yes.
We're just using market-generated information to get out of this trade. We don't have a specific target in mind, but we will Go ahead, Hogue.
I got a target. 4,012.70.
1270 came within $20 of it. We hit 7 hours.
Let's go a little bit short of that. 4,015 would be my exit.
All right.
I like it.
I will keep you posted. It looks like we're going to get down there. I mean, this thing just keeps rolling over and rolling over. The volume is strong on the sell side, too. So this move has legs. And we are on the lows. We hit 7 hour on this trade. It only takes one hit on these opening range breakout trades, right?
Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade.
Another 1,000 on the bid in the S&P is 74.
What are they doing, Hogue? What are they doing? They're not filling. They just keep pulling lower. It's like a matador. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Right. What are we seeing in the NASDAQ here, Hogue? We are trading 28,720s right now, down 1.5%. What are we seeing here?
All right. So the NASDAQ broke to the downside. I mean, there was already a market state break below this trend line. And again, this is a very loose trend line just to show, how the market had been narrowing in range. Well, it broke out below that. It's been holding that trend line loosely as resistance, and we're seeing the market continue the push to the downside, which would be what really we would kind of be expecting I'm looking for this market to continue to rotate. I mean, you could say that it broke state and then fell into another range bound state, and we're right at the lower end of the extreme of that lower area of balance with excess below it. We start taking out this excess. I can see this market continuing to grow legs to the downside. We're not at the weekly kickoff low in the Nasdaq yet here. That's 28,375. It's kind of a regurgitated weekly kickoff low from the past, but I still think it's relatively valid. We've got last week's low at 28,408. I think we're below last week's low already in the S&Ps. The S&Ps have further to fall. The Nasdaq has already fallen further. So, what do we do as far as open interest? Yesterday we added 2,700 in open interest. We'll take a look at the direction of that on the 30-minute chart. But with crude oil screaming to the upside and the equities looking like they are at lower levels of balance, there's opportunity here, folks. There is opportunity in these markets, and again, if we can hold this kind of a short time frame balance low, this market could recover back up to 29,130, which was last week's weekly kickoff low. If we do see continuation, I can certainly see the market bringing us back down to weekly kickoff low 28,375. I'm looking forward to getting a closer look at this on the 30-minute chart. But Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
I'm seeing some sustained pressure below the June 5th candle low. 29,070 is that price. And we have a 640 point daily ATR in the NASDAQ. We're 60 points off of a daily ATR move, and most of that has been below that June 5th candle low. We've already had a close below it last Friday, and this is looking pretty bearish here. We mentioned the 20 and 50-day moving averages in the S&P. They're kind of right on top of each other. We are starting to see some separation between the 20 and the 50 in the NASDAQ, where the 20 moving average is at 29,543, 50 moving average is at 29,865, and that 50 moving average is starting to trend lower. I was kind of just measuring Hogue and seeing where 10% off that all-time high was in the NASDAQ. That's somewhere around 27,000, right around 28,000, right? Right below 28,000. So that's a higher time frame look, but this market looks heavy, man. We've seen, some of the tech companies take some pretty big hits recently, and some sustained selling below this June 5th candle low. It, to me, is starting to feel like this market needs to go lower before it goes higher, and maybe a flush down to that 28,000 level on a higher time frame, maybe the 200 moving average. We'll see how it plays out, but looking pretty heavy here. On a shorter time frame, we'll take a look at the 30-minute. I don't want to sell the lows because this market has been range bound. It looks like it's starting to break, but we're still day traders here, right? What type of day are we going to get today? What are you seeing on the 30, Hope?
All right, so in the 30, let's take a gander. So overnight inventory is obviously short. We've got gap guidelines. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities for shorts. We've already taken out Monday's naked point of control. There's the 28,375 weekly kickoff low is also a naked point of control. I mean, this market is certainly in a downtrend in the short time frame. Don't fight a directional move. There was the kind of same short time frame uptrend that we saw in the S&Ps. That is now broken. I think one of the things we do have to try and keep an eye on today is crude oil. If crude oil continues this push to the upside, I think that's just going to continue to put pressure on the equities. Maybe the correlation is back on today for a little while. I don't want to step in front of this. We've already taken out weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. If we maintain price below that, that's price acceptance over time, looking for some continuation to the downside. Again, we didn't see anything to me that looks like, these markets are in dire straits due to any economic information, except for inflation, with crude oil, inching back towards $100 a barrel. That's going to be inflationary. That may be the problem here. Again, in the NASDAQ, I really don't want to try and fight a directional market. If I can't get in to the downside, I'm probably going to be holding off until I do see some sort of decent, solid reversal pattern. And, we may not see that reversal pattern until we get down to weekly kickoff low. I mean, we are about 300 points away from it looking like where we currently are. But again, the basic nuance is overnight inventory is short, but we do have a gap to the downside. Gap guidelines are going to guide my trading today. Until we close that gap, I'm looking for opportunities for shorts. It's going to be difficult because where do you put your risk? You just need some sort of structure to lean your risk against. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30?
What I'm seeing on the 30 here, Hogue, is a market where price and volume is trading below the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. That's all the way up at 29,026. I was just measuring where 2% down is in the NASDAQ, and that puts us somewhere right around 28,600. So right now the NASDAQ is down 1.5%, just over 1.5%. There's more room to the downside, and we'll see how the flow continues. Again, this is a pretty big move on some overnight volume. We have seen the volume in the last two 30-minute candles start to pick up, so maybe there is some conviction behind this move. And David B in the chat says, Jay says, I wouldn't want to sell the lows, and 2 minutes later, it looks like this market's going lower. That's a personal preference here where I don't want to sell the low of a full daily ATR move on low volume because of the potential for a pull-up. If you want to sell the low, absolutely, go ahead and do it. Make sure you manage your risk. For me personally, I would prefer a pull-up in the market, and that's why markets are markets, right? Everyone gets to choose how they participate. For me, selling this low, I'm just looking at what's happened so far this week where at a high, I don't want to be the buyer at the high because we see the market turn around. I don't want to be a seller at the low because we've seen the market turn around. Now, can that change? Absolutely. Market conditions change, market structures change. And then if they do, then I have to adjust. But I'm just conscious of this low. Can this market continue to go lower? Absolutely. I see targets all the way down to 510s in the NASDAQ here. It's about how you trade it though, right? Analysis and then participation in the market to two completely different things. So I see a market that wants to trade lower. If I'm selling a low, just pay attention to where your risk is. Also, Hogue, with these the size that we see moving around in this market, there's an 800 lot kind of floating around in the NASDAQ. I'm curious to see where that eventually does get filled, if it does at all. Support 3, as far as pivots go, 28,573. So there are some targets to the downside. Let's see if the volume is convinced when the New York session opens up in about 7 minutes. Anything else you want to add here on the NASDAQ, Hogue?
Well, along with ACH, anything can happen. There was also another acronym on the floor that I don't talk about much, which was CYA. We used to use that for stops, but it stands for cover your ass. You're going to have to do that today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of which, we got some great traders coming up on the show. We got fast markets coming up really quick here. JD, let's go through that schedule. Who do we have trading with us today?
Let's do it. And just to follow up on that Anthropic news story that we shared a little while ago, Anthropic can, in fact, afford to pay every single American $3,000 and still have money left over. As in response to their settlement in this lawsuit, the largest copyright infringement settlement in history, required to pay authors of these works $3,000 each, totaling $1.5 billion in fines. All right, let's move on. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre and Jack are here, and they're going to be joined by a couple of rotating guests. Mandy and Ted will be in from 8:30 to 9:30. Hogue's going to be in for some chart analysis. Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11. Our man Muhammad is going to be joining us for the final hour of Fast Markets. And we got a special drop-in from our buddy Ed Butowsky, managing partner of Chapwood Investments. He's going to come in and talk some macro with us. It's going to be about 9:20 a.m. Central Time. After that, Hogue's going to be back with the morning highlights at 11 o'clock Central Time. Coach Jay will be back with Yusuf and Eric for Power Players at 11:15. Hogue, Emmanuel, and Hoop will be here for group coaching at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. You know the drill. There's going to be a form. Fill it out. We're going to answer your questions live right here on TopstepTV. Get ready for that. After that, I'm going to be back with Amani and Gabe for Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock Central Time. And we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Braden, and Eric. Make sure you are here because we're going to be here all day long, bell to bell. Nothing but trade entertainment coming your way on this Thursday. What do you say, guys?
Let's do it. I see the team is ready here. I know we got one more news story we could hit, but we got to make some space for fast markets. What do you want to do, JD? You want to hit that news, or should we get into fast markets?
I think we got to roll, guys. Our time is up.
Ted is here. Mandy is here. Jack is here. Andre is here, trading in that new office. Hogue, let's do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
All right, I'll do the thing. JD, great to be back with you guys today. Love you. Great to be back with all of you today. And as always, thank you for trusting us with your time. Top of the chat today, I saw G-Man. Looks like you was talking last night. Shubham, we've got Layla's Jewelry Boutique. There's a new name for you. Something tells me Layla's trading gold today. We got Charles Henry, we got Gorillionaire, we got Jacob Thames, we got Benji Mac, Billy Joe, Hoog, Love Wetlands. Good morning. Good morning, Tandra Takeoff, Dan Trader. Always good to see you this morning, Westy. Always good to see all of you. So as you sit down to trade, take your deep breath.
40.
Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. Happy to be back with Fast Markets here now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning. Welcome to Fast Markets on TopstepTV. Welcome to the panic room ? Google made a lot of money. Made a lot of money. Smashed their expectations, but the bad news, all that money is going straight to Micron. That's one of the many things that's going on here. We got bond yields ripping to the upside. We're about to break through that all-important level. We have some of this might have been caused by mic issues that Andre's having. Andre, can you speak right now, or are you dead in the water?
I'll read his lips.
Dead
I
in the
think he's
water.
saying he's kind of dead in the water right now, but we'll
All right.
see.
Well, I'll take it
He's
over.
working on it.
We got a couple minutes until the open here. We got Mandy and Ted in the house. Mandy, what are you looking at this morning during the sell-off?
Hi, good morning, you guys. I happened to grab some shorts last night. That was the right direction. We are coming upon on the daily. We had that support around 740, 750 area. We are past that bottom wick from, what day would that be? July 10th. We are right here right now. The furthest extension we had was into the 560s in July, or sorry, in June. And then of course we have July 20th. That's our low. So we have a lot of room to go. We are in a lot of selling pressure, of course, even though we had that pullback just a couple days ago on the 21st. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of these wicks. So another 100, 200 points, maybe even 3. We'll see. Can we do it? I don't know.
Maybe.
What's implied?
Sounds like Andre's back. I can hear him.
It's never
Andre,
gone.
what's up?
Yeah.
Never gone. Welcome to Top Step
Never
TV. This is
gone.
Fast Markets.
Nice.
Let's get into it right now, right here. We got Sir Mandy in the house, and we got Ted in the house as well. 60 seconds till the opening bell. Ted, thoughts
Yes.
coming in.
Okay.
Let's do the damn.
All right, so implied move in the S&P was 40 points. That means the 1x move to the downside in ES was 7490. We are currently 2x the implied move priced in the options market. And I made a boo-boo this morning and bought 2 full ES contracts when I meant to buy 2 micros. So I took a $500 profit from last night, turned it into a $250 loss. So I got a little fight in me this morning. I'm ready to play. Let's go.
Dog. Got that dog in you, Ted. Absolutely love
I'm
it.
in a bad mood. Let's go. I'm mad.
Ooh, watch out, markets. Ted is coming for you. Mandy, you trading ES or NQ or MNQ? Last time you were on, you were trading ES.
MNQ,
Okay.
we are holding below that pivot point at 776 on the 15-minute. Love those pivot points. Let's see if we could get down to 591s. I'll probably give it a minute or two here now that it's open. See if I want to take a short. See if we get a bounce at 600. See if that's a better entry for continuation. That's my
We
goal.
are now open. We are now open for business. Let's take a quick peek here. Just continuing to see some selling. 28,690 last trade in the NQ. Just bottomed out at 20,677. ES, new lows. Look out below. There is that 1,000 lot that keeps getting pulled lower and lower and lower in the ES using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Now 74.40. That 1,000 lot sitting on the bid there, but looks like equities are going to continue to sell off. Jack, rates going higher. Less than a week till FOMC meeting. I see FedWatch continuing to see an uptick in like a 37% probability of a rate hike. 10-year, 30-year, 2-year, all yields continuing to grind higher. Is this contributing to the downside pressure in equities? Is Jack on mute?
Jack on mute.
That's a
He's
first.
always-
He never.
Sorry, you know what it is?
This.
I got like a frog in my throat today, and so
I bet.
I'm muting more than usual. Anyway, we'll deal with that. I was gonna say you can bet your bottom dollar it is contributing. Looking at the 4-hour chart, ES really quick. I just wanted to point out down around 74.37 would be the 7400 SPX. This has been some support going back. Man, we've been in this consolidation since mid-May. The big show here. Let's let the open play out. Then I'll talk about rates because things are flying around here. Most of our guys and gals are trading equities, but man, the yields are not good.
It's happening.
Who's
in?
Oil's
Who's in?
trading?
Ed.
Oil's. Who's in?
That's
Who's
me.
in?
I'm just I'm scalping. I'm scalping.
Okay.
I'm gonna be a
Andy?
little crazy here this morning.
Ted.
All right.
He's saving it.
Yes. So that math last night, 74.90. Those market makers are pretty smart. They knew Google was coming out. They knew exactly what was going on. So a 2x implied move in the world of hedge fund trading, it's called 2 standard deviations. We've rarely closed below 3 standard deviations, and I usually see a lot of buying at 2 and 3. So I was very comfortable at 74.50, which is 2x buying. And that was a 14-point trade.
Yeah, and we're looking at 20-point.
That was nice.
20-point bounce here in the ES off those lows. Heavy long tilt right here, right now. Looking at an 86% long tilt in the ES right now. 86% long tilt ES, 75% long tilt in the NQ. NQ about 70 points off the lows right now. That just printed 28,720. A little big pop here in the Dow as well. Jack, you're saying crude oil. $90.76.
Oil. Yeah, looking at September contract, trading 90.77, topped out at like 91.5 or something like that. Man, totally turned that around. Not sure me or anyone else is really sure what's going on there, right? Will we be able to sell off again the same way we did last month with, it just doesn't seem like any of this is getting resolved anytime soon.
Yeah, this is interesting. Mandy, prices, levels of
Looking
interest.
at shorts, I was glad I'm being patient, Dre. We had the wick back down just 1 minute ago. 12 seconds ago. And we are holding closed above the EMA. So that is no trade for me. Had we closed below 720s, that would have been below my moving average on the 1 minute. I would have gotten short. Glad I wait. Patience pays for sure.
Yes.
So
look
no
at
trade
this.
yet for me.
Okay. Still got 82% long. Look at this rally. Almost a 30-point rally here. We're less than 5 minutes into this New York session, and ES absolutely on a tear to the upside. NQ not so much. About 100 points off the lows in the NQ. ES 74.73. What do you got, Ted?
No, just it's gonna be an interesting day of managing the emotions.
What's going on? What's
We'll
going on
see.
in your head right now?
You
What's
know,
going on in your head? What's
just
going on in your heart,
I'm
Ted?
ready. I just so I was doing my laps in the pool,
Yeah.
and I was training, and I'm getting ready for a triathlon. So I'm swimming my laps. I went into the pool on my phone. I thought I put a bid in micros, and I actually put a bid in the full mini. So I've like at the end of one of my swimming laps, I figured, all right, I'll check where I am. I was down $1,000. I'm like,
Well,
oh, I bought the full contract like a moron. So I'm fighting some demons here this morning, like a lot of traders will, and ultra focused. So, I'm going to have some emotions. I'm going to make some sounds and some noises and maybe a few explosives. Who knows?
that's trading for you. That's trading for you,
Let's
Ted. Was it the freestyle? Was it the backstroke, the breaststroke?
Yes.
What was it? What were
Freestyle.
freestyle?
Well,
Very
when
good.
you're
The
swimming
old
in the ocean
Australian
in a
crawl.
triathlon, you just want to get back to the you just want to make it there alive. So
Okay, well, that's the name of the game.
all right.
All right. And in trading as well. Trade for tomorrow. Make it
All
out
right.
alive.
Rejection off of the 15-minute EMA. A close below that moving average has moved to those 730s. So a 1 minute candle close below 730s will have my interest very much. But we bounced off of that moving average on the 1 minute. Right on the pressure on the 15. See if these 800s can hold. What a push, NQ. Let's go. Wow.
Push
Continuing to push indeed. That 80% long tilt did level off. Now 66% long tilt in the ES. NQ still 73% long tilt. More buying coming in here in the NQ, about 130 points off the lows. And continuing to push higher here. What do we have on the calendar? What do we have on the schedule for today? Well, top of the hour, we do have, Eurozone consumer confidence, 10-year tips auction, noon central.
So we were right on the EMA, the 21,
Yeah.
and the ES. This could be a nice long, but we're hitting the EM. We're above the EMA and the 21 EMA and the ES. We are below, Mandy, if I think I'm correct, in the NQ.
800. 800. Yep.
I
Still
have
right here, right now. We're on it right now.
We are.
exactly.
Confluence,
Above,
nice
below.
round number. MA, absolutely. So this
You have
15-minute candle
812?
still. Right now, 801 on that moving average. My moving average is set to
Okay.
7. We have
Okay,
a lot of
7.
confluence right now. Nice round number and a moving average. So expecting, and Q doesn't have to do it, but I would expect a little hesitation here. A little speed bump that we need to get over. But we are going. Let's
Yes, we
go.
are continuing to rally. NQ 28,000. 816, about 150 points, 160 points off the lows, continuing to see some more buying. Now 80% long tilt in the NQ, 82% long tilt in the ES. Now there's those 800s. Back beneath it.
Well, let's check in on our earnings stock.
Oh, yes,
Wasn't a
please.
great day so far. Google's down nearly 6%. Tesla is rolling the doghouse. They're down 11%. Yeah, still above $1 trillion market cap for Tesla. Google basically had good numbers, but obviously no buybacks. In fact, they were selling more stock. They had that $80 billion offering. They revised their capex for 2027 up again. Another 10 billion. Like they might spend close to $500 billion in the next 2 years.
Is that?
And that comes at the expense. No more buybacks. I believe they had negative free cash flow. It's crazy, man. Like
This is wild.
they are really throwing into the arms race here. So they're being punished a little bit for that. And that's the question, like, that'll ultimately decide this CapEx cycle. It's like how much, if the pain gets felt, like if companies, as they increase their CapEx, keep on getting hammered, do they eventually capitulate?
Yes.
What a strategy.
Yeah.
Still heavy long tilt in the ES. Let's go on in the more buying here. NQ now 28,820 did just print.
Yes, looks strong.
ES and NQ both, Ted. Mandy, looking for a long or short or just?
I was wanting a short. I don't have a bias right now. It's not a great location for me. 15-minute. I'm just not convinced on this long.
Mhm.
Hesitation. I mean, I left 100 points on the table by not following the 15-minute. There was the 5-minute. There was room right here on that cross. At the open, I get so hyper focused on the 15-minute, I forget to look at the 5. We have VWAP coming up here at 850s.
Okay.
No, I don't know if I love shorts either, but I don't love longs, Dre.
Hey, that sounds like a no trade, Mandy. Sounds like a no trade right now. I know Ted is locked in, looking to get even with this market. What's going on? Crude, $91.45. What's going on? Gold, 40.60. Last trade there. Ted is getting in there.
I'm long.
Maybe news aware too.
I'm long MNQ and ES.
Long both. How many? What price, Ted?
I'm long 3 from 7477, and the MNQ right here at 821. I'm at 8 points in the money on NQ. I'm at MNQ. I might take it.
Oh, we're continuing to push. Maybe
I'll take that. Thank you.
There you go.
More buying here.
Couple of those base hits. That'll add up.
Yeah, I'm gonna clean this up by 10:30.
Nice.
Clean this little mess I made.
Yeah.
I think it's time to talk about the star of the show, which is fixed income securities, bonds.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you.
Love it.
Thank you.
You guys ready? Let me know who else I should add to my image board over here for right now. We are trading 5.18, nearly 5.2 yield in the 30-year. As you can see here, that would take us back to levels we haven't seen since 2007. For those wondering, probably know Ron Paul. May disagree, but I'll give due to Peter Schiff, and that's Paul Volcker down there. If there's anyone else I missed this, just let me know. In addition, let's just talk about the other parts of the yield curve real quick. I mean, the 2-year is trading 4.36. Remember when Jessica said above 4 was a problem?
Yes.
4.36.
Yes.
The 10-year is trading 4.7. Let me take a look at that real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we get the 5% again in the 10-year yield, that's the big not great for mortgages. The oil prices are probably driving the front end, but this is problematic, man. It's problematic.
You think they're going to raise, Jack? Do you think they're going to hike?
No. What do you think,
You
Jack?
don't think? I think they will.
They're not going to raise this meeting. Going into like a possible like energy shock like this could be very bad.
Yes.
They're just in a pickle.
October.
They've already come out and said that we've had 2 voting members already say that rates we need a hike. I mean,
now
we'll find out
the world
week from yesterday.
Let me show really quick. The world doesn't end if we get to 5 in the or at least I don't think it will end. If we get to 5 in the 10-year. So these are monthly candles. So you can see where we peaked during in 2023 was right at 5% in the 10-year yield, right? So if we get up back there, it's been done. If we get above it, once again, then we're sent back to 2007. Although, as I'll talk about later in the news,
07.
We had a lot less debt to service then when yields were high. So
yes,
enjoy.
Yeah, should be interesting. We've got about 15 minutes in this New York session. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't say upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the name of the segment. It is Fast Markets, and indeed, we are seeing a fast rally in the ES and the NQ. Why am I telling you the name of the segment? I want you to hit us up at TopstepTV on the X using that hashtag Fast Markets, using the hashtag Power Hour. Share some cool proof of payouts. Let's see some cool trader wins, trader station setups, swag, anything you want us to share with our trading community all across the globe. For that around you in Power Hour. Again, hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV on the X.
Someone said
Right.
like
That was a
they're
big-
definitely to book it. They're
big
not going to
topic.
hike rates before the midterms. Yeah, I mean, like that's a thought. The problem is the bond market is a market, and it has a way of punishing you for stuff like that. Like just because you don't hike doesn't mean these yields can't keep rising and mortgage rates go through the roof.
It's a bit of a pickle, little pickle. Also, oh, look at that. It's also thousands watching us all across the globe right here, right now. Be so kind. Click subscribe, click like, click notify.
So you
Run the
notice this
market.
top wick we just created in
Yeah.
both NQ and ES. That to me is a little bearish.
Okay.
But we are creating a big bottom wick in the current 5-minute candle. This is a battleground. That tells me right now this is a battleground, and this is chop. It's going to be chopped for maybe 10, 15 minutes.
What was that?
Mhm.
What did you see on the charts?
So look at the
that-
previous 5-minute candle in the ES. You have a big top wick, and you basically have basically a doji, right? You have a big bottom, candle bottom, and now you have a big bottom wick. So this tells me we're in a chop zone. So I'm very fired up. I want to make a trade. I want to make money. Now I got to pump the brakes a little bit. So
Let's get that money, Ted. That's
what that tells me is I made $120 of those losses back in the first 45 minutes. I got all day, but I am fired up. So I got to chill out. That's what that tells me.
Ted, did you click like, Ted? Did you click like yet?
Yes. No, I actually put the down
Do it.
because I screwed up this morning.
All good. New highs in crude, $91.71. Yes, $91.71. Just printed.
I'm short.
Same, Andy.
Two.
Let's get short.
Let's see if we could just get back down to about half the distance of the candle. I'm looking for 790s, just small. What would that be? 30 to 50, 30 to 40 points. See if we can get any of that. Kind of lock it in here. Rotation's going to be, stop loss is going to be at the high. We're at entry right now. Might be a quick rejection. Let's see how we respond here in the next 10 seconds. All right, here's a little push back in. Looking for a nice little kink trade. Shout out to Scott. Half the distance of this 15-minute candle has a high percentage of winning when we kink on an on an EMA.
There's some selling. No, the burst of selling did just come in there in the NQ back to 28,800.
We're out of one. Let's see if we could get back to this other. Taking my stop and profit.
Nice, Mandy.
Thank you.
What was that?
Like pulling teeth, boo.
Hey, Ted is fired up with the dad jokes.
I made a funny one.
You're the bad, Ted.
Good one.
You're the bad.
Good one. Confluence on the New York anchored VWAP as well as around the 50% range of that candle. So
we just hit the EMA and 21 EMA and the ES. Should be interesting.
so
that top wick, like we said, it was bearish on that previous candle. That was the bearish move.
This 5-minute about
I got wicked out of that. It literally
still
missed my
short,
stop.
Mandy?
No, I got out. Confluence, getting close to that half of that 50, like that 50% of that 15-minute candle, as well as New York anchor VWAP.
More selling here.
Keeps going.
You made
there you go. There you go, Scott. Kink trade.
It works.
I like it.
Indeed. And this 5-minute candle in the NQ is 100 points lower. 100 points on 28,760. Now 750's print. What's going on in the ES? Also seeing some selling here. About a 15-point turnaround to the downside. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Bearish engulfing. This 5-minute candle is going to engulf the rally of the previous 10 minutes, but will it engulf the previous 15? We'll see.
What price would
Right
it
on
have
that
to get?
moving average.
What price would it have to get down
Um,
to?
It would have to get to 74.45, the bottom of the wick.
Okay.
We have retraced half of the green there. All right.
I love it.
I'm still, yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm looking through these Tesla earnings right now.
Bad?
My oh my.
Bad?
Do they, Jack, do they matter anymore? Like, what do you think the weighted average is in Tesla? Like 2% now? Maybe?
I mean, Tesla matters in the sense that it's still a $1 trillion market cap company, but it's like no other
True.
company is treated on a, I told you how, I mean, basically, let me like go to the quarterly here.
Do you think it's a
Their
cult stock,
earnings,
though?
100%. It's
Yeah.
impossible. They have a little over a billion
So
in earnings this quarter. All right. So extrapolate
Right.
that to a year, like the stock's valued at over $1 trillion. Nobody gets that. They missed.
Right,
I mean, nobody misses earnings these days. They missed heavily. They 33 cents against a
Sure.
53 cent per share estimate.
Mhm.
33 cents per share earning on a stock that is 300, even after this 12% sell off, $328 a share.
wow.
Even
Well, it's not gonna
Nvidia's
be-
a 20. What Nvidia, I think, now is grown into its PE. It's like what, 20? It's low, right? It's 28,
It's
27.
got to be higher than that. Let me check. Nvidia's PE,
I think
maybe it's
I think
forward
it's in the
PE.
20s now.
It's at 30. It's at 32 trailing, but you're right.
32.
It's probably like if you take the forward, it's probably in the 20s.
Right,
The thing with Tesla is just that, like, I hope as long people can do whatever they want, but like I hope you realize that it's just highly speculative at this point. The auto industry, like that part is dog shit. And
right.
they're using all this capex for like robots and stuff, but that's what you're betting on because it is
Mm.
dire right now.
New highs crude, $91.75.
Did you see the report?
I'm short too, man.
Did you see the
Short-
report about the robots that
Hit me.
like Amazon already has? Amazon already has these robots roaming around their warehouses. They're not going to get those ones that look like humans, right? So by the time he launches this, what was that movie with Will Smith? iRobot.
iRobot.
You saw it,
Yeah,
Ted.
right.
You know you saw it. You waited in line for the
Oh, I
premiere.
saw
You
it.
were
I'm
there.
a Will Smith fan, buddy. He's from Philly. I'm a big Will Smith and Kevin Hart.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah,
The more you know.
we're all from Philly, bud.
Oh.
Hmm.
Mandy, you're short. New highs crude again.
I was.
$91.
I got out. That 1 minute candle.
Did you make money again?
Yeah, like 40,
Fired
50
up.
bucks just on one.
I like it. If you don't want 40,
Okay,
you can
I'm
send
glad
me
I
20.
like my out.
Send me 20. I'll take it.
New highs
The
crude.
reason I
crude.
got in,
Continuing to rally.
we've gone through the New York Kinkered VWAP, retested it and rejected off of it. Shout out to George. I got a few little tricks up my sleeve.
Whoa.
It could be more
like
than
what?
just some crosses. Yeah. Kink trade on Scott. It's a great play on the 15-minute. Anchored VWAP plays from George. It's pretty fun. There's only a time and place to use each of them, right? Like you got to know the setup. Do I use them every day? No, but when there's confluence, right? Like we were pushing below my moving average, getting ready to cross. Now we're uncrossed. We got this 1 minute. 1 minute till this 5-minute candle closes. If we close above
Buyers.
800, that is a sign for longs
Yeah.
for me.
Okay.
I guess 880s. Or sorry, 780s.
880s.
788s. In 30
New
seconds,
high-
I will get
new
long.
highs crude. Crude.
This is 350 point range right here. Massive. 28,880 and 28,650.
Crude continuing to rally. Crude up about $1.20, $1.25 here in the here in fast markets. Got 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Just like Ted said.
$91 crude.
And one
Closing in a
long,
90
long one.
long.
Yeah, looking to get in
Big
a
wick.
couple of contracts there. Adding a second.
Okay.
I'm okay adding 2 more.
Mhm.
See if you could go get these
Alright.
903s. Nice support up there.
You long 2, Mandy, or 1?
850s,
2.
2, okay.
which puts the ES at 480.
What's going on in the Dow?
70.
Dow trading underneath 52,000, 51,922 would be that price. Gold continuing to chop around right at 40.57. Last trade there. 70% long tilt ES, 70% long tilt NQ.
6.4 has to hold or I'm out. Previous candle body's low.
We are
Got a little
actually
bit of
getting
relief.
pinched right now between overnight VWAP and New York anchored VWAP.
The Ted
A
or
little
Phil?
bit
That's
relief here in the bond yields. The 30-year about 2 bips off its highs, so it's something. Not much, but something. That's right, Edgy Invest.
I
Google
don't-
does not look great. This will be, the ones to watch. The earnings are coming up. Google, Amazon, Meta, and every time I try and name the 4 hyperscalers, Andre, I always forget them. I just
Amazon.
got to list them in order.
Amazon.
Can I say it?
Meta.
Amazon, Meta, Google,
Yeah.
Microsoft. I always forget Microsoft.
Microsoft. Yes.
How are they
Yes.
doing? No,
We have-
Tesla's down 12.6%.
Stopped out on that.
Yeah, Google's down 6.4%. Microsoft is pretty flat. Meta's down 2.8. Amazon's down 3.9%.
Wow.
Drop.
Wow.
What a
Yeah.
push. This is a nice push
Yeah,
lower.
the sellers came in. New highs crude again, $91.89 now would be that price.
Mhm.
Gold finally breaking down to the downside here. Now 40.51 last trade there. Dow selling off. We have about 2.5 minutes till the top of the hour. 50-50 on the tilt.
2x,
Huge.
74.50.
Yeah, it's
Billy, I agree. If of those 4, it seems likely, and everyone seems to know this in the back of their mind, that Zuck's going to be the one to be the most aggressive and perhaps be the first to capitulate if that does happen.
Oh my gosh. Look at NQ go.
Yeah. We got selling here 28,700.
That is such a strong 5-minute candle.
Wow. It's
Can we get a pullback into these
28,650.
40s? I'll get short. I don't know if we will though.
We're now in
650 because it hit the low.
28,000. Yes,
That's the low of the day, right?
Yeah.
655. I got 655.
Yep.
And this
One
5-minute
more
can work
thing.
Go ahead, Jack.
Just one more thing to note as far as these earnings. An interesting dynamic that's playing out today is the semiconductors are down a little bit, like 0.5%. The memory stocks, I'm looking at SanDisk and Micron. SanDisk is up like 0.5%. Micron's up 2%. I say that only because in past earnings cycles, those Google earnings would have shot those memory stocks up 10% each. Because when they expand their CapEx, it means that money is going straight to those companies.
Yes.
That's not the reaction today.
No, it's not the case.
Jack, I think we're down peak to trough for the year on the SMH, 20%, right? Roughly.
It's bounced the last couple of days. I would have to
Right?
Top of the hour,
Draw it
30
on there.
seconds. Top of the hour, 30 seconds. Here, more selling in gold. Gold continuing to push lower. Look at about a $15 sell off here in this 5-minute candle. See what happens at the top of the hour.
Oh, I'm going to zoom out. Silly.
This could be interesting.
So
We'll see what
the base of the 15-minute prior
Eurozone.
15-minute 7452.
Okay.
If we close below 7450, that's the battleground. That's 2x the implied move.
Oh,
3x would be 7410. So I think you're going to see a fight at 7450 today. But if they if that level gives away, adios, good night. 7410.
74.10. We're looking at 50 points lower in the ES. If we get there, here comes a little bit of buying. NQ.
All right, let's see how these 750s react.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking shorts. I'm thinking more shorts.
Feeling like it, but
More
there's
buying.
a kink on the 5-minute. Half of that candle's been retraced already. Coming up on New York, kink review up at 775.
Okay.
There's a rejection there. A close below 40.
All
Looks good.
this. Yeah, that buying just got rejected. The buyers just got rejected. Short, yeah, Mandy. Nice read there. Yes, shout out to the chat. The chat using that level 2 data on Topstep X and the ES. There is a 1,000 lot on the bid, 74.55. 74.55. You see that 1,000 lot continuing to move around. It's been getting pulled down from all the way down to 74.45 for the bell. Mandy, you are short 2.
Yep. See if we can make up some of that on that last loss. Looking for new lows down at
nice push.
Yeah,
50-ish range.
Rejection right there. I think.
Get it, man.
Hmm.
What's the 1 hour look like?
That was
roast.
That was
the 1 hour looks like puke.
Ooh. This is a confluence play here. 15-minute is still in selling pressure on the averages. A nice rejection off of pressure on the 15-minute as well. It's a strong short signal. Can we get follow through? That's what we're watching. Kind of bottoming out here. See how these 700s do.
No bottom wick yet. All top wick.
Seeing a lot of rejection in the buy. The longs continue to get rejected. Bottom of the hour, we will get those initial balance, high initial balance, low prices. Lows, simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. Also in the chat, you see pinned there, Topstep daily levels. Click on that link to check those out because those are updated, refreshed before every New York open. However, I know you're using Topstep X. Click on the indicators tab at the top of Topstep X and type in Topstep daily levels. It goes slab overlaid right there on your charts. 1,000 lots. Is that true in the ES? Are the lows in? Oh, wow. They're stacking 1,000 lots. Yes, they are. 1,000 on the bid, 74.55, 74.54, and 74.53.
Bringing out the big buns. Not big buns.
There to be, are those there
big
to be
guns.
whacked?
Mix a lot.
There to be whacked.
See if they get filled.
This 15-minute candle cannot turn red yet. It's struggling to get down. So I'm being really cautious right now. We're watching this really closely.
They get filled.
I might.
They're still there.
I think I'm going to reduce risk, Dre. I'm going to get down to 1 because I'm not. I'm reducing my size. I got out with like $5 profit on one contract. If this thing's gonna fly above the wick on the 15-minute, then I don't want to have double the loss. This 15-minute candle has not gone red at all, and we are struggling to do that. It's been 4 minutes and we haven't seen a wick on the bottom yet, and so
the buyers are working it back up to 28,757. Yeah, a little bit more buying in here. Now 760s trade. ES did also push higher. 74.64 crude, about 30 cents off those highs. Crude trading 91.61. Still like shorts.
rejection off of New York anchored VWAP at 770. We can get a candle close below 30s. I will get short again. That's why I sized down, Dre. Like I can always add into it.
Yep. You can always get back in too.
Yeah. So
What are you short for, Mandy? What price?
33, just the single.
Okay.
Around $50.
It's also 28,000, not 29,000, 28,000. They're struggling to take this higher. ES looks like it's might want to take a peek lower, 74.62 last trade there. Now it's bit of a rock fight. Pretty quiet on the headlines right now. Okay, here go the buyers.
Stopped out. Glad I sized down.
Yeah,
Tricky day. Look at this
We were right in the
15-minute
middle.
candles.
two
This is
way.
We're right
so
in the middle of the
gross.
chop right now.
You don't like it, Mandy?
We're
Oh yeah,
literally.
no,
Oh, this-
I don't love this. 15-minute candles, like literally, like stacked right on top of each other at the high and the low. No, thank you. Look at just pumping some iron over here.
Do another
My
700.
kettlebell.
We
There you
got
go.
ES. Are they going crazy? ES.
Nice.
Are they coming up? And now there's a 700. Okay.
We're literally right in the middle of this range. 885, 650. Right. Flip a
Guys,
coin.
it's a flex to put 3,000 lot orders in the market on the bid. It's a bigger flex to be the one that sells them. So let's see if we can get down there.
Yes.
Yeah, the market kind of ran away to the upside. Then they threw a 700 lot in there. In
Well, we
front
got
of it.
floor brokers here. We all know those are there to be whacked, right? If we saw
Let's-
that and we were like, oh, that's 1,000 bid, it's there to be whacked.
Let's see. It's 1,000.
Whack
3
the
1,000.
bid.
We got Scott Bezant's down there.
amongst others.
He'd hit all
Amongst
three,
others.
buddy. He would hit all three.
Yeah.
I got an order one time from a client, and they said they wanted to sell something and give me a look. I came back with a look down 10 points. He said, that's not enough liquidity. I need more.
Oof.
So we had to make calls to fill the order. If he would have sold it, he would have knocked it down like 20 points. It was about an $80 stock. Oxford
How
Health.
are the commissions on that trade? Not bad, huh?
Beautiful.
I bet they
I actually
were.
got it. I actually got half the order filled from I called one of the largest holders. I said, are you looking for more? They said, yeah. So we sold half the order in a phone call down in the whole 10 cents instead of in the whole
Nice.
$1. That was beautiful.
Size, baby.
Yeah.
Mandy's still in the short.
Oh my God.
28,000 Oof.
Right in the
Get
middle.
there,
You
the
can see it.
ones.
We're
They
right in
keep
the
selling
middle.
it, man. They keep. Oh, ES just turned around.
Jack, who do we have tonight?
Is it filled?
Who's earnings tonight?
Who do we have? We got Intel is the big one.
Intel.
Bell. Yeah.
You believe that's $100 stock?
Oh wow! So there's we got
Okay, here we go.
ES. Yeah, let's see if those
Here
1,000
we
lots.
go.
Oh,
2.5 points to go.
Oh, they pulled it. Cowards. They left one. They pulled all of
They
them.
did pull them all.
Oh, look at this.
They got some partials
Jack,
and they
you
ran
said,
away.
as soon as you said it, who's the guy with the
Ours.
1,000? Here he is.
They pulled
Bang.
them.
Or it's a girl. It might be Kate Mandy. Sell it.
Hey, Cave Mandy straight sides. It's
Let's go down. We're going. We're
we got
selling.
partials and pulled the rest. Yeah, we are seeing a turnaround to the downside here. ES, NQ, 10-year selling off. Again, 10-year prices go lower. Yields go higher.
Order filled.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Order filled.
Ted, order filled. Ted is on a mission. Gold continuing to sell off. Crude got 3 cents, within 3 cents of $92 even. Mandy, did you stay short? Did you stay short? You might be on mute. Were you swearing? Is that why you put yourself on mute? Were you going crazy, like swearing at the market?
Oh, so sorry. I had gotten
Okay.
short. Chat's seen it. It's on the screen. I got short too. Took TP1 there at 680s.
Mhm.
See if we can
Market's in
maintain
trouble.
a red candle here.
Good.
All right. Well, we
All
did
out.
not take out the lows
Breaks
of the
even on
session in
one.
the ES.
It's kind of like this.
Get back.
You gotta, like, this is just, ugh, like, gross. I don't like this.
Mhm.
See money, take money. That's what I'm doing. So back up another, I think it was like $80.
All right, man. He's saying these longs look like they might be in trouble. We'll see. ES about 10 points off the lows. ES catching a bit again. Bottom of the hour, 20 minutes. We get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices jotted down. All right, one more song here in gold. With that being said, let's go to a quick break and then we'll bring in the Delta Don, Mr. Hoagland. I saw him yesterday. So good to see him. We'll go a quick break and then Hoag, come on in here. Do what you do, manage these trades. Let's go.
No, I was just that was a practice swing. That was a practice swing.
You're not taking more shot. You just
That's a fucking rap.
All right, it's good to be back for the morning pit stop. Just after the regular trading hour open, these markets are certainly moving. One of the things I wanted to really kind of focus on this morning, we were talking about the potential island top in gold. We did take the opening range trade short. We did get stopped out on the second contract, but for a profit. But the market is still looking like it is continuing to try and push to the downside. My ultimate target was this naked point of control from back here on the 20th, 4,012.70. Let's see if we can get that. We've got another gap to fill before we can get to that. To fill this gap, we've got to get all the way down to 4,030.50. Let's see if we can keep this rally to the downside cooking for those gold traders that are looking for opportunities for potential longs back down there around that 4,000 level. Crude oil continuing to push to the upside. We talked about it this morning during the opening call. Don't fight a directional market. Anybody who has picked a top during regular trading hours or pretty much in the overnight session has been stopped out. So stop doing that until you get a really good, solid reversal pattern. Don't fight a directional market. DFADM. One of the things we've been noticing and have noticed is look at the overnight. Look at the London session in crude oil. The London session has really increased its volume, and that volume is longer time frame traders coming into these markets, creating these overnight moves. And then when we get to the regular trading hours, we just find a range and we sit there. We did it again last night. The London session opened up, volume poured into the upside. Fortunately, for those that are still holding on to longs, we're still seeing continuation to the upside. I gave this auction a grade of a B plus. I think. What did I give it? I gave it a. Let me double check. Yeah, a B plus. So when the market is performing that well, I always get the sense that the market is performing too well, and we would be looking for some sort of a pullback. But we have not seen those pullbacks yet. The market is just continuing to push to the upside, continuing to put pressure on the equities. And as long as we keep this upside auction, as long as we keep this upside structure moving, I'm not looking to short this market. I would rather sell it lower than pick the high, to be honest with you. Let's take a look at the E-mini S&Ps. I've been looking a little bit here at the Trend Magic. Got a little chopped up in it today. Early in the session, uh, it was kind of mixed. We'll take maybe a look at that in a shorter time frame. But when we're looking at the longer time frame here, the S&Ps traded down to weekly kickoff low. Initially, that was rejected, but we are seeing on the 30-minute chart nothing but wicks rejection above that weekly kickoff low, 74.61. If we continue to spend time down there, This market is accepting price at lower levels. Look for opportunities for shorts on this 30-minute bar and the 830 bar. We got a pretty good look at that trend magic, and that really kind of put in the high. So, as we're spending time below this 74.61 weekly kickoff low, the probabilities of continuation increase the longer we spend time there. Time marks the opportunity and how good the opportunity is in a particular direction, and spending time is telling us that this market is attempting to accept lower pricing. It's going to be a very interesting day. I'm centering a lot of my activity around the 74.61 weekly kickoff low. We'll see if that continues. We are also breaking that trend line on the longer time frame. It was a loose trend line, just showing how the market has a tendency to narrow in balance. We have a potential market state break to the downside here, folks. Yields screaming to the upside, crude oil screaming to the upside. Not good for equities. Looking for this market to continue this push to the downside. I don't want to fight a directional market in the NASDAQ. It's a similar situation, but a little bit different because we've already broken that trend line on the longer time frame. We did that, well, let's just say on Friday of last week. We did have a little bit of a trend in the opposite direction, looking more and more like a bear flag in the longer time frame. We used the trend line loosely as resistance at the highs. We're seeing this market continue to push lower. We've got space to get to weekly kickoff low. There's the NASDAQ has fallen a lot further than the S&P is. So 28,375 is the weekly kickoff low. And I can certainly see if this market continues to grow these legs to the downside with rates screaming higher and crude oil screaming higher. Points lower are certainly, any points lower are certainly viable opportunities or viable options, viable hypotheses for price to get down to those levels. We've broken market state, folks. The longer time frame market state breaks offers some pretty big opportunities. Don't know what's going to happen today. Nobody does. The market generated information is saying we are accepting lower pricing. I'm looking for opportunities for shorts at this time. We had overnight inventory to the short side in both the equities and very little effort to close that gap from yesterday's low, which in the NASDAQ was 29,089 in regular trading hours. Long way to go to close that gap.
Wow. That's a big gap.
Seeing the market showing signs of acceptance of lower pricing. That's my story so far, folks. And I'm sticking to it. We're going to have a good trading day. It's good to see everybody.
Boy, Hogue.
Andy, Ed, good to see everyone.
Let's go, Hogue. What do we got here? We got crude has pulled back about 80 cents off the highs right now. Crude trading $91.16. Mandy still shorts?
Yeah.
And
it's not going. We're going to get stopped out here probably. This is just, I'm cutting this. I don't love this.
No,
copy, but directional, right?
We got a headline here. ECB officials are ready to raise interest rates in September. 50-50 on the tilt.
It's killing me.
Lagarde.
Not too long. Jack will.
Lagarde was a grizzly bear compared to our Fed chairman, who was a teddy bear.
Wow. You awoke it. You awoke the grizzly bear. Jack.
She was a grizzly bear compared to our Fed guy.
Woke up.
Are the lows in?
No.
I don't think they are, but it's not going, Dre.
Short from hey, Hogue, what do you got for Delta? I'm short from 725.
S&P Delta's flat.
That's good.
Down 160.
Wow.
NASDAQ down 1,500. Opening range
Minus
remains the low of the session so far in both the equities. So far, opening range, DAL.
All right, we're going to try this one last time.
One more time.
Short.
Top of the hour. I'm seeing here. This just popped in. White House press briefing. Top of the hour.
It's just these wicks are killing you.
Are the buyers getting? All right. So 28,700 is trading right now. In the NQES trading 74.55. Buyers have definitely tried to hold it bid. We'll support around here.
74.50, 2x. Going to be a battleground.
All right. So I'll tell you what, that went fast. That went fast indeed. Mandy, a couple words, let you get out of here and get back to trading it up. And then they'll go 10. And then we got Ed and Jack. But Mandy, please go ahead. A couple words.
Yeah.
Get out
I
of
think
here.
I'm going to go take a 15, 20-minute breather, see if we get new eyes on these charts. Thanks for having me. I don't really have any much things to say, Trey.
That's okay. That's totally okay.
Good morning. Yeah.
Get in there.
Yeah.
We'll
Thank
trade
you,
this
guys.
thing.
We'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good. Ted.
Right away.
Ted, I know you're
Focus.
fired up. Keep rocking this
I'm
thing.
ready.
Couple
I'm
words.
focused. Yeah. It's just, this is I actually think if you're a trader and you're looking for volatility, you got it. And if you can stay patient, there's a nice trade there. This is a day you can catch one of those runners. You can catch a runner today, but you got to be patient and wait for the right setup. So I wish everybody well and have a great day.
Damn, Ted, you nailed it there. With that being said, let's throw it to Jack and Mr. Ed Butowsky, and we'll be back after that. Jack, take it away. Let's do it.
Bam.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Dre.
guys.
Once again, thank you, Ted. And thank you, Ed Butowsky, managing partner of Chapwood Investments, for being with us today. Ed, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay. Taking a little while to get my juices going, but it's getting there.
I'm with you, man. This was a low juice morning, but I always get the heart beating a little faster in a sell-off like this. 7:30 this morning Central, we had initial jobless claims. They came in a little better than expected, as did continuing. How are you looking at that number, and what are your general feelings on jobs and hiring right now?
Well, I'll tell you, if anybody doesn't understand when there's good news for the economy, that's bad news for the markets. And people have got to understand that. And this weekly jobless number was the lowest since 1969, which says that the economy is very strong. There's not a lot of firing, but certainly there's not a lot of hiring going on either, which is one of the big problems out there in the market. But right now, I would say that this is bad news for bond traders and bad news for equity traders.
Yeah. So what do you think is contributing to the low hiring? Is it just the general uncertainty? I mean, that's kind of expressed in the bond yields rising as well. Are companies just reluctant to hire people because they're not sure what's going to happen in the next 6 months?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, we're looking to hire a position, and we hired for this position, got somebody. We paid them $55,000 about 2 years ago. Now this person left recently, and now the lowest that people are willing to accept is $75,000. So we're not hiring anybody at that. I cannot believe that same job is requiring a $20,000 increase. But I think people are pricing themselves out of the market. I think the employer just doesn't want to pay as much, and the potential employee wants a lot more. And that has a direct tie to the cost of living increase that's going on around the globe.
So this may be too large a question. How do we solve that problem, right? We've been running above the inflation rates for 5-6 years now. We have a Fed meeting next week. It's one of the most uncertain right now in Fed Watch. It's about a 35% implied probability of a quarter point hike. Is there anything we could do to get this under control, or is the Fed just kind of, dead in the water right now?
Well, get which part under control?
Get the inflation under control. It seems like the jobs, looking at the jobless claims, as you mentioned, the jobs have been pretty strong. And if the jobs are strong and the inflation is not doing great, we see the bond yields rising. It would seem maybe they would focus more on the inflation part of the mandate. I don't know. What's your thought?
Well, I'll tell you, if they're trying to solve the inflation issue, they're doing it the wrong way by having a war go on that directly impacts oil prices. But other than that, I'm not an economist, so I can't say what the best way to fend off inflation, other than maybe make people's jobs more on a merit basis, where they get increases in what they make by their revenue production. I see people all the time showing up, and they show up with me. I say, okay, you're going to cost me $70,000 a year. Or if someone shows up and says, don't pay me any base, just pay me based on what my productivity is, that's the person I want to hire, because they're going to make a lot more money and they're going to be better for my company that way.
Yeah, I mean, if you can measure it, that's a great way to do things. You know, it was super easy back when I was working in trading. You had insanely low base salaries. It was all just obviously, it was very easy to see a number and be like, well, you're owed this percent of that. But that's definitely interesting. Well, what are the sectors? You know, you said this is a bad time for stock traders and for bond traders. Um, where are you looking in the markets? And once again, this is not financial advice, just kind of our thoughts.
Sure.
In equities, is there anywhere you're looking to in this environment that might show some promise?
Yes, I've been a heavy investor in utilities. There's one ETF that is 3 times the bull on the utility index, and that symbol is UTSL. And again, we're not making recommendations. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at and what I've been buying. But UTSL, if the index goes up $1, this goes up $3. Conversely, if the index goes down $1, this goes down $3. But I've been richly rewarded by owning that. I like utilities a lot. The interest, the dividend or the yield that they're paying is about 3.5%. So you're getting a little bit of income there, but there's a lot of growth that's going to happen in the utility world. That's where I would focus any of my allocations right now.
So you're staying out of most of the high flyers right now. There's a lot of eyes on the semiconductors, the whole AI capex trade. We had Google earnings yesterday where their stock is getting punished today. Let me check in on our friends at Google really quick. Google's down 7.2% today. A lot of that seems to be on increasing their capital expenditures. I believe they went negative cash flow. So that's kind of the opposite of the utility play. Are you just ignoring that right now, letting people have their fun, or are you involved in any of the tech names?
I'm involved with the tech names through ETFs. I do own Apple and Amazon and Google. You can't be in this business and not own those. You almost have to. It's almost malpractice if you don't, because then you get clients calling you up and complaining, why is the market up and I'm not up? And this way I can always point, what, you do own Google and you do own Apple and Amazon, but not huge positions in any of them because the valuations are pretty high. Micron is one that has risen quite dramatically, and its still valuation is still attractive right now. It's not that overpriced. So there are a few that are attractive, but generally speaking, you have to look at the overall market, and then you have to look at technology itself. And the overall market is expensive right now. And even though analysts are coming out and raising their price targets on a lot of the S&P 500 companies, that was a headline out yesterday. You're still have to be cautious with them because they are about 20% overvalued based on its forecast and where interest rates are and where their earnings expectations are.
Well, it's a funny thing with the analysts. Somehow their target's always like 20, 30% higher. It's an amazing thing. Things never go down for analysts. Are there any catalysts? We're running up on time here, but are there any catalysts in the next week or two you'll be looking to kind of pick a direction in the market? We've been super consolidated since mid-May in the S&P 500. Is there anything you're looking at in the next week or so?
I'm solely focused on interest rates right now and the direction of interest rates. Yeah, that's really the number one thing. That's what I think everyone is looking for right now. And in the bond market, by the way, just to throw out, I'm not buying any interest rate sensitive bonds. I'm looking at double-B to B rated bonds that go out about 3 years. There, the focus is going to be on earnings, not interest rates. And so I think that's the better way to play if you're going to have to buy fixed income right now.
What's by interest rate sensitive? Ed means further out in the curve, like the 30-year. So you're not liking the 30-year at 5.2%.
No, not at all.
What's the farthest you're going out? Would you buy the 10-year
Well,
at 5%, or are you just
yeah,
5
well, when
years, 2 years?
I'm going out 3 to 4 years, but you have to look at my client base, and they're really old people, and they don't like a lot of risk. Now, if I share this with somebody who's a client, they're going to go, "I'm old," but but they are older, not old, but older, I should say, and they don't like a lot of volatility. So going out 3 to 4 years and buying corporates is the safer way to go than to go out 30 years and buy treasuries.
Well, that's awesome, and it's incredible that you've gained their trust as such a young man as yourself. Good for working for all those clients. Maybe some of them are watching, but Ed, thank you very much for joining us today. Where can people find more Ed Butowsky online?
You can just look up Ed Butowsky. I'm the only one, although there is one. There's one other one in Philadelphia, but he doesn't have any social media presence. So just Ed Butowsky, you'll find me.
Yeah, you should connect sometime. There's one other Jack Pelzer, and I got some of his email or something like that. We ended up talking back and forth a little bit. He's like a yacht salesman or something in Florida. But anyway, Ed, thanks for joining us. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with more Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Let's go.
And we are back. We are back. Look at a Hogs. Like, what? Oh, there we are back. Great job, Jack. That was fantastic. Mr. Dakota now joining us to start Slow Markets, 7 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday here on Topstep TV. Mr. Dakota, welcome aboard. Thoughts? Where's this thing going?
I'm short the NASDAQ.
I want to also.
Looking for a
From
breakdown.
From where?
I'm short from 734. 5 contracts, 734 here in the live account.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm looking for this thing to break New York session lows.
Okay.
This is a heavy market. We've been watching it this morning. The New York session has held. We made the low the first 5 minutes, and I'm looking for that low to be tested and broke. So my target's going to be below 650s. We're starting to sell off now. I'm still in the 5 contracts. I plan to hold this for a little bit longer. And yeah, this thing is now starting to flush. We could see a negative 2% day here in the NASDAQ, and that's plenty of room to the downside. We see it. You guys were talking about it earlier. Tesla's down over 13%. Google's down over 7%. Amazon's down over 4.5%. So the only thing I see that's green on my watch list is Micron, which is up 3%. But I think that's going to continue to be overshadowed by all this selling. And that's why I'm okay, comfortable holding this short. 5 contracts, 60 points. And now we're going. Okay. I'm gonna take one off. Just one. I'm gonna tie in a stop loss. Wow. Wasn't expecting this move so fast. As soon as we
Dakota, that's why you got short. That's precisely why you got short.
Of course, right? I was thinking it might take a little bit longer, but here we go. New session lows.
Lows.
We just broke it
In
down
the acute.
1.8.
Yep.
I'm gonna take 80 points, 90 points.
Let's
90
go.
points here. Let's go.
Ring a dang.
This thing looking heavy. It's
Just,
going.
They
It's
kept
going.
rejecting all those. Yeah, they kept rejecting. The buyers got rejected time and time again. In the NQES, seeing some selling as well. 74.48 last trade in the ES. ES did not quite make new session lows. Hogue, initial balance high, initial balance low for ES and NQ. Hit me with them when you got
All right, we You're right. We did not take out that initial balance low in the ES just yet, but 74.45 even is the initial balance low. Initial balance high 74.86 and a quarter. Those are the S&P again. IB highs 74.86 quarter, and the ES Nasdaq did just take a look below the initial balance low in the Nasdaq here. 28,657 is that low. Initial balance high 28,883 even. Initially, the opening ranges, 1 minute opening range was the dead low. We just took that out in the Nasdaq. We're about to take it out in the S&Ps. Loving the shorts. Loving the shorts.
We just had the first 5-minute candle close below
Nice
this
crude.
level of support.
Oh boy.
There's a lot of support there at those 690s. And yeah, this is the first 5-minute candle. We did close right below it. So this is starting to look like a good breakdown trade. Let's see if we get that momentum or follow through. Don't want this to be a fake out just yet, but volatility is very high. VIX is above
Still
19
short 4
now.
right now, or are you short 3?
I am short 3. I took 2 contracts off here at these 650s.
ES looking to test the lows, about a point and a half to go. ES trading 74.46.
Okay, I got a line.
Yeah, what do we got?
We're coming up. We're about 10 points to the 10 points further down, 11 points. We'll get us to SPX 7400. We got some positive gamma there in the 0 days. If I'm looking, don't want to catch knives, but if I'm looking for a place that if it consolidates or maybe some kind of ideally failed breakdown might be where I try along. But there's a lot of headwinds today, man. A lot of headwinds.
What price, Jack, would we be looking at?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll say like 70. And I'm not just going to put in a limit order and buy there, but like 74.37.
Okay.
And if we go back, we can see it's bounced here. There's been some action around here. Oh, sorry. I'm showing my, that's an SPX chart. Here we go. 4-hour chart. We can see this is a good level.
All right,
let's see if we can take it out.
I'm flat. We freaking ripped 100 points.
Just like that. Initial balance low holds in the ES. And a 12-point bounce here.
100 points out of nowhere.
Oh, nice trade there, Dakota.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hogue. All
and
right.
A pump higher here, looking at a 100-point turnaround to the upside.
Wow.
In the NQ, 28,750. Now 760 did just print ES, looking at like almost a 20-point turnaround.
Well, we broke the New York session low for a second. And then we just
yes.
Wow.
Yeah, we didn't do it in the ES. Came very close.
We did not. What does that tell you? Oh, you see that? A weak low put in the NQ. ES did not quite get there. The short squeeze, or how do we read that? Oh, what's delta?
Well, no real short squeeze. We got positive delta actually in the S&Ps. That would be more indicative of a potential for a long squeeze to the downside. But we're negative delta in the Nasdaq 1200, so that's congruent with direction off the highs. But we just barely put in a new session low. We did leave a failed downside auction, or at least the potential of a failed downside auction. At the low here in the Nasdaq, and we weren't able to get to those lows in the S&Ps. So we did run into some buyers down there.
Sure did.
Buyers still in there. What a turnaround right there.
Yes. Looking for the way they put that. Crude selling off now. Crude down 60 cents off those highs. Crude trade $91.46. Okay.
All right. Buy
10-year
off.
catching a bid. What just happened?
Rally back on. All-time highs.
What?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Why not?
I'd be
And
down for that. I'd
top
be
of the
in.
hour. Top of the hour, we
Maybe.
do have a White House press briefing. 50-50 on the
Interesting.
tilt. Hold on. What just happened there?
Man,
The selling just stops that abruptly.
it just did, man. It
I
just
know.
stopped.
I
And
know.
we pivoted. And
Yeah, aggressively.
yeah, we got LARPed on.
Some say you got LARPed on. Some say yeah. They
Some say we
turn
got
that.
LARPed on.
Some they turn that thing around.
Oh man, what a change! I blame Micron.
Well, I blame Google for enabling Micron, their earnings yesterday.
What was that?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So
I'm gonna look to get
yes.
in short again. I'm short.
Yeah. Okay.
38. 38.
These are. This is the live funded account.
Live account. Live
Let's
account,
go.
Andre.
Let's go. Pro ball, baby. Pro ball. Third. What's your downside target here, Dakota?
Session lows. I want to. This could identical. This is exactly the same trade. I'll take a couple off if we break through the 700s, and then I want to hold a couple to see if we go. Maybe this gets sold off again. There's so much selling. Yeah, look at this. There's a lot of selling pressure, and I don't think we're done. I could be wrong. Obviously, ACH, anything can happen. But I got in short from 738, and here we are
Short 5
knocking
again.
on 700 again. Just there, yeah. There's 700. Wow, that
This is trading, man.
Okay.
This is trading right now. Two-way trading right now. 28,693. 680.
We're only down
now.
1.7% in the NQ from settlement, 1.15% in the ES. That's nothing.
No, this is that was okay. This is good stuff right here.
All right, I closed off one right here at
Let's
680s
load up.
for 50 points in a minute. This volatility,
Nice, right?
Andre.
Yeah, this is that was fantastic. I thought the way they took that thing higher, I thought the lows were in. Not so much. We'll find out. These are 100-point candles. 100-point candles, back-to-back 100-point candles on the 5-minute in the NQ. Yeah, more. ES, we're looking at 15,
I got a better
20
price. Same trade, same setup, same result so far. Here we go. Wow. Up 80 points again.
I'm thinking long
Nice.
down.
Going back to the well
And-
again.
I love it.
Yeah.
Is there a long
Wow.
down here?
No, I don't want to be long down here, bro. I think we could be down 2% in the NASDAQ. I think we could
5-minute
flood.
ATR in the ES is about 12 points. So just adjust accordingly out there. Things are moving.
NQ going for a new session lows. NQ about 2-3 points to go for a new session lows. NQ 28,000. There it is. New session lows. Not quite. NQ,
There it is. Woo!
New lows.
Whoa.
What?
Wow.
Look
Okay,
at
I'm gonna take another one off there at these 630s.
Look.
Got 3
that.
left.
Wow.
We're
More
100
selling
points
coming
in
in
the
here. New
money.
ES looking
We're
to
flushing.
Go for the. Yes, we are. ES looking to go for new lows as well. About 2.5 points to go. NQ with a big time turnaround to the downside.
Wow. All right.
Wow,
All right.
it's
long
Here's the
squeeze.
question. Do we just tick these lows in reverse, or are we going to actually get follow through and momentum through these session lows?
That is a.
I
great
think we're going to get the
question. More
momentum,
selling.
Andre.
Yes,
We're
we are.
starting to get it. We need to break through these 620s. But I lightened up again. I took off 2 for profit. Identical trade. This is just copy paste. Copy paste. Exact same
Rinse
trade.
and repeat. Rinse and repeat.
Hopefully, don't want to see that 100-point bounce out of nowhere again.
Well,
But those buyers are
Let's
trapped.
not do that.
Their play here in
Those
the
buyers could
ES.
definitely be trapped there. You said, what did you say? Squeeze the longs or trap the long? What was that?
They both got trapped.
Yeah, they did.
Squeeze the
Yeah.
longs.
Yeah.
Or the buyer's going to step in, turn around just like they did about 10 minutes ago. All right, with that being said, let's bring in the Topstep TV tip of the week because this one hits close to home. Yes, keep emotions in check. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions. Oh, man. Take breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. Keep emotions in check. Topstep TV tip of the week. That is very, very important. That one is crucial. It's keeping a level head. Helps your decision making stay clear and locked in.
Man, I love this price action.
This is good stuff, man.
Oh,
This is stuff you love as a trader, especially when you're in the right direction.
give
When
it
you're in
a-
the wrong direction,
give it a here we
not
go.
so much.
Give it a here we go.
Here we go.
Oh,
Here we
Dakota,
go.
to that point, Dakota, though, even if you're on the wrong side and you do take a loser, you know that there's going to be more opportunity to get back those losses based
As
on
long
this.
as you manage your risk, right? Like you don't want to size too big and then you blow up in this price action, and then 10 minutes later you're like, oh, there's the setup I've been waiting for, but you don't have the account to trade it, or you've already hit your daily loss limit.
That's why you keep your emotions in check. It's precisely why.
Yeah,
you'll get rattled.
NASDAQ got down here quick, and we're hanging out down here at these 650s.
Yes, we are. Beneath initial balance. By a couple. Can we break them? Question. ES held. The lows held again.
Again.
Again. And again.
We go back to the well.
ES let's just dump it.
74.50. Are you still short?
Yeah, I'm short 3. I took 2 off at these 630s. So I'm taking profits on this, trying to leave a 3 contract runner to see if we can break through it, which I'm very biased to the short side based off the price action that I'm seeing.
Let's go on. Gold upticking here. Gold back up to 40.64. Gold up about $20 in the last 20-25 minutes here. ES buyers are trying to hold the lows.
Slammed on.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Here comes NASDAQ. NASDAQ's trying to make another run for these lows.
I know. I'm short.
Popped up to the 660s.
Make a run for the border.
That's yeah. Can we hold it? Can we
get it?
Push lower.
What
did you say there?
Again.
You said that buyers got slammed right there. Yeah, I heard you say buyers got
slammed. I think
slammed.
we get it.
Yeah.
Here we go. 620s. Flush them. Look for 590s maybe. Micron pulling back a little bit.
Man, the CS is stubborn.
Yes, it is. Who will win? More buying here in crude. Crude back going back for those $92 evens. About a couple pennies to go. About an 80-cent turnaround to the upside in crude. New highs crude. $92.02. Now 3 cents.
Dang.
This old dog
NASDAQ,
is not learning new tricks. I getting all cut up this morning, but every trade was a winner at one point. Every trade started out a winner. If I would just take the scalps, I'd be up. Not a scalper, though. Trying.
What are you, Hogue? Aren't we all scalpers? I say it every time. I think we're all scalpers.
Well, I mean, scalper's subjective, right? I mean, to me, a scalper is somebody that's in the market for 10, 15 seconds, looking for just a few ticks.
New highs crude.
Yeah. New lows NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm short with you. I'm short in the whole Dakota.
Let's get it. Let's get it, Andre.
Why isn't it going lower? 10-year selling off. S&P stayed strong.
It's holding that low of the session. That's for
Now
sure.
we're on the buyers.
Yeah, we see. We're just ticking the lows,
Ooh,
and we're
nope,
not
again,
getting that
rejected again.
momentum, man.
Yeah.
S&P Delta
But
is
we're not.
piling up to the long side down here.
Is it?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
If the buyers
Positive
give up,
2,800 right now.
Okay. Thank you, Hogue. Thank you for that.
You get the
I go
long
back down to
squeeze
the
coming up
session
here.
lows.
I think. You think?
Yeah, session lows.
Going to put in a new low
Andre,
now.
why do you shorten the hole? And
Because we're gonna
so you buy it back lower.
I like longs in the ES after Hogue said that. The Delta.
Well, if
Where's
you
that
think about it
tip?
rationally, the opposite of selling the whole is buying the falling knife. If you were to get long.
Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah, there's some pukes.
There's
Okay.
some selling.
Love
There's some
those.
selling. I'm gonna have one more contract
Squeezing
right
out
here.
the longs now.
19.
New lows,
Getting
NQ.
it. Let's go.
New
Of
lows,
120
NQ.
points.
Nice job, Dakota.
We're coming up on some
Shorting
positive
Ripple.
gamma down at 7,400. That's the line. It's at like 7,437, 36, something like that. Doesn't have to be exact.
You just never know how deep the hole is.
Yeah, you gotta keep drilling.
Going.
Keep drilling.
Long
Keep
squeeze
drilling.
working out. We're down.
There's
ES.
Delta's
600.
positive 2,000 now.
They
We're
puking
losing
Hogue?
all that
Oh,
Delta.
10 year
This is
just
a
got
long
smashed.
squeeze.
10 years got smashed.
Can we see 590s? 590s.
What do we get down to?
I'm getting
602.
through.
There you go.
590s. 590s. I'm taking
Go,
another one
Dakota.
off there through these 590s. I got one on for a runner, 150 points. I'm gonna call it. That's it. I'm out. I'm
That's
flat.
it?
Plus a bag.
Whoa, well, plus a bag. You know where you keep that bag. You secure the bag. I know exactly. Bam, that's the bag. Look at this.
Yeah, look, I'm
What is that picture? What is this? You got stacks? Look at that.
That's me LARPing, Andre. That's me LARPing.
What song were you listening to?
I wasn't
She
listening
says,
to
"Do
music.
you
I was
love
dropping off
me?"
some cash to a local business.
What kind of business, Dakota? Look at that. Dakota, you drive a Toyota. I didn't know you drive a Toyota. That's pretty cool. Keeping it modest, keeping it humble.
I'm
Weird to have a Toyota with a steering wheel that says BMW, though.
Oh, that was a
right?
BMW.
I know,
you
right?
mixed up. Oh, my bad. I'm messy, Dakota.
I know. I needed a watch. I needed all that other stuff. I'm not that good of a LARPer yet. I'm learning. I'm learning how to be an
We'll do it with ya.
influencer. Yeah. Buy my
Andre,
course.
we can rent a Lambo.
Yeah,
Get
what
some,
are the first LARPer? This whole LARPing.
You need a
thing.
silk shirt of some kind.
Yeah.
Silk short shirt. Yeah,
Yep.
I need. Yeah, exactly.
We can do the YouTube
So-
faces for the thumbnails. Like,
So good.
We're,
Dakota,
we're
love it.
still short up at 74.55. 74.55. We're still short. Trying to hold on to those 37s.
Oh, you're short?
Yeah.
What price? 7.4. See it again?
74.55.
Or 55. Dakota, love that, man. You are an influencer whether you like it or not.
I know. I talked to Coach Jay like a couple times a
Jay
week,
say?
and it's
What's Jay say about it?
no, we're just like, man, we're influencers. Like, how did this happen? It's like when you boil water and it slowly gets warm, and the next thing you know, it's like, all right, we're cooking. What's
Yes, we
that
are.
theory where you put a frog in a pot of water and you slowly heat it up? The frog doesn't know it's. I don't know what I'm trying
What
to
is
say.
this?
it doesn't jump out.
What?
But, yeah, it doesn't jump out, right? And then
What
the
is
next thing you
this?
know, you're like, man, I'm
You'll be
already
glad
here.
to know
We're
I
here.
haven't tried, but it's just the saying.
Yeah, it's a saying, and that's what Jay and we talk all the time. Like, man, we were in doing coaching, helping traders. The next thing you know, we're on YouTube in front of thousands. Then I get Twitter, then I get Instagram, and now I'm posting pictures of my life daily.
Now you're stuck.
Now we're stuck. We're into deep, Hogue.
New lows NQ, new lows ES. NQ 28,578. ES 74.40. 74.40. New lows there. And White House press briefing, top of the hour. I believe we will be able to have that. We can bring it in for a few. If it's pertaining to the markets, we will tune into that.
Crude above $92.
It's high in crude, $92.16. Dakota with the stacks. I love it. Love it.
Yeah, chat. That was just a metaphor. The frog thing is just a metaphor, right?
For what, Dakota? Exactly.
Just slowly adapting, slowly changing,
Slow
slowly
changes,
adapting,
like,
getting used to it.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Same thing could happen in trading too. More like in stocks, you kind of keep on buying the dip in something, and you're like, go from, one day you're like, I kind of like this stock, I'll do that, to, flash forward 6 months or a year, and you are like, a substantial part of your personal wealth is in it, and it's way against you, and you're like, wow, I guess
we do it.
I'm a Palantir guy now. It happens.
Frog.
We do it. I think everybody in the YouTube chat, we're doing it. Guess what? There's volatility in these markets. Remember when a daily range in the Nasdaq was like 100 points, and we're used to that every 5 minutes now lately in the market. As the markets go higher, as Nasdaq increases, the point per percentage continues to increase. So yeah, we're adapting to the volatility on a consistent basis.
You have to. You have to. All right. No.
It's knocking on the door of 20. We're at 1943.
All time. What are yields looking like? What's going on in fixed income rates and bonds? Looking at 10-year, 4.71%. 30-year, 5.18%.
All right.
So the problem is, if these kind of rates are sustained, is that's the interest rate the U.S. is charged, essentially on their loans, right? So now it's like, okay, we're spending all this money, but we got to do it at a much higher rate.
Yeah,
and I think the worst mistake we made was not just borrowing trillions of dollars, everything we could, when the 30-year was like under 2%. Anyone ever offers you a loan,
Lord knows
certainly now, under 2% for 30 years, you take it. And if you don't, it means you don't believe in yourself and you don't believe in anything.
I tried. I certainly did try. Again, little bit of all right, we're back up. We're about 5 points off the lows in the ES, which is initial balance low last trade, 74.43.
Yeah, we just bounced off of it.
It's just buyers are struggling.
Yeah. Coach Dakota, teach me your strategy. Well, tune in. I go over how I trade, relatively often in slow markets every night, 7 p.m. Central.
Yes, absolutely tune in. While we're at it, click subscribe, click like. Dakota, slow markets, I mean, you get an easy 700 likes. Fast markets, nowhere
It's
near
not
that.
easy, man.
Nowhere
It's
near
definitely
that.
not easy. Sometimes I have to beg the chat. They get this stuff for free, and all I ask for is some likes.
How do you do it? Teach me your ways.
You withhold information until you hit a certain amount of likes.
Okay. If you click like,
extortion.
I won't ask again. You got the top of the hour in 50 seconds. 50 seconds.
I am just going to. I'm going to take this other one off, and just made back about $150. We'll see how this plays. Flat.
Why'd you take it off?
Finally got a good one.
What didn't you like about the shorts anymore?
I still like the shorts.
Okay.
putting in, I mean, a very short time frame, we're putting in higher lows.
Higher lows. Okay. Of the hour. There we go.
We are still holding IB low. I would be short, but what doesn't worry, what doesn't scare you out wears you out. There's another opportunity coming down the pipe here. We'll get it.
Hanging out here at this 28,600 in the NASDAQ. This market just looks heavy. Where can we go? We're down 2% in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, this does look heavy. White House press briefing has not started just yet. Is there more room to the downside? We'll find out. But let's get Dr. Volatility in here. James, come on in. Hit us with some announcements and we got some news. What's up, James?
What's up, everybody? Yeah, hey, I'm James Harden, and I'm here to tell you all the things that I think are vitally important for you to know to stay in the know with all things Topstep and Topstep TV. And today I'm talking about X. That's right. Whether you call it Twitter or you call it X, you can find Topstep TV on it by clicking on the link in chat now. And when you do follow us on X, you're going to get expert tips and tricks from our crew. You're going to get highlights from the show. We're going to be reposting your content. We're going to be posting original content. If we have any giveaways or sweepstakes, you can find out about it on X, most likely first. So go ahead and follow them because you never know what might be dropping soon on X from Topstep TV and Topstep. So while you're there, go ahead and slap that follow button for Topstep TV, but be sure to follow the core Topstep account. That's right, at Topstep for the main goings-ons. Follow Topstep News for all news-related events, and follow Topstep Support for any support when you need it, quick and easy on X. There is a lot of content out there, so join the conversation on X today. Again, you can find that link in the chat. Then when you're done following us on X, be sure to come back because we are soliciting your group coaching questions. That's right. Every day at 12 p.m. Central, we sit down and take your questions live and answer them right here on Topstep TV. Now, you can spam the chat with your question and feel ignored and hurt and have your ego bruised a bit, or you can click on the link that's going to be pinned at the top of chat and submit your questions there. When you do it this way, they are guaranteed to get in front of our coach's eyes, where you are more likely to hear your question asked and answered. And if you don't hear your question asked and answered, it's not because we don't like you. It's because we only have a certain amount of time in the day, and we do try to get to each and every question as we go on. So watch group coaching every day, each week, to see if your question is read live and to see if you learn a thing or two. You never know. Group coaching, very beneficial. One of my favorite segments of the day. Now, before we get back to the charts with Mohammed, the start of the school year is just around the corner. And families are already shopping for school supplies, but some of the items on your kids' list may be much more expensive this year. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan looks at how much families are expected to spend and ways you can save.
Spending on back-to-school shopping is expected to break records this year, topping $43 billion, according to a new survey from the National Retail Federation. Shoppers plan to spend just over $863 on supplies for students in kindergarten through 12th grade this year. That's about $5 more than last year, according to the survey.
I think there is definitely an expectation that that prices are going to be higher for certain goods.
Mark Matthews with the NRF says the cost of electronics and shoes is driving up prices this year. Here's the breakdown of where that money's going. Electronics, about $293. Clothing, $250. Shoes, $174. And school supplies, about $146. Matthew says the good news is retailers are already rolling out sales and discounts on school supplies. He says that's one way to help save money.
One thing that helps you with is to spread that spending across the entire season, because these are not small sums of money that people are having to spend to get their kids back to school.
College students can expect to spend even more. Shoppers plan to spend an average of $1,400 on back-to-school items for college. That's $111 more than last year. Matthew says the main reason is computer prices.
If we look at computers, we know that chip prices are incredibly high, and that's pushing some of the cost of computers, and that is a big ticket item.
Many top manufacturers offer payment plans for computers, and some even offer student discounts between 5 and 10%. That can help you budget and save. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Thank you, John Sullivan. Oh, look at the lower left-hand corner. Mr. Mo in the house. Mo Money, Mohammed. What's going on? Yes, just put new lows in.
Good
Mohammed.
morning,
Tell me you're
everyone.
short.
Good
Tell me
morning,
you're
my
short, Mo.
friends.
Good
Tell me you're
morning.
short.
Let me tell you first. I missed you, man. I missed you.
Aw.
I love you, Mo.
Aw.
I love you. Thank you, Mohammed.
Look at him. Look at
Thank you.
him.
Look
So,
at this. Yeah.
market is bearish. I don't need to say that. We have a trending down day. You can see from overnight, we had only lower lows, lower highs. Even after the open, we had a strong spike up. That's the spike and channel, which is failed actually, where I expect this price to go to this level, 7433. And if we break this, I'm looking to 7419 in ES. That's the extension of the Fibonacci. It's the Fibonacci extension to the downside. I think we're gonna find some buyers around 20 and 18. I'm not looking to buy, this sharp move down. I was short earlier with Dakota. I was looking for this low to be broken. In NQ, it's broken. Dakota is happy. I'm not.
Yep.
So I said, hell that. Why I'm not getting
Get him,
my
Mo.
profit like Dakota?
Get him, Mo.
So I kept my position as it is. Stop at 74.70.
Okay.
This push higher I was driving at the time, so I'm not doing anything, not moving any stop, nothing. Just having my stop at 44. Finally, they get my 44 and they wick me out just around 46 with my runner. So I'm flat now, looking to. It's getting difficult to sell this anymore. Buying
How
this
people
is
are.
asking for trouble. So I will keep watching for now. The opening range low is suggesting 74.24 because you are below the opening range low 74.44. That was a critical level. Broken this, looking to 74.24, then 74.03.
Or 03.
How
Very
to get
good.
in? How to
Right.
get in? That's the question.
The White House press briefing has not started just yet. We do have eyes on it. If something does come about from
Andre,
there.
we almost used up all that long delta in the S&Ps. We got down to
They
about
gone?
positive 700. Almost.
Okay.
NASDAQ has turned negative now. Negative 2,600 was getting a little bit deeper into the negative numbers as we continue to push lower here.
Yeah, they're just
Congruent
puking,
direction.
man. Yeah. I mean, look at this daily. Look at the daily chart on the Nasdaq. We had that consolidation.
Ugly, isn't it?
For weeks, yeah, and
new highs
you
crude.
can see where we. Oh man, yeah, you can see where we broke down, retested, and now we're getting that continuation. So we're testing June's lows, and if we break, I mean, this thing could continue. Maybe we see 28,000. 28,000.
28,000.
Yeah, there's nothing on left, man. There's nothing on left.
Okay.
Yeah, if we
look
break
left,
through
nothing.
this.
Look left, nothing. Crude.
I mean, you need to go to a larger time frame in order to find something.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm on daily. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. This, you know what started that random 100-point pop in the Nasdaq.
I
and
know.
now we
New highs crude. $92.27.
I got to level down to around
Wait,
what you were talking about in the ES. We kind of just ate right through the 7,400. 7380, which is 7416 in the futures. Looks like another possible spot. Yeah.
Jack, you had your eye on the 7437. You said you're not going to work a limit order. Do you want to see how it got there? Because we made new lows, obviously, 8 points. We're just selling this thing. I'm short.
It's just so
Ran right
grinding
through it.
selling. We're losing. It's still, I mean, it's still positive gamma here. But it just keeps on, like, it was just methodically just like grinding down the levels. Like maybe if it shows some life, maybe I could get along, but it's not doing much at the moment.
Yeah.
It's going down.
Session lows.
By the way,
Grind and lower.
for my BNL today, I am locked out in my XFA already, 1,149. So that's correct in the top there. However, I'm trading my 250 account combined.
That one,
it is
Mo.
2,000. Yeah, it's 2,000. Yeah.
New highs crude, $92.34. Gold seeing some sell side pressure here.
Is crude going to $100 again?
It's new highs crude, $92.40. Crude up almost $2, almost up $2 since fast markets began. All right, yes, might find some buying here. I'll tell you what, talk about doing work, talk about pro ball trading, talk about putting up big numbers. Let's take a look at our live funded leaderboard right here. No way.
Wow.
103.
Kiara up $103,000.
What?
Kiara.
Good for her, man.
Up 60 earlier this month, up 160 last month, up today. Kiara G, shout out, up $104,000 today. Pro ball trading. Job well done. Absolutely.
Put her at the top of the octagon.
Well, when JD gets in here,
Oh,
we are looking for you, Kiara. Fantastic stuff. Just size.
I wonder if she was short.
Hammer of Kiara.
Looking to caveman short here at 27.25. 74, 27.25.
Short?
Yeah, not yet.
Not coming
caveman.
back to the trend magic, is it?
Yeah, and also as I see this Fibonacci extension, they are looking to 7,419. So we have still room to go lower with this momentum. I'm riding this momentum. My stop will be at 36, 37.
So
I'm short already.
Good price, Mo.
27, 74, 27. Yeah, 27.
Quick
profit here
at 1987.
Or 15.
20,400.
Yeah, this is caveman. Written all over it.
400s here.
Yeah. New lows ES 7425. Be that price. What's going on in the NQ? New lows 28,486.
Tesla down 14%.
14%. Tesla down 14%. NQ ES seeing the sellers step in.
Google down 7.6%. Meta down 4.3%. Microsoft 3% down. Amazon down nearly 5%. The hyperscalers are getting wailed on right now. And Tesla, but they have different issues.
Bottom of the hour, we will have the London close. About 17 minutes. 50-50 on the tilt for now.
Where's your stop?
Remember when we were short 700, 730?
Stop 37.
37s, Mo.
74, 37.
All right.
Again, we have live fun. Kiara. You know the name. Kiara. It's not the first time. It's not the second time. Not the third time. She's the top live fun leaderboard. Up over $100,000. Keep an eye on that and see how that plays out through the day.
Did you watch Topstep TV? Are you going to come on?
Yeah. Hopefully she says yes. Hopefully she says yes. Our bosses would love to. New lows.
Let's go.
Yes. Yeah, I'm short with you, Mo.
Two more ticks. Two more ticks.
I think we're all short with you, Mo.
Everyone's short.
Wow.
One tick to my target.
Yeah, Mohammed. New lows in the ES. New lows and
come on.
You hear Mo talking. Click subscribe, click like, click notify. Football trading going on right now. Uh-oh. that all she wrote?
So you go all the way down just to
Palm.
my one tick.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh. Did we get squeezed?
How many are you
Oh.
short, Mo?
Oh.
Sorry?
How many are you short?
15. 15. Taking 5
15.
at 24.25. Missed it by one tick. That's fine.
Mo's been trading size lately.
Yeah, he has.
No, this is the bigger account. This is 250 account.
Ah, thank you. The
There you go.
250K Freedom account brought to you by Topstep Labs.
Yep, the freedom account.
Just man.
Okay,
Kiara
buyers, you
just
don't scare me.
knocked everybody out in the octagon.
Oh, we'll find out.
Yeah,
Yes.
totally.
That was a KO.
Horse
Yeah.
race. Okay, we're back above the 500s in the NQ. Looking at it, what? About 30, 35 point bounce here. ES bounced 4, 5 points off the lows.
Yeah, we're finding a little bit of buyers trying to step in. Are these buyers or they're profit taking?
Short covering, maybe.
Delta back to being more positive in the ES, positive 1,000 right now, negative
Trying-
3,200 in the NASDAQ.
Negative 3,200
Yeah,
NASDAQ?
Yes, sir.
They're just bullies, Dakota. They're just bullies.
All right, Mohammed.
Those bullies stepping in
Just,
here.
they just ruin my shorts.
The bullies were earlier, Mo, where they just ripped it on everybody for 100 points and then smashed it right back down through the
The
lows.
open.
Yeah. I could see a little bit of a scalp to the long side here.
Yeah, I'm thinking long.
Yeah, I'm
You
seeing
manage
it too.
risk, okay?
Deuce. Well, maybe not quite yet. Gold found some buyers. Crude beneath $92 for a split second there. Back up above $92, $92.05.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, okay.
How now?
I should have.
Oh, now is
Should've just
right.
taken it.
Gold started at what? Gold buyers came in gold right around 40.53, and now trading 40.59. Oh,
Wow.
mm-hmm.
Where's VIX at? VIX is at almost 20. We're almost at 20.
Almost. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Still not. So again, also in the chat, get those questions in group coaching. There's the link. Those questions in group coaching. Hoop Manuel. After power players. Again, get those questions in.
Okay, I'm in long. Let's do it.
Oh, okay.
Still have that positive gamma around here. We'll keep this real tight. We'll be out before the caveman. Long 5 MES from 31.5. This is
go.
probably going to be a loser for $150, but let's see.
What's your upside target, Jack?
Probably trailing most of it, but I'll get out of some if we struggle at that 70 around 74.40 or something like that. Come on.
I don't mind that long. This is a good
I wanted
area.
to go right away. It's not giving it to me.
50-50 tilt. London close. 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Dolby.
Are the lows in?
I saw that.
That's the question. My
Not
entry
comfortable
driver
enough to
was
get
that
in
we
long.
finally, this was like the first strength we showed, and we're still in, I got still this positive gamma area from 7,400, 73.95. It's still there. We're still in it. And it just showed some strength. It was showing no strength.
Well, we're not going down, so that's a good
I would
thing.
say weakness.
Hello.
That's enough.
There we go.
That's
There
enough
we go.
buyers.
There's
Nice.
some
Very
buyers
good.
stepping in.
Yes, they are.
Yep,
More
about
room to the
60
upside
points
here.
off the lows. Oof. Ooh, there's
Short
Here come the
30.
buyers. Here come the buyers.
nice long jack.
Yep.
Oh,
90 points.
not yet.
Yeah, dude. Got short. About 70 points.
I'm saying.
Oh no. Oh no. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Did it trade that price? And I just wasn't I've never been queued. Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah, you can see my stop there. It didn't stop me by 1 tick as well.
Am I at the same place? I swear it traded that price, and I just didn't trade enough.
Live account. That's
Yeah.
get put in the queue. Did you take a screenshot? That's usually what happens when I take a screenshot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh man.
This is will
Brutal.
be
Brutal.
Dang.
Mm.
it missed my target by 1 tick. It missed my stop by 1
Let's
tick.
see
You
here.
can see this. Okay, take 5. Take another 5.
We're still in.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
like
still
nothing.
in.
I mean,
I
unless
added.
you know, we lose, we lose. That's the.
No,
It's
no,
the
fine.
game.
So
Some are funnier
I
than
added
others.
to my position. I added to my position at 34.
Okay.
I took profit at 30s. So I'm back to my position 15 contract,
Something.
but my average is higher now, 35.
New highs crude. New highs
Crude's
crude.
pumping. Now you want to correlate.
NASDAQ selling off a little bit.
It's time for new low. Come on.
Ooh.
Yep.
Wow. Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Wow.
Another
Whoa.
5.
Here come the sellers. Popping crude. Crude just popped new highs. $92.82.
Sheesh.
New lows put in.
What is this trade, man?
What was it? Looking for
Yeah.
Missing my target by 1 tick and my stop by 1 tick.
Mo, it did it. I just checked for like the high price
didn't tell
traded
you.
there. It didn't miss my target
What was
by a
that?
tick. It traded. It just didn't trade all of it.
No pill.
Oof.
Yeah. Well,
Games of ticks.
It happens.
It's game of tick, not ticks.
Yep.
Tick.
Live account.
Still in? We still in?
no,
or-
we're out. No,
Okay,
we're
what
out.
was
Flat
that?
minus 162.
Was that a stop run?
I'm still in. Only 5. Stop at break even.
Yeah, what was the size on
That
that?
was
Jack,
wild.
you
400 in this.
Yeah, let me
It's
check.
100
The
and
good news
forensics
is
there.
at least we didn't get slipped on that block order there. Let's take a look. Do some forensic accounting.
Love it. New lows ES price 74.20. New lows NQ 28,456.
What time was that at?
I will be short.
2 minutes ago, I believe.
Yeah, so over the
I'm short
course,
only 2.
we traded
short
like
only 2
several
now.
blocks of about 1,000 ES
Okay.
a second.
Everything popped.
Like 2,000 lots.
2,000 ES. Okay. Crude popped new highs $92.82. That We can bring in that press conference, White House press conference has just started. Let's bring it in.
In the First Amendment alongside all of you, members of the media. The president looks forward to finishing what he started before a despicable assassination attempt derailed the original event back in April, as we all know.
Okay.
And I encourage
we're talking
everyone
markets,
watching tomorrow
but
night
we'll
to
be on
tune
alert.
in.
We'll be on alert. We'll be on alert for anything that does come from there, anything market moving. Just be aware that there is a press conference happening at the White House. And all right, Mo, update your position.
I'm short 2 from 7435. I made already 500 in my 30 contract because I added my position to 30, just around my stop, so I wasn't risking too much.
Very good.
It worked. I'm just trailing this my stop at my point of entry.
I'm long 480.
You in long?
Yeah, I'm long. Just yeah,
At
I'm
this
long
point, I'm
3
gonna
from
try again.
480.
I'm trading the ES. I'm gonna wait till around 74.16.
What are you guys seeing in longs?
I'm just looking at the options and just seeing like waiting for some strength. There's none right now. Like once again, no limit orders in there.
Dakota, what do you like in longs?
That big block order that came in, I want to see if we can recover back up to those 520s. It's just simply a technical trade, right? Big block order, flushed it, recovered half, consolidated. We pulled back down to these 480s. I was looking to see if we could come back up and test 500, maybe hold it. I don't mind putting on, 150, similar to like what you were saying, Jack. Risk 150 to see if we could catch a nice bounce.
Yeah,
here.
it's different than like you'll be accused of bottom picking, but it's like there's been lots of chances to pick bottoms. It's cool if you have like a level or two, and then wait, like you're not buying the low. You're waiting to show some strength.
Yeah, it's different where you're when you compare, I'm just gonna buy here, and you don't have a solid risk, like understanding the risk. I mean, this is a good level, a good point of entry. Good way to have my stop loss right at the bottom of this 5-minute candle. And if we do hold, we know how this thing could catch a bid. We could rip 100 points for no reason. We're not seeing that right now. So I could
definitely have targets to reach.
VIX is above 20.
VIX above 20 is a little downtick here in gold. 40.51 last trade there. Yes, holding above the lows by a couple points.
There we go.
74.22 last trade. Maybe the momentum to the downside has tapered off for now. We've got London close, 90 seconds. 90 seconds, London close. New lows and Q.
I'm taking one more at my level.
Lows ES.
At 19. Okay, so I'm short only one now. Because this is the target that I was looking for. The extension of the Fibonacci extension, 116.18. So that could be a target. Maybe we can see a rally or something, though. I take one, so I'm short only one as a runner. Stop at 32. Walking the profit, nothing to worry about. I don't see any buying. Buyers are just
demoralized.
So we have your London close. Headline here from President to Israel's Channel 12 News. I'm considering a massive attack larger than anything that has been done before. I'm close to making a decision. A see acceleration on the downside here. Crude, obviously, pumping higher. $92.82. Session highs put in there. ES new lows. Ooh, buyers.
Yeah.
Need
And
a buy stocks now tweet.
So this brings okay. London has closed. You know what? Green. I'll get out of these shorts. With that being said, Hogue, we're going to see you in morning highlights. We're going to see you in group coaching. We saw you in opening call as well. Hogue, couple words, let you get out of here, and also hit us with a Delta update before you do. But good stuff, Hogue.
Of course. ES Delta negative now 1,500. Negative 4,000 in the Nasdaq. Great to see everybody. Mo, Jack, Andre, everybody. Dakota, it's good to see everybody. Don't fight a directional market. We say it over and over again. Don't fight a directional market. And if you are using a new tool, something you're checking out for the first time, give yourself plenty of time to get used to how and to learn how to use it. Looking forward to seeing everybody for the morning highlights. We'll see you in a little bit.
Oh, absolutely crushing it.
Later, Hug.
All right, let's go around the horn.
Some will say that I was lucky missing my stop by one tick. Yes, I am. But also I was unlucky missing my target by one tick.
Mm-hmm. All evens out.
So it's not about luck. It's about being ready. Being prepared.
Lows,
I stop
yes.
at 25 now.
Okay. Lows on Q.
Just trailing this, baby.
Where's the tweet? Yes, again, headline. President, yes, I'm considering a massive attack larger than anything that has been done before. I'm close to making decision. Okay, they reversed that right there.
When you close above 20, I'm out.
20?
My stop at 25, but if you close 2000 tick chart above 19, let's say above 20, I'm out.
Above 20. All right, here come the buyers.
Jim Unger quoting Billy Zane in the chat.
What did he say?
A real man makes his own luck.
Couldn't have said it better. Couldn't have said it better, Tim.
Yep. It's Billy Zane's time, baby.
50 points up.
Let me get out of this. I'm flat now.
Very good, Mo.
2,677.
Daddy, I said in what account, Mohammed?
And the 250 account.
That's right.
Two of them.
Two of them?
Two of them.
You got two of them, Mo?
Yeah.
Who do you, man?
Yep.
Man.
I got two.
Well done.
Realized BNL in both of them about 4,000 now. So I'm jabbing this slowly.
Yeah, you're carving this thing up, Mo.
And my XFA, actually, I just realized that my XFA is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 days green. The first day was red, small red, and then 7 days of green. Just small. I don't want to make it higher because of consistency rule. This is why I lock it out.
Well, I guess Brent crude briefly topped 100.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
The lows in.
Yeah.
Are the lows in? Yes, about 10 points off the lows. 74.20. Last trade there.
I've seen NASDAQ back above
For
500.
now, I think this, if this 5-minute candle close strong green,
yep,
that will encourage a lot of buyers to take some base hit trade.
Mm-hmm. About 10 points off the low in the ES.
What's the next trade? What's the next setup? Momo, you flat? What's the next setup?
If I see sellers try and fail, I will jump long.
Looking for longs.
Get it, NASDAQ.
Dakota, what do you got
I
going?
need to see them try and fail.
No, I'm long. 448. Seeing if we could get back above that 500 level. We're trying.
448 last trade. 4.
5 of them.
5 of them. Live account?
Live account. Yes, sir.
Get it. Let's get it. What's your upside target?
500 before I start
Hundo.
taking a couple of these contracts off.
Man, oh man, oh man.
We're hanging out at 490. There's okay. I'm taking one. Yeah, taking one off of that pop. Get back above 500, shall we? There's 500. Take another
Asking
one
you
off.
shall receive. Asking you shall receive. 20,503.
There we go.
1,000 lots are back. Yes, 507.
Second level.
Pull up in the chat. How long do you
Sniper Dakota.
sit at charts? How long do you sit at charts daily? Pull up in the chat. Get those votes in. Also, click like, click subscribe. We've seen some Pro Ball trading. We also have Live Money Trader. Kiara, you know the name. You love her. Up over $100,000 today.
That's amazing. Love to see it, man.
Right. Size. Dakota in the chat. Dakota, you're a beast.
Thank you. Yeah, 60 points to the long side, man. I closed another one off at 516.
You're wild,
so
man.
I got
wild.
one on for a runner. I'm gonna call it good. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that bounce.
Come on, give us some likes. This is only 300 likes. What is this? You will never find this anywhere. Anywhere.
Did Mo click like? Mo, did you click like? This is the best part.
I did.
Did you? Okay, I was just checking. Sometimes you forget. Or you need a reminder.
Well,
pop.
Bounce a little bit here, Andre. You want to hit a few news stories real quick?
Absolutely, absolutely. What do you
bounce
got?
Back if the markets get crazy. Sometimes I'll just show stuff I like that I find online. There's so much good stuff out there. But this is deserving of 900,000 likes or whatever it has. Somebody posted a video of their theater and it responded, "Bro, watching the Odyssey inside the Trojan horse." And yeah, what is this theater right here? That is the narrowest thing I've ever seen. It's in your basement. Reconsider. All right.
Yikes.
Andre,
Yeah.
you love the June stat about the market never topping in June?
Yeah, I do.
Looks like it's not. Here's one for you. 10-year yields are sitting right at the 100-year moving average.
Hold on.
Read that
Hold
twice.
on. Hold on. What yield? What's the yield right now? 4.7, give or take?
4.7, give or take. So if you go back to, I think the chart that they're on went back to like 1867 for 10-year yields. I don't know if they done it, but if you take a 100-year moving average, that's right, averaging together the entire century and moving it forward, we are right at the 100-year moving average in the 10-year yield. We've been talking a lot about yields today, and I may disagree with our gold bug friend Peter Schiff, but this is the issue laid out pretty cleanly. 30-year yields at 5.18, which is at right now, is the highest since April 2006. At that time, the U.S. national debt was $8 trillion. Now it's nearly $40 trillion.
Oh boy.
The U.S. can't afford to pay, or will be having to pay much higher rates. This is what people worry about and where the long end can kind of like spiral out of control. Now, if you know who Peter Schiff is, he is kind of a doomer on everything besides gold. He's a gold, you might call it gold bug. But what he's saying is not wrong. We have a lot higher debt at higher yields, and that's not a recipe for great outcomes in the future. So, starting with the Trojan horse. This is, we'll just let that marinate. But those are the tidbits I got for you today, Andre.
That was awesome. 100-year moving average.
100.
So rates are relatively, that's puts things in perspective.
They do, but there's been like, this is a wild chart. I'll see if I can find it sometime. You can look back that like the cycle that ended with like COVID interest rates, you can take interest rates back to like the Middle Ages. And it was still this trend of decreasing. But there's a reason for that. It makes sense. It's like back in the day, like when I say back in the day, I don't mean like the 80s. I mean like the 1600s.
Yeah.
Interest rates had to be higher because like you didn't have mortgages and stuff because people didn't live long enough to pay it back, right? If people are like normally dying in their 40s, you have to charge this is really the reason you have to charge higher interest rates because, yeah,
there was
more
interest
danger.
rates.
So.
There was interest rates in the 1600s.
Sure.
There was interest rates in the 60s.
Baking's been around a long time, my friend.
I guess so. I'd never done.
You give loans. Where do you get the money to build your ship to go sail somewhere? You get a loan or
steal it.
Stock
You
too.
steal it.
Isaac Newton.
steal it.
Isaac Newton, famously, lost a ton of money in the stock market. That's a true story.
Only he had
Isaac
Twitter
Newton?
back then. Only he could speak his book.
Yeah. Is that where he came up with what goes up must come down, and he was just shorting it? This must come down.
No, he was long. He got into some like some sort of shipping company, and he made money like on the initial way up and sold it, and then it exploded, and he FOMO'd into it long, and then it burst on him. And he's arguably one of the smartest people of all time. So, it doesn't always correlate to good trading outcomes.
So you rediscovered gravity.
Yeah.
There was really interest rates back then?
It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
What is the book you're showing, Andrea?
What? Yeah, Andrea, what are you showing?
It's called Debt, the First 5,000 Years.
There was debt 5,000 years ago?
Yep.
Read the book, Andre.
I mean, it was mostly people, but yeah.
Well, that's
there was debt back then? And interest rates? I guess those go hand in hand. Huh, you learn something new every day. How about that, chat? Where else are you going to get that besides TopstepTV?
The first options, Andre, were traded in ancient Greece.
There was options in ancient Greece?
There wasn't an exchange, but I forget who it was, but someone had a deal with weaving machines or something that they would pay a fixed amount out front for a future the ability to buy them at a certain price, and that is an option.
There we go.
And it made a lot of Greek currency.
How about that, Chad? Did you know that? That's amazing. Did not know that.
There you go.
The more you know. All right. Who's long?
Yeah, well, I was. I took profit, but we keep ripping higher here.
I couldn't ride this. They never show me any signal. Need to see sellers try and fail. They haven't tried yet.
Not kind of. That sounds right. East Dutch Shipping
finally.
Company and options on olives.
There was TopstepTV in the 1600s. I was doing a bit, guys. I was doing a bit. Chad's like, I was doing a bit the entire time. Come on.
You've been hanging out with Hot Dog Hans.
Oh, yeah. Chad, what'd you think of that? What a menace. What an absolute menace.
I spend the day with him. He seems like
hang on tight. Hang on
ball
tight.
Full of energy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what those buyers are made of.
Yeah, Mo. Why are you long or short?
No, I'm flat. I will see
flat?
if they hold. If they hold 7,427, 25, this level, at least 25. If they hold it, show me green candle. That means they are not wooden buyer anymore. They are holding. If they lose 25, that means those buyers are just for fun.
Right. The lows in.
I don't know.
Crude.
And
topped out at $92. Heavier than market feels heavier than we can say the low is in. Market's still heavy. You can see this. If you just look at this, yeah, they did nothing here. They need to show more in order to say lows are in. Look at this. They're not holding.
I'm seeing it, Mo.
They just decided to try They try and they don't stop. So far, I want them to stop. Show me green candle. So I say buyers are holding. I will take a trade, set my stop below that try. So I need to see buyers step in here. I cannot take short anymore because buyers are
Mo, this is the fight right here.
rallied here. So just
Yes, Mohammed.
it's a V shape.
Yes.
So it's
We are
just
showing
wait
some
and see what
reaction
the
to-
market is deciding.
I mentioned the options levels I'm looking at. If we go to my screen real quick, turns out, at least in the short term, the second one was much better. So 74.37, 74.16, 7,400, 73.80 in the SPX. Positive gamma around here. It is a round where we bounced on the lows. It looks like, I unfortunately chose it as looking for it as support, but it's acting as decent resistance over the past 20, 25 minutes up at the 7,400, big fat round number. Either to see which direction we break out, because we're not staying in this range all day. I can tell you that much.
I would tend to agree with that. And I'll tell you what else. We talked about Kiara earlier and seeing where she may be in the Top Step Octagon leaderboard. P&Ls, payouts, live funded traders, brought to you by Mr. JD himself. JD, come on in. What do you got? What's up, man?
What's up? How we doing? Let's do it. We got P&Ls. We got payouts. We've got the Octagon. Let's start with those live funded trader P&Ls. Here are yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Andrew B is up at the top, pulling in $21,159 in a 50K live funded account. Andrew's now sitting on 19 winning days in the live account. He's trading the NASDAQ, by the way. Quentin, $14,014 trading gold. Nothing but gold for Quentin. He's on a 100K live funded account. Second winning day in this LFA for Quentin. Francisco, $13,636 and 150K LFA trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. Also, second winning day in the live funded account. Francisco. Brandon L, $12,559 trading gold. Also, one winner away from that third live funded payout. Go get that money, Brandon. And Muhammad rounds out the top 5. $11,012 in profits and a 50K live funded account trading the NASDAQ. One winning day away from the first live funded payout. Again, go get that money. Big shout out to these live funded traders. Excuse me. All right, here are your payout numbers from yesterday. Yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts. Charlie W at the top of the list, $13,704. Jonathan S, $10,680. Ryan with $10,444. Franklin T, $10,249. And Dylan W rounds out the top 5 with cool $9,500. Pulling this money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. All right, without further ado, let's take a look at that Octagon. You saw it already with our live leaders update. We've got a trader racking up some huge numbers today. Look at Kiara rolling right up to the top, back in first place with $117,000 in total profits for the month of July. A huge chunk of that coming from just today. Right now, our top 10 live funded traders account for just over $400,000 in live profits for the month of July. There you have it.
We got to have
Octagon
Risk
update.
reach out to Kiara and make sure she knows exactly what's at stake for this.
Do you think she doesn't know?
How many more trading days?
I just want to make sure, right?
right?
Because she seems to like to push it. I want to make sure, there could be a time to play some defense at some point or slow your roll a little.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Lock it up. Lock
And
it
Andre, I
up.
believe there are 6 trading days left in the month. Let me just count real quick. After
man,
today.
Step on the
6
gas.
after today.
Step on the gas.
You know it.
Go for it. Yes.
All right, guys.
Thank you, JD.
You got it.
See you again later this afternoon. Wow.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Amazing
What's going
stuff,
on here
man.
in crude.
And then
Crude. Dollar off the highs. What's up, Dakota?
she just, like, I'm lost. I'm speechless, man. Like what Topstep's doing every single month. Like you make 100,000, then here's an extra 100,000 just for trading well in the live account. Doubled your profits for the month.
As JD likes to say, getting
Look
paid for
at
getting
how
paid.
Topstep changed a lot of people's life. This
Yeah,
is a blessing,
it's not just a
man.
one
I
time.
cannot
It's not a
imagine
one-off
myself
deal, man.
without
It's
Topstep.
every month, every single month. Which, yeah, there's. I've seen so many trading competitions come and go, and it's a one and done simulated account. YOLO's reset. But no, this is monthly, and I love it. I'm excited to see this.
Dakota. Speaking of which, speaking of top-notch pro ball traders, slow markets again, 7 p.m. Central Time. It is Thursday, I believe. Yes, it is Thursday. Who will be joining you on slow markets this evening?
Braden might be joining me.
Oh.
I'll confirm that. So stay tuned to the socials. He's Tuesdays or Thursdays, depending on the schedule. Coach Jay, Mondays and Wednesdays. Man, slow markets have been not slow at all. It's been consistent, talking about adjusting to the volatility. And the community just crushes it. They do so well, much better than I do at that time of night.
Tell you what, Braden's gonna be joining me in Power Hour today as well.
Ooh,
So double dose.
It's gonna be a spicy. It's gonna be a heck of a power hour today.
Yeah. What earnings do we have? We have Intel after the bell.
Intel.
SAP. Intel. How is tech holding up? Tech was getting punished for most of fast markets. Have they found a bottom? Whether it be temporary.
It depends on what kind of tech. I mean, the semiconductor is down 1.6, but the memory companies are up. What is Intel all about right now? Intel's down 1.9%.
Interesting.
Intel's still my golden
short.
Yeah, Mo, I knew you were looking for something, Mo. I knew Mo was having none of that conversation. I love when Mo just
Looking for
completely
a
ignores the
short, but
conversation.
I need this red candle to close strong, because here the sellers try and the buyers try after. If buyers fail in this try and show me a red candle, strong red candle, I'm selling this. But looks that
it looks like the buyers,
not
Mo.
yet.
At least in the NQ,
buyers
starting to London close
Buyers are
kind of
holding.
put the brakes on the selling.
Averick says, Dakota, make another $100. No.
Or
$2,900. I don't need 3,000. I'm gonna hit this lockout button. So you don't need a force.
Good job.
Nice.
$100.
They want you to get up. Yeah, nice job, Dakota.
There you go.
You know what?
Micros,
Me
man.
too. I will do it.
Mohammed locking out.
I'm locking myself up. Yep.
Mohammed,
that's
why?
enough.
Mohammed, why?
Trading. Market already made its move. You know, you can see this now. Consolidation here.
You think we're done?
I cannot
We
sell
made our
it
money.
anymore. I cannot buy it, without putting a lot of risk. I'm satisfied with my PNL 2,600. My target is 2,500 in this account. So I'm already in my target. So no need to get biffed up anymore.
Go biffed up.
Sorry. Oh, Mo. Oh, you're the absolute best. No need to get biffed up. 100%.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, we'll be hearing from Delta Don. I also remind you not to get biffed up. Morning highlights after this. Here come the buyers.
Locked out. Don't even have to think about the markets, right, Mo? When you're locked out, go enjoy your day. I might even go fishing. I even have a secret
go to
fishing
stacks in that beaver,
give
bro.
my children some time. I will take my children somewhere there.
Yeah.
Going for trampoline or anything.
That trampoline, you can take trampolines, man. That's more risky than trading. Those trampolines are dangerous. With that being said, Jack, when will we see you again, Jack? Also, by the way, thank you for fantastic interview today with Butowsky. I love how you pressed him on you're so young yourself. That was absolutely hilarious. With that being said, Mohammed, fantastic trading. Dakota, we're going to see you in slow markets.
Yeah.
Markets are starting to catch a bid. Are the lows in the NQ or the ES? Also, crude continuing to push higher. $92.82. We got the headlines starting to come in. We got Trump speaking at 1:30 p.m. Central. Intel earnings after the bell. Morning highlights coming up. Power players after that. Topstep TV. Let's go from Topstep headquarters. Let's get it.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe.
All right, it is time for the morning highlights. As always, hoping you're seeing lots of green on your screen. We saw lots of green on the screen with our on-screen traders during fast markets. Markets certainly offering opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, we had a pretty good opportunity on the opening range trade in gold today. Didn't quite get to, what we were looking for. Didn't quite get the continuation we were looking for. We ended up getting stopped out pretty close to the high tick on where our stop was, but still pretty decent trade. I think we're up about 150 bucks on it. Just going back to context, we do have a island top, and island top has been established. We're going to close the day session here in gold in about an hour and a half. So it's looking like we are going to leave that island top up there. The range from Tuesday, leaving a session gap to the range on Friday, leaving a session gap to the range on Thursday, creates that reversal pattern of an island top. We'll see how this plays. It's going to be tough, I think, to get us back down below and through 4,000. But let's take a look at the opening range trade. Opening range wasn't huge, wasn't real big. We actually got in really well. We got in inside the opening range. Great execution by my good friend JD. We ended up short 2 micros, 4,077.30. Got out of one of those relatively quickly at 4,072.50, not 55, 50. And we were going to try and see if maybe we could get some continuation down to this 4,012.70 level. We put the stop up around 4,069, and that's just where the market kind of came back to. We still haven't really truly taken out the initial balance low, really kind of falling into balance, into range, into chop as the market digests these lower prices after that island top. Crude oil, the nightmare today. It has been on a tear to the upside and an emotional tear, leaving some session gaps, naked points of control, all left behind. That is weaknesses in structure that will become important when it becomes important. But one of the most important things that we were talking about today on the opening call was not fighting a directional market without some sort of structure. This is the 30-minute chart. This is where the market opened. We did see some continuation to the upside. Most of the activity, most of the directional activity has been occurring in the overnight session during the London session, 2:00 a.m. Central Time. London opens. You see, I'm going to move this over here. You see where the volume comes in during that London session. That's really good volume for the London session. It's almost as good as the regular trading hour session. So we're seeing a lot of European traders coming in and continuing to buy crude oil back up above 90 bucks. No trades were taken today in crude oil. We did hit one of our visual targets, actually two. Last night we hit one, $89. Today we hit another one, 92.31. Now we're starting to see a little bit of potential structure, at least something to lean on instead of just, trying to sell new highs and getting stopped out, trying to sell new highs, getting stopped out, trying to sell new highs, getting stopped out. That is fighting a directional market. At least now we've got a little bit of structure, perhaps with which to lean on for either continuation moves to the upside or a reversal. A lot of overnight longs still in this market, a lot of new longs coming into this market. We've seen some pretty decent jumps in open interest as this market continues to push higher. The question is always going to be, what is too high? Where does that happen? If we were to see some sort of resolution, some sort of good things happening in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, that could certainly change things in a heartbeat. We can't count on that though. So here's the S&Ps. So we had overnight inventory to the short side, and when we started the day really with some pretty decent play around the weekly kickoff low of 74.61 on the 30-minute chart, since the open, all of the activity above that level, 74.61, has shown nothing but rejection. There were 3 30-minute bars that looked above it, but rejected and closed back below it. Rejected, closed back below it. Rejected, closed back below it. And the market is spending time below this 74.61 level. The market is marking acceptance of lower pricing through time, at least for now. So really just kind of want to see if this market is going to continue this push to the downside at some point here today, with rates screaming higher, and a potential rate hike, not probably next week, but in the next FOMC meeting, that is going to continue to put pressure on the equities. And we do have a little bit of a market state break to the downside here in the S&Ps that we saw a couple of weeks ago in the NASDAQ. All right, enough about that. Mo came in to fast market short 15 MES 74.34. Got out of 10 of those, about approximately 24.25, and got out of the last 5 right down here about 74.20, right before the market decided it was going to take another look to the upside. So great trade from Mo. Everybody on screen today during fast markets at the end of the session locked themselves out for the rest of the day, up some really good profits. Mo is up I think in an XFA, and he was also up in a couple of the 250K combines. Great day for Mo. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Lots of trades taken in the NASDAQ, just featuring a few of them. But again, what are we looking at? We're looking at overnight inventory to the short side, continuation, move to the downside. We've got some space before we're going to get to possibly the weekly kickoff low, which is 28,375. Day isn't over yet. That could come into play at some point today. Let's take a look at the trades here. We've got Mandy took a bunch of trades in the NASDAQ. We also have Ted on, but Ted is in and out of the market so quick and trades so many times, it's very difficult for me to track those trades and to get them all, and to get any of them really on the screen. Always a pleasure to have Ted on, though. So Mandy, I think her first trade was to the short side. She took 2 micros short, 28,840. Got out of those really nicely at about an average price of 28,795. Short again, a couple of micros, 28,734. Got out of those at about an average price of 28,680. Nice trades for Mandy. Nice trades for Ted when he was on, and a couple of really good trades here for Dakota. So I'm going to go back to okay, we're in the 5 minutes. So Dakota basically took the same trade twice. All right. He was short 5 up here at 28,735. Got out of 2 of those at 28,650. Pretty much scratching the rest, the rest of them. But he got short again right at that same level, 28,738 this time, and took a whole bunch more out of the market on those. I think his average exit on those was approximately 28,620. So very nice, very tasty trades. Take a look at that, 738 to 620 in the average. I mean, that's 100 points. It's 100 points. We used to starve for 100-point ranges for the entire day. Now we're getting them inside of 30 minutes. Dakota's then started looking to the long side. He just wanted, I think, prove to himself that he could pick a low, which he did. Got long 5 MNQ, 28,480. Got out of those pretty quickly at 28,520. Locked it up for the day. Everybody on screen pretty much locked it up for the day, up some profits. Always good to see. Let's take a minute and take a look at today's quotable quote. All right. I figured something out. The future is unpredictable. Hey, we all know that. We can't tell what's going to happen in the future, in trading, in life, in the world. We don't know what's going to happen. It's all about working the probabilities and keeping the math on your favor. Risk a little to make a lot. Thank you, John Green, for that lovely quote this morning. We've got power players coming up. We got Jay Yusuf. I see him in the back there. Good to see you, Yusuf. And Eric coming up for power players. Group coaching today is me, Coach Emmanuel, and Hoop. It's going to be back into group coaching for everybody. Make sure you get your questions in And look forward to seeing you then. So stick around, folks. Still lots to do on Top Step TV today. You're watching Top Step TV. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Top Step TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, that is Eric. And back on Top Step TV today, our power player in the middle, Yusuf. Yusuf, welcome back to Top Step TV. How are we doing today?
Doing better than my internet connection was doing last week. So I'm glad to be back. I definitely missed you guys last week. And I'm, as you guys see, this market is pretty volatile today. I guess that Alphabet earnings finally got this thing to shake out of its spot. So let's see what we can get into today.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can take any trades here. 28,630 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Eric, first time on Top Step TV today. How we doing? How are we looking at these markets?
Doing good. Took a small loss this morning trying to long a bounce off the New York Open. We all know what happened after that, right? Yeah. So luckily it was small enough. I mean, it's down like $200 and not sweating in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, man, Tesla and Google just pulling the markets down like crazy. Now, are we seeing a V-shaped recovery? I don't know.
MP would call this the treasure map trade, where it's a V-shaped recovery. We'll see what happens. We still got crude oil. Crude oil is up over 5.5%, up 5.85%. Crude right now pulling back just a little bit, $91.90 here. But we are about 200 points off the lows in the NASDAQ. Yusuf, I'm curious, you are the golden pocket trader, so I'm sure you have one mapped out somewhere. Any areas of interest for you on this NASDAQ chart?
Yeah, so right now I'm actually looking at this 28,660 level to possibly get short. The short I would be looking for would be at least to 610 for 50 points and possibly all the way down to 560. I don't foreshadow us going back and reaching that 432 level of the low of the day, because on the higher time frame, if you look at it, it almost looks like a double bottom with Friday's low at that 408. So could that have been the low for the day or even the week? I would probably say so. It just kind of depends on what the OG president says at 1:30.
Absolutely. So looking at these 660s for a potential short there, that's a golden pocket level. Where do you have those your fibs anchored to? Is it just the regular trading hour session, or are you looking at something else?
So right now I'm just looking at the swing low that we had, because if you see right at that 9:20 a.m. and 9:40 a.m. Central Time, we had a wall at that 770 level.
Okay.
I'm kind of actually using that as my anchor right now. That seems like a significant swing high that the market liked today. I also
Gotcha.
am going to be looking at a possible another short at that 28,730. If my first one gets stopped out at the 705 where I'll have my stop, I'll reassess and possibly take another short at the VWAP at that 740 level. So
Gotcha.
I got two possible trades on hand.
You got a game plan here. 28,618's last trade here in the NASDAQ. Eric, any levels that you're looking at for potential opportunity here? You're going to be focusing on the NASDAQ?
Yeah, I like your 660 level, because I also have a level marked out at 665 even, which when the New York session opened, bounced off pretty well, had a strong rally off of it, ended up closing back below it. So I wouldn't actually hate the idea of coming back and retesting it. Again, my level is 665, so retesting it and rejecting off of it. Maybe I'm kind of in the same boat as Yusuf here. I don't know if we're going to come try to reach for these lows down here, but I would like to come down closer into this higher low down here. As if I were to take a short, I'd be kind of looking to cover at like 550-ish area.
Okay. Looking for some shorts here. Seeing a little bit of a bid here in the equities, coming up to these guys' levels that they're talking about. 28,650 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 74.49 evens last trade in the S&P. Crude oil holding above $92, and gold $40. 40.5170 last trade there in gold. Looking at the delta here for the NASDAQ, it is negative, congruent with direction for the day. Full session delta in the NASDAQ, negative 3,500. In the S&P, also negative 3,500, negative delta there. So congruent with direction for the day. Still some sellers potentially in this market. We go, nice
I have
pop
a limit
here.
order for 1 micro here for 659.5. Let's see if we hit it.
Okay.
I can see a little resistance here. RSI in the 1 minute is pretty overbought. And again, I just use that as another confluence to just kind of see how much of the NQ has been bought during this little specific time frame. I've also noticed in the 5-minute and the 15-minute we're overall bearish. So I see that V-shaped recovery. This does, it is not a highest probability trade. I would rate this probably a B, but overall it's still a passing grade. So why not take the trade? So
There we go. Looking at the tilt right now, 64% long in the S&P, 64% long in the NASDAQ as well. 54% short in crude and 54% long in gold. Yusuf has a limit order here, 659s to get short 1 micro NASDAQ. Interesting spot here I'm looking at in the NASDAQ, 690s up to 709s. Shout out to, I believe it was Shubham in the chat earlier that was asking, no, it was Janish, sorry. I was asking, were we iceberging at 700s there in the NASDAQ? We saw all those bids that were sitting below the market. And the heaviest negative delta for this session in the NASDAQ is that 20-point range, 690s up to 710s. So let's see if we can hold below that here for Yusuf's trade.
yeah, so it
But
edged
if
my
we continue to push the...
it did edge my limit order by a quarter, but now we're filled. I brought it down to 659, so I've been filled at 28,659 short. It's gonna be a pretty tight stop. I'm gonna go for 715 as my stop, right above the 1-minute VWAP, and we'll just see where this takes us. I mean, it's a pretty low cost trade.
If you're using the trader tones,
I do.
Yeah, buddy.
Heard that, Eric.
Yeah, that whole order filled was pretty intimidating.
I don't think chat can hear Yusuf's trader tone, but it is.
No, they can't hear it, Jay.
They can't hear it. Yusuf, if you could just give chat a demo of what your trader tone is.
So if you guys have ever watched the Simpsons movie, and whenever he grabs a donut, he hits you with a woohoo, and that's what it says.
That was pretty good, man.
That was it. Nailed it.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. So that's what we can hear in the green room as Yusuf gets into this trade. I crack up laughing every time that does happen. Here we go with these 690s here in the NASDAQ. Again, this 20-point range, 690 up to 710. Ton of negative delta in that area. If they can hold it, then maybe we push back to the downside. If we start to see some buying pressure above this, I'd be a little concerned about some short covering here. So we'll see what happens.
I'm gonna change my game plan just a little bit. So because this pushed a little stronger, it looks like it is going to anchor, and I'm to the high of the day as well as to the low of the day. So I don't want to put my stop where the next golden pocket would be, because I don't want it to go there and then reverse at that point. So right now I'm comfortable with this position. 1 micro, we're risking $223. I'm up 140 on the day, so I'm really only essentially risking $100. And I am going to be aiming for the golden pocket to go back long on the day. So I'm probably going to be aiming for roughly that 600 level. But right now, let's keep it for a 1-for-1, and let's see how the reaction goes.
Got you.
Yeah, price kind of blew through that 665 level that I had marked out as well. And I like entering via stop orders, so I was kind of looking for a little bit of a rejection off of that one, and then entering on a stop order at the previous candle low. But because we blew through it, I'm taking that as like a trade zone. That's not really a trade area that I want to look at. So now I'm looking at the New York Open at 718, and then potentially this range up here from like 820 to 880. So like a 60-point range up higher as well.
Wow, it's been an interesting day in the market so far, man. We were down 2.5% in the NASDAQ at one point. We've almost, you mentioned the New York Open, Eric. I didn't realize that we were that close to the New York Open. So we've given back this entire sell-off for the most part. Still pretty heavy on the day because we had a nice sell-off in the overnight session. I'm seeing a VWAP at 780s there in the NASDAQ. So we'll see what happens here. And we got Yusuf short, 1 micro, 659s. Last trade here, 28,688. Yusuf, is this your first trade for the day?
No, this is my second trade of the day. I actually missed an A+ setup because my phone blew up at the same time. However, I went ahead and I was there for the, and that one's more guaranteed money than trading. So I am going to prioritize
There you go.
shop when it comes during those time frames, right?
Absolutely.
I was a part of that 930 candle going down to the downside. So I did have I had 2 micros and I made 140 and I got the first one out at $50. So what is that? 25 points. I mean, I got roughly maybe 50 to 60 points on the trade overall, which is very solid.
Absolutely. Looking at the calendar for the rest of the day, we do have the president scheduled to speak at 2:30 Eastern Time, 1:30 Central. Intel earnings after the close. President speaking again after the close at 4:30 Eastern Time. U.S. Trade Representative Greer is tentative on the schedule. It was supposed to start about a half an hour ago. Don't see any comments from Greer, but again, if we have any market moving news, we will bring them to you. So make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here. 677's last trade in the NASDAQ. Let us know out there in the chat who's in a trade right now, who's long, who's short, what market, and how's your day been going so far? Bottom of the hour coming up here in about 3 minutes.
Have you guys noticed that that this week when the New York opens, we've kind of had like the same style of opening pretty much every day, where it opens, has a big move, and then has these wild kind of range moves before it makes its true move to the downside, right? So we had a big fake move up, this wild range right down here, and then a big move to the downside, right? I feel like this has been kind of the pattern that's been occurring all week. Open, range, big move.
Yeah, it feels like... Go ahead, Yusuf.
Today, though, has definitely been, in my opinion, or at least during the New York session, finally saw some follow through. I mean, I just feel like
finally
this week
a lot
has
clearer.
so much consolidation.
Oop, why you read? Well, because I was wrong on my one trade, my guy.
Who bought a car from Carvana? Then why are you red? Oh, man.
Yeah.
If only we could answer that question every day and just prevent red every day, right? Would we even be here? I mean, I don't think there's enough money in the world to answer that question. Why are you red? If I was never red,
shoot,
I'd have all the money in my pockets.
That's right.
But as long as it's managed, right? We manage our risk here. It's the most important part. 700, 702's last trade here. Go ahead, Yusuf.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut the trade right here. Take that little loss, and I'm going to try to get right back in at that 730 level. Just I don't want to put myself in more drawdown, and I really don't feel like going in with more than 1 micro. I'm comfortable in these market conditions. I'm just comfortable trading with 1 micro right now. So I have a limit order now for 730. That fixes my average, and I mean now look, I already saved myself 16 more points of drawdown. So I think I made a good decision.
You did. Yes, you did. Can we go back to fill the gap? Druven in the chat, where's the gap? What do you have the gap mapped out on your charts? We are back above this heavy negative delta area that we were talking about in the NASDAQ here, these 710s. Let's see if we can see some buying pressure above this, or do these sellers come in and sustain price here? How do you buy these V-shaped reversals? Where's the entry? Find any pullback? What's the biggest pullback that we've seen? Since we made the low of the day, the biggest pullback we've seen is about 70 points in the NASDAQ. So look for a little pullback and then buy from there.
I mean, we had a couple 100.1 minute candles today. So I mean, the pullback can happen in an instant, and it can be a pretty significant one too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This area right here in the NASDAQ is going to be pretty tough. These 690s up to 710s. Let's watch how this zone plays out here. Again, a ton of negative delta in that area. Negative delta just means aggressive market order selling. What are you seeing here, Eric?
I mean, we're just retesting that New York Open, right? We'll see if we want to reject off of it and continue lower, or if we want to blast right through it, right? I mean, if we're going above the New York Open, I want to see a candle with some decent volume on it, right? So depending on how this 1130 candle closes on the 2-minute chart, I'd be actually looking to potentially take this as a short to the downside.
VIX VIX off its highs at 19 right now. Taking a look at some of the big components in the equities, we got Nvidia down 1.25%, Apple down 1.75%, Microsoft down 2.5%, Amazon down 4%, Google down 6% after those earnings. Tesla, down 13% on the day. Up off of his lows, but pretty big hit there in Tesla. Micron up 4.5%. Meta down 3.6%.
I didn't look at the Tesla earnings, but did they just miss target by a ton or what?
Did they miss? I'm trying to remember. We reported it on at the buzzer yesterday. Did Tesla miss? Let me see what those numbers look like. No.
They didn't.
Looks like Tesla was kind of in line with expectations. Tesla has cash flow issues. That was the big thing that came. Yeah.
Got it.
I think their operating income was a lot lower than expectations, if I could remember correctly. Tesla misses numbers all the time. Yeah, I remember somebody in the chat yesterday was talking about delivery numbers, saying they were still waiting for their Tesla delivery. So to expect to miss their. Eric, you have a Tesla, right?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. Okay.
Right.
I just remember, man, back when Tesla was down at like the 200 level, they missed earnings by a ton. And that was like the earnings report that was the bottom for Tesla. And that was also kind of the point where I was like, I don't know how to trade options earnings. I'm going to stick to futures.
Yeah. That's a tough proposition. I tell that story all the time, but I had a coworker years ago who would try to trade options on earnings and bought some calls for an Nvidia earnings. Nvidia beats and the stock tanks. Like 5 seconds after the earnings came out, he's like, "Oh man, should have bought puts."
Yeah.
Or just don't gamble on earnings, because
that's it, man.
Because that's not trading, that's gambling for sure.
It's just gambling, right? It is just gambling. And should have bought puts. It's like you probably would have lost on those too, because all of the volatility is now priced out of the market. 692 last trade here in the Nasdaq, definitely holding in this 20-point range here. 690s up to 710s. Little decision-making spot. Lower volume time of the day, so we do tend to see the market slow down just a little bit here. We do got some news from Microsoft. Microsoft is replacing OpenAI image models with its own models in PowerPoint and Bing. Microsoft replacing OpenAI. And the U.S. Senate blocks a resolution curbing Trump's Iran war powers. So a couple of headlines coming out there. Not really market moving right now. See what else is going on here. Crude oil back on the bid here. $92.28 last trade there in crude. Made a high of the day, $92.82. We were talking earlier this morning about, what could be the catalyst to get these markets to move, and $100 crude is definitely one of those things. So as we continue to see this market push up, let's see if that correlation plays out at almost a $6 range in crude today, which is pretty aggressive here.
This is a really tight range. I mean, there's real big decision time right here. Yeah. Nasdaq's trying to find its footing.
Volume's falling off. I just want, one candle, increase volume, either way to see kind of which way we're going.
That lunchtime button has been clicked. It looks like algos are taking over.
I think this is a good time to kind of try to assess what has the potential to happen for the rest of the day. Yusuf, you got that level up there, those 730s that you're looking at. I'm looking at maybe a potential. Watch crude here. Crude just traded some volume. About 500 contracts just traded in a second in crude. We could be getting some movement here soon. It kind of just came out of nowhere. At 92.45.
Crazy high this week too.
Yeah. What's the last you paid for gas? I haven't filled up my tank. I actually just drove my car, and it says I need some gas pretty soon. Eric, I know you don't got to worry about that, man.
Well, no. You guys.
Listen, the wife has the Tesla. I still have a truck that I choose not to drive when gas goes over $5 a gallon.
Got you.
Where are you based out of, Eric?
Washington.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So wait, you mean the state Washington, correct?
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. I guess on the West Coast is. I mean, to us, anything over $3 is high. You know, I'm from Louisiana, so $3.69 right now is pretty high in our opinion.
Oh man. I would love to see gas in the threes again. That would be incredible. There was a point there where it was like 5.20 a gallon, and I was like, this is crazy. Like I got a 32-gallon tank.
Oh man.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
I remember when I went
Richard
to
Harris.
Hawaii, it was like $6 a gallon, and I thought that was just absurd.
Yeah. Oh, we got someone in Chelan. Shout out Chelan. That's a beautiful place.
Washington State is a beautiful place, right? Only state in the country with a rainforest. Is that right?
No,
I remember that from my visit in Seattle.
Well, it feels like a rainforest sometimes.
Is there
I
no
don't know if
rainforest in
is it
Washington?
considered a rainforest? I don't know.
That's what somebody might have lied to me. But that's what I feel like I remember from my trip to Washington. Chat knows. Chat's gonna correct me if I'm wrong.
That's good. I was just watching to see if someone was like, "No, you idiot."
Oh yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So chat says Alaska has rainforests as well. There are many states with rainforests. Okay, well, no better way to figure out if you're wrong than to say something on the internet and have 2,000 people watching you, because someone is definitely going to correct you. Let's just be right about these markets. $92.48 last trade here in oil. Everyone flat right now. Equity's trying to figure out what to do here. The Nasdaq really needs to figure out what's going on at this 710 range again. Pressure above 710s. I think we have a really nice push into VWAP. But if the buyers cannot reclaim this area, and why this area to me is so important, it's because it's the heaviest negative delta that we've seen on the day. Right now, it's when we started the session that was negative about 1,000 delta. It's pared back a little bit here, so buyers are stepping up. It's negative 900 now in this zone. Let's see if this holds here.
All right, pushing up again above the New York Open.
There's that covering.
I've been filled short, and I am going to shoot. Let's see how we go. I'm going to shoot for the 600 level. Depends how much momentum we get to the long side here. I might cut it quick, but I think I pretty much got the short on sale right now. So let's see what happens.
All right, short one from 730s.
I am short from 728.5.
Short one, 728. Eric, we got back to that New York Open here.
Yep, got a good amount of volume through it. See how this 2-minute candle closes.
Let's see. Tiller in the chat wants to know what is the benefit of using the volume candles. For me, I'm a volume reader. Everything I do is pretty much based on volume, so it helps to see where most of the volume is trading for the session and not have to have that volume indicator on your charts. Just save a little screen real estate, but it's basically the same thing as the volume indicator. 730s.
All right,
here.
we got a high volume push through the New York Open. I'm gonna actually try to take a long, off the open, up into that 820 zone. It'll be invalidated if we come and take out these swing lows. If this second candle closes bearish with some decent volume, I'll cut it early. I'm only looking to risk $150 on the trade. But yeah, I don't love the high volume push through the New York Open.
Let's see, we got a volume point of control for the session right here in the NASDAQ as well. That is 720s. 28,720. Use of short, Eric is in a long. Let's see how these trades play out. Oil. Still watching oil here. $92.41. 40 cents last trade there in oil. and gold 40.52.30. Gold settling in about 45 minutes there. 65% long tilt in the S&P, 58% long in the NASDAQ, 55% long in crude, and 56% long in the gold market. Biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, crude oil up 6.38% on the day. Biggest percentage mover to the downside, that would be silver, down 3.83%. And our big four, we mentioned crude already, up 6.38%. The S&P down 1.17%. Gold down 2.4%, and the NASDAQ rounding out our big four down 1.65% on the day so far. Let's see what we got going on here. Yusuf short from
Getting a nice
7.8.
rejection. Nice rejection off the New York Open, actually.
Yeah, real decent volume behind that rejection too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm gonna cut this long early, most likely. Just because I do like, even though we got a high volume candle through it, high volume candle rejecting it kind of invalidates that trade for me. So I'm gonna get back to flat, take the $100 L.
All right.
As far as I saw someone in chat asking where's the high volume candle, you can't see my volume bars on the bottom, but the candle going into the New York Open was higher volume than like the previous 6 or 7 candles. So that was kind of my thought process on that one.
Yusuf, about 25 points in the profit here on this trade. How are you managing this one? I know you said you were looking at 600s for a target, so really no management. Let it work. Let the market get back down to that target.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see how it works here. Now, there is a part of me that kind of wants to drag my stop down to what this high was at that 739, because I mean, at this point, if it does reverse here, we can continue to see momentum to the upside. But man, Nasdaq is just so twitchy. I really don't want to touch it. I did pretty good in June when you and Dolby and I agreed not to touch anything.
No touch challenge.
And then in
No
July, I
touch
started
challenge.
messing it. I started touching stuff again. I don't know what's wrong with me. Felt like I was in preschool.
Stop
again.
touching.
Don't touch and you touch.
Don't touch it. Don't touch that.
So
just let it work.
Yeah. I can see us easily hitting that 630 level. You know, I think I've told you before. I do believe in that whole wick theory, where if a candle doesn't have a wick needs to be formed. So I can see us hitting 630, and then if we do, I'll go ahead and drag my profit down to about that 635 and hope to hit 605. So I'm just gonna let it work. Again, the $200 and risk is not much.
Let the trades work. Let the markets do its job right now. 28,701 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Did hear a couple more headlines coming out here. Let's see what we got. OPEC Plus is likely to raise oil output quotas for September by about 188,000 barrels per day at the August 2nd meeting. OPEC putting more oil supply out there. AMD sees the overall compute market reaching $2 trillion by 2030. $2 trillion market just for compute by 2030. I know compute, are those compute? Hoop. If Hoop is out there in the chat, are those compute futures trading right now on the exchanges? We're supposed to have a market just for compute futures, which is telling you how big that is supposed to be. 28,690 last trade there in the NASDAQ. Nice short so far here, Yusuf. Nice out there, Eric. Back to the lows of the day. Is the bottom in? How far? We are.
One thing to keep in mind when you're talking about bottoms of the day too, you also have the previous low at 28,408. So you could make a argument that we got relative equal lows here, and I think we've all seen that those equal lows like to usually be taken out. Oh yeah, that New York Open rejecting price hard. Feel good about cutting that long, good short, Yusuf.
Thank you.
Really
Yeah,
nice
it
trade
looks
here,
like
Yusuf.
the golden pocket that it went for was the high of the day to the low of the day. And I mean, that was literally the top, dang near. I was 10 points away from the top. And I guess in NASDAQ, 10 points is essentially a tick these days. So I'll take
Honestly, though.
Yeah, a couple good things you did here, Yusuf. You had that first trade. That first trade you were long short from 659s. Cut that one early, saved yourself some money, and then got right back into the trade when it validated at another level. So really nice trading there. And then these 728s, you're pretty close to the high of that move on that entry. So you could always get back into a trade. You hear Dakota say it all the time, right? It's like, it's always cheaper to get back into the trade, right? Taking one off, and you could always get back into it if the market does validate what you're seeing, save yourself some money, and now you're able to sit in this trade pretty nicely here. Got pretty close to your target, about 15 points off of it here. Some nice trade we got going on there, Yusuf.
Yeah, as soon as we hit 630, I'm going to drag my profit to 641, and then hope for a full TP of 605. So I'm pretty confident we're going to hit the 630 level. So I'm just going to be patient. It could happen in an instant.
What does this headline mean? Sometimes you got to be careful with this teleprompter, man. The EU DMA $1 billion fine for Google threatens trade stability, coming from the Trump administration. Try to make sense of that one, but Yusuf making sense of these markets right now, short from 728s, 640 last trade in the NASDAQ here. The S&P last trade, 74.44.
So my wife, just to get off topic just for a second. My wife is a baker.
Yeah,
I think I've told you guys before. And
you did not tell me that before.
Oh, so yeah, my wife does like cakes and like the Dubai chocolate trend, and she makes these fruit mousse cakes, and she's just on fire. I think she's making more money than all of us put together over this past month. She's just been doing a phenomenal job. And
Nice.
so she's been providing for this new sweet store out here locally. And today's their grand opening. And I was just thinking to myself, I'm really hungry. And she texted me and says, hey, you should come get some of this food. And so,
nice.
And I told her, I just texted her back. I said, I'll be out off air in about 10 minutes and I'll head your way.
Save Yusuf a plate. Oh man. Lunch
Made like
already figured out
this
for
month,
Yusuf.
bro. She's on fire.
Yeah. What kind of stuff does she bake? You said cakes and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah,
where can I'm gonna order is my next question.
Oh man, yeah. On Instagram. I guess whenever we get into the green room, I'll go ahead and give you the name. We ship on eBay all the time too. So, but I'm telling you, dude,
that's good, man.
She's the reason I don't have a 6-pack. I've been filled. I went ahead and got out of that position. I mean, we almost hit that 630 level, and I dragged my stop to that 641, and that's where it pulled me out. We made, what did we get? 28 plus 58. We got almost a little over 80 points on that trade. So I'm super happy.
Very nice. Very good
Nice trade. Nice trade there, Yusuf. Reminder to everyone, we got group coaching coming up after this. Hogue, Hoop, and Emmanuel are going to be here for group coaching. We had that form pinned to the chat. We can put those back in there as well. We'll get your questions answered from Hogue, Hoop, and Emmanuel right at the top of the hour here. Really nice trade there from Yusuf. We also had a poll up in the chat. What else do you trade outside of futures? Stocks and ETFs, options, crypto, or futures only? 100% focus. 50% coming back with futures only. 30% saying stocks and ETFs. 15% options, and only 5% trading crypto. Did you know you could trade crypto futures here with Topstep, Micro Ethereum, and Micro Bitcoin? That Micro Ethereum contract, you might want to trade that one if you have like $5 left in drawdown in your account, because I think it's 5 cents a tick. It is almost impossible, and I say almost because every time I say that, I feel like it's putting a challenge out there to the chat. It is almost impossible to blow an account trading Micro Ethereum, even if you over leverage. Almost impossible. Please do not take that as a challenge. But Micro Bitcoin, great market to trade as well. 50 cents a tick there. Tops up accounts pretty well.
Not the best challenge to try to prove you wrong. I mean,
no,
let me prove them wrong and show like a blown account.
Please do not take that as a challenge.
Yeah, it looks like that even though I pulled my stop just a second earlier than I wanted to, it still did exactly what I thought it would do. It flushed past that 630 and jumped back up to that 641. So it would have stopped me out either way. So, I mean, I think we might revisit that 600 level. But my whole point is I lost $80 on the first trade, and I wanted to make double on the second trade because I was at least looking for a 2-1. So overall, I mean, I'm up $90 roughly from when we started the session. So
Okay.
Very cool. 225 up
There
on
you
the
go,
day.
man.
Great work, Yusuf. Good stuff, man. Nice out on that trade as well. No, I mean, I'm serious about this micro Ethereum. I have my charts up here right now. If you want to learn structure of the market with and have some risk on, here's a 15 lot. This is just a practice account, but a 15 lot in micro Ethereum. If you sold the high of the day and bought right now, you would have made $82 with a 15 lot on. So again, it is almost impossible. I don't know why anyone would trade that. There was actually somebody in the chat the other day that was asking, why is this even a contract? Because there's such a lack of opportunity in it. But if you want to understand structure, maybe put on a set and forget trade and see how it works out and just trust your strategy. And that's $82 high to low range. So yes, it is almost impossible.
So how much does
Yeah,
one contract move?
You could make a case that is like the way to forward test, but basically the no risk as a back test, right? So you're kind of combining them.
Absolutely. Yeah, you could, because structurally it still trades really well. You're just not going to make a ton of money doing it, right? So if you wanted to test out a strategy, especially on a higher time frame, maybe a set and forget type of strategy, could be a good place to put that on. But we'll get back to the markets that we actually trade here. Yusuf, nice out there on that NASDAQ trade, trading 643s right now. Pretty much called the high and the low of that move there. Let's see. How are you reading these markets now, Yusuf? You just took a 70-point trade out of there.
Yeah, I'm
What are you gonna
thinking,
say here?
if we can get into that 585-ish to 600 level, and if we can hold it, and if we get a good volume candle to the upside, we could reverse right back. So that V-shaped recovery could still be legitimate for anybody that was long. And this could just be the pullback for us to extend further to the long side. I think you and I talked about this before. It's like the charts knows what the news that is going to come, and it starts to prepare for itself for such. So only God knows again what our president's going to say at 1:30, but maybe that's what it's doing. Maybe it's trying to prep itself for the president's announcement.
Absolutely. We will see here again. We got a 10-year auction here at the top of the hour. And then we have the president speaking at 2:30 Eastern time, 1:30 Central. Nice trade there. Yusuf, nice cut also, Eric, on your trade as well. Took that long. Sometimes we get it wrong, but managing the risk in the markets. 28,614's last trade here in the NASDAQ. Again, the question was, are the lows in for the day? 28,432.5 is that low. About another 180, 30 points. What do you think, Eric? If you had to guess right now, are the lows in for the session?
Oh man, I feel like if I didn't see those equal lows, I would say yes. But the thing about equal lows, they don't have to be taken out right away, right? Sometimes the market likes to pump away from it by a good amount. So I'm of the bias that potentially we still have some unfinished business on the upside that we want to take care of before coming down to take out these lows. Right now, is that going to happen today, tomorrow, Monday? I don't know. But I'd be looking to potentially long some bounces because, like I said, we have this higher low set in here. The whole kind of idea was that if we got a pullback, it would be off either the 665s or the New York Open, pull back to kind of retest this higher low over here, and then potentially reach up into the 800s. But we'll see what happens. There's never a guarantee, but that's kind of the idea that I'm going to be framing going into the rest of the day.
I agree with that sentiment.
Shout out to Joshua in the chat. Joshua was in the slow market, at the buzzer chat yesterday saying, I'm a new trader. 3 months into trading, I had a good morning. I'm up 700 on my combine. I locked myself out so I don't overtrade. Joshua, I'd love to hear that. 3 months into trading and exhibiting some maturity in your trading, locking it up for the day, understanding that there might be more opportunity, but you had enough for the day, and there's always another day to trade. Now, we are going to go ahead and make some space here for group coaching. We got Hogue, Emmanuel, and Hoop coming up next for group coaching, and that form is pinned to the top of the chat, so get your questions in there. Yusuf, great trade. Anything you want to say before we head out of here?
Guys, just read the markets. Don't think that you know what's going to go on. React. Don't try to forecast or predict. Just react to what the market's giving you.
React to what the market is going to do. And Eric, we are going to see you later today for Power Hour. So we'll see if those equal lows do eventually get run here. But right now, we're going to make some space for group coaching. Hogue, Emmanuel, and Hoop coming up next. If you haven't done so already, do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button, tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. I love what we're doing here at Topstep TV, so I make sure I hit that like button every morning. We got more trading to do. We got the president speaking. We got headlines coming out. Markets are moving. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, traders, it is time. Welcome to group coaching. Just afternoon here in Chicago. Get a sandwich. We look forward to answering your questions. You have all sent in some really good questions for us today. I've got my good friend Emmanuel in the middle. I've got my good friend Oop on the other side. Manuel, how's your trading day going? I was not around yesterday. I missed a whole bunch of stuff, I'm sure. How's your last couple of days been, Emmanuel?
From Monday to yesterday, they were red every single day. But finally, we got some nice bounce back today. One and done, actually, which is really nice. Giving nothing back, obviously. So another good day, another good trading day, and just happy to be green today.
Awesome. Yeah, some of those streaks, they get a little bit rough, but I know you're a good risk manager. You didn't lose too much those days. So you traded for tomorrow, and that tomorrow is today. You had a good day. That's fantastic. Oop. How about you? How's your trading day going?
Hogue, you've been doing the old dog, new tricks thing. So once again,
oh God, I'm
tinker
not very good at
mode.
learning new things.
Well, it's funny. I've got the 500 tick on the Trend Magic up, and once again, I mean, this is. I don't know, Hogue. These things get in your mind more than they do anything. When market states change, you try and look for maybe something else that, it's just kind of what Emmanuel was saying. You go through some red days, you go through some trap, and you start, your brain starts wanting to tinker a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean, Hogue. I mean, so
it's a good verb for it. Tinker.
Yeah. And, we got up here in crude today, and, the equities were going, down. Crude was going up, that negative correlation. And, once again, I guess my spidey sense gets tingling when I see 6.5% up in crude. Am I a fader? Yeah, especially when it comes to crude, because it's very good at getting everything loaded up, and the trend was up, but kind of saw a little triple top here in the 500 tick. We started pulling back and peeled a couple off and have a runner. Hogue, I'm against the trend now, but I know where my risk is. If we make new highs, I'm out. But it's a micro,
Structure.
So that's kind of where I sit right now. I'm short one micro crude, kind of right here.
Well, maybe that's one of the mistakes I'm making is I'm not going short enough time frame. 500 tick chart is pretty quick. You got to be pretty quick to take advantage of those too. That's a true scalper right there.
Yep. 100%.
Then maybe I'll take a look at that tomorrow in the ES, see what it does. All right. So, Emmanuel, I have a perfect question here for you, sent in from John. And especially over the last 3 sessions, John is saying right here, he says, I have followed my supply demand strategy to the T 3 days in a row. And all of those days that are properly leveraged have been losers. On the same days, I've reverted back to my scalping strategy on NQ that involves mainly gut feeling, and I use 10 micros. Scalping trades have gotten me back into the green each day. Do I consider this luck 3 days in a row, reinforcing bad habits, or should I focus more on scalping trader? He says thanks for the answer, but what a great question for you, Emmanuel. What do you think?
I think you need to check over your confluences for the supply and demand aspect, because we've hit 2 demands so far, but in my opinion, every time we've hit a demand the past 3 days, there was no confluences to really long the market. There wasn't any second takes or anything like that. We did hit a supply zone, or 2 supply zones actually, which hit very, very good. So maybe I know a lot of traders do supply and demand zones on like 5-minute charts. even 1 minute charts I've seen. I don't think that's true supply and demand. I think that's more of like a support and resistance of, a high volume area or stuff like that. I would try to do both. I mean, if your scalping is working right now, definitely keep going. If it's causing you to be green, just journal your supply and demand zones when you enter them and stuff like that. See why they're working or why they're not. Obviously, if the market's going up extremely and we're in a bull market, a supply zone is just not going to work as good as it is in a bear market, and vice versa. The market's starting to tank. There's bad news. The likelihood of a demand zone is, very unlikely, or we're just going to get a short bounce through it. So just keep that in mind. The probability of a demand zone working when the market's dumping is just very low. So that's going to lead you to take some bad trades probably if you don't have many confluences in your theory for a demand zone.
I think that's a great answer, Emmanuel. I mean, when you're looking for supply zones in a downtrend, they're probably much more likely to work in your favor. If you're working for demand zones in an uptrend, it's probably much more likely going to move in your favor. And if you are trading well, if you're a good scalper, there's nothing wrong with kind of working both of those strategies, because your supply and demand strategy is probably going to be keeping you in trades longer. But if you're not seeing something that is in context or in the right direction as far as some supply and demand, keep scalping seems to be working. But focusing on both strategies, it just gives you another. Each of those gives you another arrow in your quiver, if you will. If you're good at both, and you find the right context and the right confluence, as Emmanuel was saying, you can do both. You can do both. I mean, that was really my goal when I first got hired as a prop trader. Was I didn't really want to be a scalper, and I didn't know how to be a kind of a longer term scalper or a longer term trader, day trader. So my idea was, find the right direction of the day, get a position on and scalp that position, but always maintain part of that position in the direction that I think that the market was going. And there were, some days it works, some days it doesn't. But as long as you're a good risk manager, John, and if you do have a couple of losses and you can, get that money back in scalping, just keep doing it. Keep doing it. I think you're onto something real good here. Hoop, do you have anything to add?
No, I mean, things work until they don't, right? We just, like we've said it before, you think all of a sudden I've got something. Look at it. It's working. It's all good. I found it. It's the Holy Grail, and then kablamo. So just, I think Emmanuel put it best. Journal it, watch it, see how it plays out. Is it an anomaly, or is it a trend, and is it a pattern? We always talk about it. Adapting to market states. So that's our job, to me.
Awesome. Lane is a new trader, or a freshly new trader, as he has said here. But he's not sure what he's really doing. What's the best advice you could give Lane as a freshly new to trading, not really sure what he's doing? What advice? There's so much.
There's so much in that, Hogue. One market, one chart, and just kind of start there. I think, when you were out, Hogue, Emmanuel, we were talking about this before. There's so much content out there that it can be overwhelming. So
yes,
keep it simple. I love training camp inside the Topstep X platform. I think that, Hogue, since you're the guy that's the face of it, go there, take that in, and keep it, simple. It's in this world, Hogue, I would, when it was easier, right? When we stepped in the pit, you stood next to the guy who's the best trader, and you watched the SOB trade all day, right? I mean, you just did. You don't have, now there's, hundreds of thousands of traders that are putting up this money, that money, and whatever. So you have to be very careful. So just keep it simple, take it in small doses, and, we're here from a little before the open till the close, and just soak it in. But be careful of taking in too much too quick, because it can be overload.
Yeah. Find one thing
Yep.
that allows you to limit risk. Look for 2-to-1 reward over risk, and then move on to the next trade. Emmanuel, I think like looking at supply and demand zones, once you learn how to establish or recognize a supply zone or demand zone, is a relatively simple way to trade. Would you recommend to Lane to start looking into being very good at recognizing those and then trading in those levels to limit risk? I mean, it seems like a very simple way to look at markets and a simple way to limit risk. Would you? I mean, I would think that would be a good way to start.
Yeah, 100%. I think most trading strategies stem from supply and demand. I think supply and demand is generally the foundation of most of the stuff that you're going to find out here. So I think supply and demand is, one of the best things out there to start with. I think it's very, very easy. And obviously, it can get as advanced as you want to make it. But the actual foundation of it is very, very easy. I'd recommend that to everybody. I'll throw my link to my quick supply and demand YouTube video after this. But
awesome.
I think it's a great thing. I mean, I've learned it from the beginning. I tried a whole bunch of other things, and I'm still here with supply and demand, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, that's great. Definitely put that link in. I'd like to watch that as well. I mean, I'm always learning, always trying to find new things to advantage myself as a trader. And so yeah, definitely put that in, Emmanuel. Lane, just without thinking about strategy, anything like that, just understand what these markets really are. And they are auctioning. They are auctions. And price is going to auction higher until buyers won't pay it anymore. Sellers will take over, the upside auction will end, and a new downside auction will ensue, and price will rotate lower until sellers won't sell it anymore, and then buyers will take over, the downside auction will end, and a new upside auction will begin. The difficult part of that is it happens in multiple time frames. But just understand what the markets really are. They are a two-sided, never-ending auction process. Price is the advertising method. A supply zone might be where, if you were trading grains, might be where farmers are starting to sell up at that level. That's where the supply is. The demand zone might be where you'll find users of those products trying to buy it cheap. So you get this rotation between supply on the upper end and demand on the lower end. And quite simply, that's what it is. Supply and demand, those levels they're going to change, and they're always going to change. And it's part of the auction process to discover where demand is and where supply is. But when you start to recognize, number one, what a market is, it's a two-sided auction process, never ending. And what supply and demand are is where your supply is where your like producers of the product, if you were trading an ag product or a beef or anything like that, that's where you would maybe find producers of the product trying to start to sell at higher pricing, and the demand zone would be where the users of those products are starting to look to buy it. And you can, in certain markets over long periods of time, you can kind of see where those levels are. And that's what these markets are, is they're hedging tools for producers and users of agricultural products or financial products. So you're looking for those levels where the producers of them want to sell it and where the users of them want to buy it. And, just kind of keeping in mind that it is an auction process keeps you kind of, I think, maybe a little bit more in tune with the price action, which, price is just the advertising mechanism. Price is what you pay at that moment or what you sell at that moment. Finding the levels where more sellers are, finding the levels where more buyers are, is where you're going to find your better opportunities. I hope that helps. I know the auction process, and there's so much to it that we never know exactly, or with anything, what's going to happen in the future. But we can put ourselves in a better situation using probabilities, understanding supply and demand, and understanding the auction process. If we were looking at what's on the charts right now as an auction process, price got to a level that sellers they wouldn't sell it there anymore. Buyers then started buying it and pushed price higher until they wouldn't pay it anymore, where sellers took over and sold price off until it got to the previous level where sellers wouldn't sell it anymore and buyers took over, and they've brought price back up to a level where buyers wouldn't buy it anymore. Sellers took over, the auction's lower for a little while. Sellers won't sell it anymore here. Buyers pick it up. They bring it back up to the level previous where buyers backed off and sellers took over before. Does it happen again? Is the question. Do we sell it up here? Can we sell it up here? You can, because if we start extending the range above the previous area where supply was, then the trade may be wrong. We never know exactly what's going to happen. I hope that helps. Wayne, great question. Okay. Erickson is stating basically, when I enter a trade, I find myself trading the P&L and cutting my trade too short. How can we disable the P&L on a trade and just show points up or down during the trade? Well, there is a way that you can change that. Charts and data. Right here, you can choose, chart value display. I have mine set on points. You can have percent, ticks, or dollar. But if you don't want to focus on the dollar, these are always going to be up here. Your P&Ls are always going to be up here. You can put a sticky note across on top of those if you don't want to watch those. But you don't have to watch your trade in dollars on the chart. You can be points, ticks, percents, or dollars. So again, that's in the main settings over here on the left, and it's in charts and data. Chart, value, display, type. But again, if you're kind of focusing on your P&L at the top of the bar, at the top of the platform, put a sticky note on it. Just leave that sticky note on there. I know there's a lot of people that tend to do that focus on P&L, but it may not be your only issue, Erickson, in cutting trades too soon. I mean, that's kind of human nature. You see a winner, you want to pick it up. If there was $5 on the sidewalk, first thing you'd do is step on it, and then you'd look around to see if anybody may have dropped it. And if nobody's around, you're going to pick it up and put it in your pocket. It's just human nature to do that. And in that situation, it doesn't make sense to step over the $5 bill to look for a 50 further down the road. But in trading, sometimes that's the right thing to do. And to recognize the size of the opportunity is difficult. Hoop, do you find yourself focusing on P&L? Did you change your P&L on the charts to points, percentage, anything like that?
You know, mine do. I do change mine. I try and stay away from it. I think because we're in prop and you do need to know where levels are of, daily loss
Profit.
limits, take
Yeah.
profits. You do have to keep it around trading it. If once again, if you want to test yourself, like what you just said, Hogue, blank out your P&L. If your trade's
Yeah.
your trade, you know, Hogan, when you'd have a day and you have a minute inside the pit and you wanted to find out where you were at, I mean, we had to take, these things, trading cards.
Yep.
And we had to sit in here and go, okay, I made 4 points there, selling it to Hogue, 5 points, and you'd get there and add it. And you'd take, however many you had in a specific time. And once again, Hogue, I think we did it long enough where you had an idea if you were buying low and selling high or selling high and buying low. But you didn't know that instantaneously, right? You had to get use, trader math and figure it out. And I was always counting points. I was looking at dollars.
Figure out where I'm at.
Exactly. My brother used to call me Houdini because every time he turned around and he needed to find his position, I wasn't there. I was learning about the markets. So
you were down drinking.
No, Hogue, no, I was not. I was on the CQG machine. I might have been grabbing a smoke once in a while back then. But you were always trying to figure it out on the fly. Here, when you're on a computer or your phone or
It's
whatever,
right in front of you.
Your P&L's there. You can see it. It's dynamic. It's in your face. If you don't want it in your face, then block it out. But I want to sit there, and all the coaches and have talked about this. I think when you're a scalper, it's definitely in your face a little bit more than if you're like, if I was trading with Dee, she holds trades for 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yep.
She's not, she's definitely not somebody who's watching probably P&L as much as a scalper is. So am I aware of it? Yes. I have to be careful. I'm too aware of it. That's another yes. So it's dynamic.
Scalpers kind of go tick by tick, right?
Yeah. 100%.
Emmanuel, what's on your chart? Do you have the dollars?
I do have the dollars.
Do you have the percentage?
I do have the dollars. I used to have the ticks, but then I would just count it, right? Like you're up 10 points and you just know, like after a while you just know. But to add to what you said, Hogue, you can just go to like preferences in here, display type, and you can change it to ticks instead of dollars until you start to do the math yourself. And the same thing with the privacy here, what you were saying, just go to streamer mode, unrealized, realized, DLL, and then it's all blocked off.
You can take those out. That's right.
So you can do that too to help you. And then also again in the over here, just hide unrealized P&L, and there's just a whole bunch of things you can do to really mask that until you start counting it, and then you're screwed. There's nothing you do about that.
I'm still telling people to put sticky notes on there. Yeah, you can just take them off the platform. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so there you go, Erickson. Try and let those trades play out. Yair, it's good to see you, Yair. You have a question, how do you find levels? How do you use GEX levels? How do you interpret put walls and call walls? How does one know if you're in a negative or positive gamma? So here, there are a lot of traders that are really focused on that because it does seem as though the options dealers are dictating a lot of the price action that we're seeing in the underlying commodities. There's different websites where you can see those levels on a daily basis. A lot of them are based on zero date. And I don't subscribe to them. I think there's enough people, on screen like Jackie's talking about where some of those gamma levels are. And to me, they're kind of a longer time frame view. But I know that, there's a couple of, I'm trying to remember the name of one. Mentor Q is one of them, and these are
Mentor
paid
Q.
services. They don't just give this away. I know you Unusual Whales, I think, is also one that puts those levels out. But it's just they're just um, strike prices that have a lot of open interest. And when price gets there, the dealers are going to have to adjust their hedges against their positions at those levels. So again, Mentor Q is one that I've heard of, that I know that I've heard a lot of people look at. So you can check that out. But again, it is paid. But watch Topstep TV because Jack is always talking about where those levels are for the ES. Emmanuel, do you look at those levels? Are you aware of them? Do you have a service to kind of find them?
I used to use Unusual Whales, and I think it just became too overwhelming with all the numbers coming out, seeing extreme, puts and extreme calls coming from certain funds and stuff like that, where it wouldn't happen, I guess, instantly, the actual move, because they're loading in or something like that. And I would just get a little, I'd get a little too antsy to get in the market thinking it's going to just drop the market when I see some crazy numbers come in or some crazy news or something like that. So I stopped using it. A lot of traders use it and they think it's very good and they're very profitable with it. But it was just a little too much information for me, being more of a scalper. Instant 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes in the morning. Didn't really work that well for me.
Yeah, nothing works for everybody, right? I mean, it's all to each his own. Hoop, do you look at those levels?
I did subscribe to Mentor Q there for a while. The levels, and once again, it's crept over into futures, right, Hope? And when I say futures, like meats and eggs, more and more of guys that I even talked to back in Chicago hedge their positions more with futures with options than they do futures now, because they look at strikes that show more liquidity. And once again, Hope, we always talk about margin. If you're a large institution and you have, when cattle was having high volatility, you didn't want 1,000 futures on. It's a lot of margin. So I think some of the larger institutions use it to manage risk a little bit different. But zero DTEs, has just brought it to a new level, and just plan on it becoming a big deal again next week when single stock futures hit, because I guarantee you're going to watch a lot of open interest on the options pop one more time when that stuff starts to hit. That's going to be a big one, Hope. It's going to be a big one.
Yeah, we've actually seen a couple of questions lately about the single stock futures, and whether we're going to add them or not. We're not against adding them to the program. That's for sure. We have to see how they mature. We want to provide the opportunity for traders to trade mature contracts where you get a stop head in an immature contract. You're gonna get a lot of slippage. We want there to be enough liquidity for traders to be able to get in and out easily. So we will be monitoring. It is definitely something we are interested in looking at. And if they go gangbusters and there's tons of open interest and tons of liquidity in those, I can certainly see us, you know, mean, I can't guarantee or give a timeline or anything, but it's something that I think we would want to provide to traders, actually in the trading combine. But again, I have no timeline. I have no assurity or whatever of them actually doing it or of us actually providing them. A lot of it depends on how they mature as futures contracts and how much liquidity, how much open interest, and how much daily volume there are in all of those contracts. I mean, they tried it before and it didn't work. They're going to try it again. If it works this time and we get some good liquidity, some good volume, some good open interest, I don't see why we wouldn't consider it. I'll just leave it at that. So, I think it would, why not, right? Why not?
You don't want it to be like SpaceX though on the IPO.
No,
that's the only problem. Yeah, you don't want to own SpaceX at 220 right now, do you?
No. I know we've asked this before of you, Manuel, and there's always new people coming into the program and coming into group coaching. Wilfredo is asking, can you please explain the liquidity sweep strategy? I've been making daily lows and highs. Recently, they have not been hitting at all. If they do, I still feel hesitant on when to enter. What should I be looking for? Now, it seems to me, and I could be wrong. You could say, "Hey, you're an old man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about." Manual. When you're looking at supply and demand zones, quite often you're going to get that liquidity sweep on one side or the other. Is this something that you're aware of? How do you find them? And what's the strategy for them, if you can?
Yeah, so a liquidity sweep of a supply and demand zone, I consider that zone invalid once we hit it for supply and demand, but I would still use it that day. So we can use today as an example. For example, if our zone was here and we swept the bottom side of it over here, I would still deem this zone valid for today. I would look to trade off of it, maybe coming off these highs, making a inverse head and shoulders over here. I would try to find some sort of pattern or plan to still take longs, getting a liquidity sweep. A lot of traders will try to just find a little bit of buying down here and snipe the market, kind of looking for a reversal, and can work. More often than not, you're probably going to get ran over by the train. It's happened to me plenty of times. I like to wait for the second move. If you truly believe that we're going to sweep liquidity and then take all that power, rip all those stop losses out and move the market, you don't need to be the first time buyer here for something like this. But this is a perfect example of a sweep without a zone. You sweep the lows, a lot of volume, whatever. You start to come back into the area of the previous low and you start to get added buying power, and the market just seems to not produce much red candles, and we just keep on printing higher until the next section of, like you said, the auction theory of where sellers come back in, move the market back down, etc. So on a sweep like this, look to trade the second move where you're getting a inverse head and shoulders here maybe, or you're breaking a previous high in here to then take the move up. I would not look to be a hero down here and just reverse it immediately, because like I said, plenty of times, more often than not, the trend might continue down and you will just get ripped apart, and that's when you're starting to lose a lot of money very quick. You can even get slippage, which is ugly. It's one of the biggest things I'm pretty sure every trader hates. Slippage ruins everything. So stuff like that, reversing the bottom, will definitely get you into some issues like that. So if you're looking for the actual liquidity sweep to move the market back in your favor and reverse it, the second move is always the best. If the theory is true and correct, you're going to get a lot of points. You don't need, from top to bottom or bottom to top.
And that liquidity sweep kind of establishes your risk, right?
It gives you great structure to make a stop loss off of too. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Hooper, is a liquidity sweep something that's really on your radar?
Well, I mean, a little bit is like, I mean, you look at like, let's take gold for the last 3 days on a 30-minute. You know, we were basing early in the week, and then once again, the overall trend was down. I think we've said that, but then, you know, for 2 days we had this big move up, right? So if you were along and you're looking to see if maybe we come into this zone today, the only thing, Hogue, here's where the trend magic kind of would, once again, here's where I think a trader looks at using a couple things as, you know, confluence is the word, where I had this trend line drawn. We broke through it. We came back. We retested it. Trend magic is telling you, hey, the trend's down. Now, as a scalper, sometimes I would look for maybe us coming into this zone and maybe doing a liquidity sweep and bounce back up. Well, there's a couple things that said, nah, I don't think so, man. We broke the trend line, trend is down, and we just ripped it, right? So we blew through a pivot. We're down it near the second pivot, but here's another one, right? There's a demand area down here, maybe, and now we've kind of stalled. So once again, you know, in trading, they're dynamic. I like the fact up and through here that I had a couple things going on that I wouldn't get sucked into getting in this, and maybe we get a leg higher. But maybe, hey, stay out, see how we react down, you know, here, and we just flushed to this lower level. And you know, that's just kind of how we look to kind of figure out, is this an area of base now? We'll see, right?
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Kind of had a similar question to this. I'm just going to bounce this off you guys. Roger's asking, hi, sometimes the mind gets stuck on an unrealized profit and keeps waiting for it to return at the same level or a better price. It hurts when that never happens. We end up hoping, but we lose real money instead. How do we let go of this? Sooner is better, isn't it? So Roger's, you know, focusing on unrealized profits, finding giving back some of it is painful. And it, you know, anytime there's a loss of an unrealized profit, yeah, there's going to be a little pain to it. The one thing that concerns me is the word hope. We end up hoping. Can't live on a hopium, but we lose real money. You know, what's better? When you start to get nervous about an unrealized profit, is it better to take it? Or are you going to try and hold on to the pullback and see if you can get a better price eventually? You know, so much of that depends on context and market condition. Wouldn't you agree, Emmanuel?
Yeah, 100%. And I think we said this before. For example, if you're in, you know, a short trade, do not cut it unless you can see yourself getting long. And you said that to me 2-3 weeks ago when we spoke about this, and I think there's not a simpler way to explain that to anyone. You know, if there's a pullback, you have to ride your trade theory, right? If that's something that's deeming you profitable or what you're trying to learn off of and master, you have to stick with your trade theory and let the plan ride. You know, one green candle here doesn't necessarily mean the market's going to reverse and hit your stop loss again if you're shorting the market. There has to be something that's going to actually tell you, like, there could be a long theory here and the market could possibly reverse, right? That's when I think you can start taking some profits. If you're trading 2 contracts, maybe take 1, as long as that, you know, is still in the right area of your risk to reward. But other than that, I think you have to let your trade ride out. I'm always going to say the same things over and over again because I think they fix everything. But journal the trades, right? Especially if they're coming back to your stop loss, your entry point, where you're taking hits now. See where you're going wrong. Are you expecting too much from the market? Are you entering somewhere in the middle where the market likes to chop around? Are you not getting the best entries? It's going to kind of tell you the story of what's going right and what's going wrong. where is the bad guy in the scenario? Is it the entry? Is it the overall daily market? Is it just unlucky timing? It's going to tell you everything. The journal will tell you everything that you need.
Love that. I like that stuck with you. You don't get out of a position unless you take the opposite side. Hoop, do you is that something that you live by? Like, you don't get out of a position early unless you take the opposite side.
It's a good one. No, I mean, I think, wired as a scalper, the biggest thing to me is, and we were talking about this yesterday, Hug, how soon you move a stop underneath you. Like, I've traded with people that don't like to give anything back. They'll get, as soon as they're in profit, they'll shove it right underneath maybe the next candle or, whatever. And they don't like giving anything back. I think over the years, like I said, is I'd rather, not Tommy boy the trade and move it too soon and then watch it keep going without me. That's just me. If I get hit on the way back, like I just got stopped out of crude, so be it. I think over the years is, and especially kind of, Hogue, it got reinforced when I read The Best Loser Wins, of just letting winners run a little bit and adding to them. Hogue is a different story. That's just, it takes time to add into those. You have to have the right market state.
Hard.
You see some, it's hard, man. So I think the biggest thing for me is I'm just more, judicious on how I move my stop underneath a market now. And once again, once I move it, I accept it. I'm the person that moved it for whatever reason. I moved it, and I just, I get stopped out. I journal it, and I move on to the next trade. So
move on to the next.
Yep.
Journal. Emmanuel, how many traders that say they journal actually journal? Percentage off the top of your head.
I would say 20% of traders, probably less. I'm probably being very generous. Like,
everybody says they do, but do they? All right. Well, we'll find out, and they'll be grounded. They'll be grounded. All right. Alex has a question. Just a couple of months into trading here, I was wondering what's a good win-loss ratio and good win percentage to aim for. Hoop. For a new trader, what should they be trying to accomplish as far as reward over risk and win rate? They're very related and can be very important to each other. What do you think?
God, depends on your strategy a little bit. I think, the beauty of, once again, everybody knows, because of where I live, I'm a lot in slow markets, and I see fast markets in the morning, and that there's been such a dynamic of traders. I remember when I'd see Dakota trade 2 years ago, and his win rate was in the high 30s, low 40s. Would take big wins and small paper cuts, right?
Yes.
Market states were different then. If you look, where I'm at, I sit at a win rate of high 60s, low 70s. Look how Mandy's changed. She was someone that was near 80. I would say, and I haven't asked her in a while, is where that sits now. So I'd love to tell you and she had negative risk reward, right, Hope?
Yeah.
You don't see that a lot.
No.
I think, Hogue, you've watched probably and broke down more, accounts probably than anybody here. And I think you've always said
reports,
it. Yeah, 2 to 1, you got to be there or you're going to spin your wheels, right? I mean, if you're 1-to-1, it's a very, churnish type deal. So in layman's term, I would say, at least 2-to-1. If I was sitting here talking to Dee, she'd probably tell me 4 hour, 5 hour. It's different,
Right.
you know.
But just think about this, Alex. If you're right half the time and your winners and losers are exactly the same, your reward over risk is 1-to-1 and you're right half the time, you're never going to make a dime. As a matter of fact, you're going to bleed your account out with commissions. If you are 2-to-1 reward over risk and you're right half the time, you might be able to build an empire that way if you can maintain that for a long period of time. If you're 2-to-1 reward over risk and you're right 40% of the time, you'll maintain that account. You'll make money at that. The shorter time frame trader you are, the closer you are to a very short time frame scalper, the easier it's going to be for you to have a high win rate. So if you're a scalper at 1-to-1 and your win rate is 80%, number one, it's going to be very hard to maintain that, but you'll make money because you're right 8 out of 10 times and your losses and your risk is the same. But if you're right 80% of the time and your reward over risk is 1-to-4, like you're losing 4 times what you're winning on every trade, but you're right 80% of the time, you're break even. You're not going to make any money. So it's that relationship between win rate and reward over risk that's really going to matter. Dakota, he's admitted he's like maybe 35% right, but his winners are so much bigger than his losses, he makes money.
Right.
What is right for you, Alex?
Right.
What is right for you? What's your time frame? What are you comfortable? How can you improve or get more comfortable expanding the reward? Or how do you be right more often? That's the eternal question, right, Emmanuel? What would you say to Alex? I mean, the math is there. It's in how you're going to use that math to your advantage.
Yeah, I would definitely say if you're looking to scalp, you need that win rate to be higher generally. You're not going to look to scalp and look for a 10 RR. For something like that, start smaller, start at the 2.5 somewhere in there, and then you can progressively grow that to a higher RR. So everyone wants a 10 R. Of course, you want to be able to risk $1 and make 10. That sounds like the life. The probability of that happening in a trade are just so unlikely, right? You're thinking, generally speaking, you're risking $1 to make $1. It's about a 50% chance, right? So for stuff like that, I think start off small where you can find some consistency and then slowly work to a bigger thing where, you can make $30 trying to lose 10 and like that. On my screen right now, this was, I think, a screenshot I captured about 2 weeks ago. I've been posting all my stuff in the Discord, in the coaching section, but 56% win rate, not the best, but my profit factor was a 6. I destroyed the market. I was kicking the market's butt, it doesn't really matter the win rate just because my average winner was, $425. My average loser was $91. And, I just whooped the market with something like that because, the supply and demand that I was working with or whatever trades I was taking was good, had great entries, and a good risk to reward. But also, I posted pictures again in the Discord of, I think it was like my second month trading or something like that. And of course, I was a person who went in with too much capital. I had probably like an 80 or 85% win rate, and I was down like $20,000. It's just,
right.
It's just I didn't cut my losers, and my risk to reward was not there. So they go hand in hand. And with a higher win rate, like you said, you don't need to have that good of an RR. Generally speaking, start with something smaller and work your way up as you become a better trader.
Awesome. One last quick question here. Ian has been trading 2 years. Can't tell if he should take a break from the charts or dig deeper. Not profitable, nor have I lost a lot of money either. In a live account and combine in the last 2 years, I've lost about $1,000 total. I would say that's break even for 2 years. Fantastic. I can't tell if I should get more aggressive or fall back. Been going through a losing streak, but I'm gaining more confidence as I'm going through this bad streak to take trades and not hesitate. Is this a bad mindset? Should I slow down or take a break? Well, Ian, nobody can tell you what's right for you. You know, I'm looking for the answer to your question in your question. If you've been trading for 2 years and you're only down $1,000, I would say you're doing better than 90% of traders, right? That's something that you should be proud of and you should feel good about that. But if you're asking yourself if you should take a break from your charts, you probably should. And it doesn't matter. It could be a day, it could be a week. Just get away for a little bit, straighten out your mind, get yourself back, you know, on solid footing, get yourself centered, right? And then come back. You know, if you've been in a losing streak, but you're working your way through it, I think that's fantastic. A lot of folks, you know, they hit a losing streak and they walk away. They say, "I can't do this. I'm done." You know, they don't have the skin, the thick enough skin, or whatever it takes to push their way through it. And if in 2 years, Ian, if you're only down 1,000, I'd say you know you've had some good periods and you've had some drawdowns and you've worked your way through them. But whenever I ask myself, you know what, would I be better off if I just took a little time away from the charts? The answer is usually yes. But nobody can answer that question for you. You know, Emmanuel, when you find yourself asking, you know, I'm feeling good. You know, I've been making money. I'm in a little bit of a losing streak, but overall I'm making money. But I just feel like I need some time away. Shouldn't you just take it?
100%. I tell all my traders this. I love time away from the charts, especially if you're making a lot of money. You see that, you know, you feel that dopamine starting to get real up there. You're starting to chase it more, maybe sizing up, taking trades you shouldn't really be trading. Get away from the screens. Take a day off. Take a week off. It's completely subjective how long you should take off, but I definitely think that's needed. You also said, you know, you're finding yourself getting confident and you're going through the bad streak to take trades and not hesitate. To me, that's showing that you're making progress, right? So if there's progress being made, maybe try to fight it off a little bit more. Don't take the break yet, or see if you can take a day or two, because if you're making progress, you don't really want to stop the progress, in my opinion. If you're in a, you know, halt or standstill, I would say 100% get away. You know, get away for a couple of days, get away from a week, refresh your brain. But there's still being progress being made. So maybe you only take a day or two off, you know, reset a little bit and go back to it. But I definitely wouldn't quit. I wouldn't size up. And like Hogue said, $1,000 in 2 years is very good, honestly.
Yes.
It's very good.
100%. 100%. Well, looks like we are out of time. I forgot a couple of things during the session today, but that's all right. We'll get them later. Apologize, everybody. But Emmanuel, Hoop, always a pleasure. Great to hang with you guys as always. Well, we've got the trade with Topstep coming up here next. We've got JD, we've got Amani, and Vince coming up with you next. Trade with Topstep. Again, Emmanuel, Hoop, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for your wonderful questions. Hopefully there's something that everybody was able to carry with them to improve their performance in the future. Anyways, this is Topstep TV. Stick around for Trade with Topstep coming up next. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Top Step TV. It's time to trade with Topstep. It's 1:05 p.m. Central Time, and we've got a very special guest joining us this afternoon to trade with us for the next hour. From the great state of North Carolina, we've got Amani, a musician, a Grammy-nominated music producer. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. I was going to say, but most importantly, a commodity futures trader. Welcome to Topstep TV. Amani, thank you for joining us. Hello, how are you?
Thank you. I am amazing. This is such a great opportunity. This is a blessing. So I'm great. Thank you guys for having me.
We're happy to have you here for sure. You guys all know Coach Vince over there, my other bookend, and we are going to dig into these markets. Amani, we want to know everything. How you started trading, how you got into futures trading. We want to go over your charts. We're going over your trade setups. Real quick, though, I want to ask Vince, what have you been doing for the last couple hours? Are you in the markets? Do you got a trade on? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm currently short the MNQ. I didn't take a trade all day up until like about an hour ago. I had 5 MNQ here in this XFA. I was down about $102. Short just 1 MNQ instead of 5. It's getting late in the day, so I just put 1 on. A little bit in the profit right now. Hopefully we can get to our target. But yeah, I'm curious to see how Amani got into this crazy business that we call futures trading.
Well, we were just talking in the green room, and yep, just a minute ago we were talking in the green room. Amani was in a trade, just got stopped out at a scratch. Let's dig into those charts. But first, Amani, again, welcome to Top Step TV. How did you find us? What's going on? Amani's a live funded trader, by the way. I failed to mention that in the beginning.
Nice.
But yeah, tell us a little bit about
Thank you,
your
guys.
story.
Yeah, so really I was a part of the post-COVID crew, so 2021. And I was a part of the whole CFD situation. I was a part of that. I think when we had that moment with the prop firms then, around 2022, 2023, I think I ran into Topstep. Just a simple search, just looking for the top, futures firms. I didn't know anything about futures, so it was very, very new to me. But I liked the crossover between, Forex and futures. It kind of felt right instead of Forex to options.
Sure.
That was a big jump for me with the Greeks and things like that. So, yeah, I just looked up the top prop firms and Topstep made sense. So I was very attracted to the name. I was very attracted to the name. I was very attracted to the company. And I like the rules because they really challenge me to be a better trader. That's the biggest thing I love about futures trading. So, yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Amani's been in the live funded account now. As Vince says, welcome to the top. Amani's been in the live funded account for roughly a month now. Does it sound about right? Sitting on a couple of
that is
winning
about
days.
right. Yeah, it's been a miracle. I think I know we were kind of like talking about like losing streaks and things, but I recently just got out of one. So I went on a pretty nice one and was able to recover out of it, which was so beautiful. So yeah, it's been a rough little start for me, but you start. It's all about how you finish, and that's the way I look at it. So.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
It's all about how you finish. Well, we're looking at your charts right now. You trade some markets that we don't typically have guests on for you. You're trading the euro. You're trading a couple of other things. What are we looking at right now? What are you trading today?
Yeah, so one of my and I actually need to take this off because I was monitoring this. One of my main symbols that I actually trade is natural gas. And so it's funny because the way that I trade is I'm an intraday trader. So the way that I trade is probably totally different from anybody else who's been on this on Topstep TV. I think people sleep on the power of intraday. I think we get caught up with, the hype of social media and the scalping and trying to get in and get out. And I love that. I used to be a scalper myself. I was a scalper for 4 years. And I actually got funded with Topstep in 2024 trading intraday, which is crazy. So I kind of shied away from it, came back at the top of this year. And that's what you guys are seeing now. You're seeing intraday timeframes, 30-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, weekly. But a lot of people sleep on gas. A lot of people sleep on natural gas. It's a very, very volatile symbol. Yeah, it's a very volatile symbol. And I trade ICT concepts. So,
Okay.
basically all about, daily fair value gaps, breaker blocks, as you can see here. So I'll kind of do a top-down analysis. Is that what you want me to do?
Absolutely. Yeah. Tell us what's going on these charts. What are we looking at?
Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. So yeah, if I look at this, like just from the daily, I like to look from the daily time frame perspective. We can see here, we've basically had a big drop. So we've been consolidating. So I'm noticing price potentially wants from this high to this low, it wants to get back into some type of premium area. So that's where I originally was trying to get to, was this higher daily fair value gap, but it ended up pausing at this one. So basically how I trade is I look at the daily time frame and I collaborate it with the 4-hour time frame. So like I like to tell everybody, the 4-hour is why I trade and the 1 hour is when I trade. So we had the 4-hour high get taken out right here. I'm trying to add my things back up here. So this red box is actually the daily fair value gap we came to. And then we had this high that we took out, and I was looking at that. And one of the things I noticed about NG is it's a very volatile pair between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. So it likes to do a very steep sweep, a liquidity sweep first initially, and then it likes to make the move. So we can see that kind of here on the 4 hours. A little crowded because I got my drawings on here. But if we go to the hour, you guys can see here.
Talking about Chicago time? Sorry about that.
I am so sorry. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I'm here in North Carolina, so Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
You got it.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, I know it's a little hour difference there, but yeah, initially, I just saw the liquidity sweep here, and then we did a double sweep. So, that's a sign to me that we wanted to go lower. Now, I don't know, today is just one of those days where it just wants to play around. Sometimes NG would do that, but when it goes, it goes. It's a very, very volatile symbol. I don't know if you guys can see that. It moves. It's a little baby NQ. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. But yeah, initial, sweep and then internal sweep here. And then we had a drop right here. We had a breaker structure. It looks much cleaner on the 30-minute, which is the time frame that I was looking at. So sweep, right? Really strong manipulation candle, and then an immediate close back inside the range. And so with ICT, I understand if we do that and then we break structure, this is actually a breaker block. And so didn't want price to come back into my original entry, was just right here. Let me see. It's actually, try to take this off real quick. Yeah, fair value gap, breaker block right here. And we had a fair value gap right here. So that's like a ICT, as he calls it, a unicorn entry model. So I got in right here just to take the institutional order flow entry drill model. And I put my stop up here. And I didn't have a big stop. I think I only risked like $300 something. It wasn't a lot of risk on the table for this. And since it's later in the morning, I was really just trying to go for a 1-to-1. It says a 2.3, but my original stop loss was up here. So yeah. So that's what I was looking at today.
Very cool. Very cool. Just to clarify a few things in the chat, for the chat, an intraday trader is, putting out positions for a longer period of time than a normal scalper would. Is that making sense? So as Amani said, the 4-hour chart is why she trades. The 1-hour chart is when she trades. And the 30-minute is your execution chart. Does that sound right?
So
right?
That's funny. So I actually just added the 30-minute maybe like 2 weeks ago. And the reason why I did that is because based off of back testing, I realized that the summer months, they kind of, you gotta find your place with the summer months. They're a little tricky to trade. So when I got funded with you guys at the top of this year, I was able to see clearer trades on the hour, and it was just a piece of cake. So that's the normal time frame that I use to execute on. So basically, I look at the 4-hour, I decide if that's why I'm considering to trade, and then I'll look at the hour, and if I see anything that is clear on the hour, I'll just take that time frame. If I don't see it, I'll just go a half step down and then see if I see anything on the 30-minute. And then that's the lowest I go. I do not go to any other lower time frame here.
Gotcha. What would you say your average hold time is in a trade? Are you in it for a couple of hours?
Yeah.
Less than that?
2 to 3 hours. One of the things I like to do is I like to trade very volatile symbols. So, obviously gold and gas, in my opinion, are very, very quick. I do trade euro. I was waiting for euro today. I actually was going to take a trade on euro just to get me in. And it moves. it moves with the
That's
Dixie
moving.
inverse.
Mhm.
Yeah, it moved today. I was waiting for
Oh
an
yeah.
entry. It just didn't get me in trade, but it looked really,
Mhm.
really good. Even the indices look good today. Like I'll touch them right now. I'm a little hesitant with the indices because just of how they've been in the range. They're starting to try to break out of it. So I haven't really traded the indices as much, but yeah, that's pretty much how I do it.
I have a
Gotcha.
question for you. Being you're holding a trade for
What's
2 to
that?
3 hours, do you stay glued to the screen, or can you walk away and come back? Like, how do you manage that? 'Cause some people get
Yeah,
glued to
that's
the
a good
screen, right? They
question.
put a trade on and they're like zonked into the screen.
And that's honestly the power of intraday. That's why I tell a lot of people the power of intraday is, I don't want to necessarily say set and forget. I just want to say set and trust.
Mhm.
And that's kind of how I look at everything because that 4 hour is my baby. So when that 4 hour is telling me everything, I have a peace of mind to just take the trade, go do what I got to do. I think actually, I'll give you an example. Me and my husband, we just celebrated our 1 year anniversary. And so we were ziplining and I
Nice,
actually took a
nice.
trade and I was talking to one of my friends. I was talking to one of my friends and I was like, listen, I've already set the trade. Okay. I'm in the trade. I've done the hard part. The hard part is doing the analysis. Okay. Once I've done that, I have to let it go. And when I came back, it was about 2, 3, to answer your question, it was like 3 hours later. So he said like 2 to 3 hours is typically how long it takes. Came back 3 hours later, TP hit. Very, very clear trade. Honestly, my TP is about to
Nice.
get hit right here on NG. It just took me out the trade. So it's just one of
Ooh,
those.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
when you
dropping.
said that,
Very
I
nice.
pictured you strapped into the zip line with your phone in your hand, clicking the
Right,
button,
just
Watching it while
running
you're
down the
going
zip
down the
line
zip
like,
line.
and then
Can
jumping
you
off a
imagine?
cliff.
Like
Yeah.
this.
that part right there.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that's
That's funny. That's funny. So you're not babysitting these trades too much. You're giving them room to breathe. You're not really playing with your risk parameters too much. You've accepted the risk when you put a trade on. Do you ever trail a stop? Will you micromanage a trade, or do you always just let it run?
Yeah. So, for example, today was one of those trades. It's a time-based thing for me. So now, if I got in this trade around like 7 or 8 o'clock, I would just let it go for the day. But because I entered so late and I know how the behaviors of NG, and that's why I tell a lot of people to know your symbols. I know the behaviors of NG. It typically likes to play around after like 10 o'clock. And I don't trust it as much, but I'll still take the trade. So that is when I look at it like, okay, let me just baby it a little bit, trail my stop, put my stop at break even if I feel like it. And then yeah, just let it go. But normally I just set and trust. That's usually how I do it.
Very good. Very good.
That's the way to stay
Yeah,
consistent too. Trust
Yeah.
your process. When we start messing around with our entries and our exits and we don't let the trade work to its fullest, it's hard to build consistency as well. That messes traders up
That
a little
part.
bit.
Very true.
That part
Very
right
true.
there. Yeah.
You assume the risk when you put the trade on until you get to a certain point and you take the risk off. You got to give it room to breathe. I firmly believe in that also.
Yeah.
Heads
Totally
up,
do.
folks. The president is scheduled to start speaking in about 12 minutes, 1:30 p.m. Central Time.
Oh God.
The president will be speaking. No
I'm
doubt
gonna
we will
exit
get
this
some
trade.
headlines coming out. We all know what happens when the man walks in front of a microphone. Anything can happen,
Oh
actually.
man.
ACH.
Thanks for the heads up,
Anything
JD.
can
I'll
happen.
probably exit this in a couple of minutes here.
I don't
We can
blame
get a
you.
tape bomb.
See that?
Yeah.
Everybody watching and listening, that's good information right there.
This is what we're here for, guys, to keep you as informed as possible.
That's right.
All right. So I am a little bit curious about how you got into natural gas, Amani. I understand going into the euro,
Yeah.
coming from the Forex world, and trading currencies is just a natural sort of progression going from the FX world to currency futures. How did you get into natural
Yeah.
gas, though? How did you find that market?
It's weird because I think when I started to learn futures, I was kind of searching for just very volatile symbols. And I did a lot of back testing and I just kind of just studied the higher time frames, like more specifically like the 4 hour and the hour when I was trying to figure out what moves in a day. Like what gives me a big move and I can see it through and I can trust it. And I just kind of skimmed through symbols. It wasn't anything like I saw online or, I heard about or anything. It was just a search thing for me, and that's how I discovered it. Of course, like I knew about gas and NQ. Like I've been trading those for years, but like I say, a lot of people don't understand the power of NG, and I preach it a lot. It's actually one of my favorite symbols to trade.
Interesting. The Widowmaker.
Yeah, we heard. Yeah, I was gonna say we heard Vince call it the Widowmaker earlier, just because of the wild swings that take. You need gusto to trade that product. That's for sure. Staying power, holding power.
That part. I already knew I was going to probably be the oddball trading this. I said, yeah, they're going to be shocked that I trade this.
3 years of Topstep TV. Not a lot shocks us anymore. But this is good stuff. This is good stuff.
Yeah.
We haven't checked in on the tilt since we started. I'm going to give you guys a quick update on the consensus of the sim traders here at Topstep. We're sitting on 54% short in the S&P right now, 55% short in the NASDAQ, 53% short in crude, and 58% long in gold. Everything is looking pretty flat across the board right now. All right, let's talk about when your favorite time to trade is. Are you looking at charts all night long? Do you have a specific time that you like to get involved in the markets, Amani? Do you set up alerts? What's going on? How do you know when to sit down, start looking at charts, and to find trades? What's the best time for you?
Yeah. So I usually, shocker, I usually get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I know a lot of people probably get up around like 7 or 8 because they trade, the indices. But yeah, I get up around 6, and that's kind of like a key time to watch what gas is about to do, not necessarily take a trade, but to kind of gauge the liquidity sweeps that it's preparing to do in places, I want to mark up and see it take overnight that I've, seen it create. Euro and gold actually as an intraday can give you opportunities around 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. So it's kind of that, post aftermath of London. So I kind of want to catch that continuation or that reversal, just depending on the model that's about to happen at New York, so I can get the whole move. So that's kind of why I get up pretty early. And usually, though, I don't take a trade until like 7. I notice that. Like, usually that's when I'm executing. That's when I see the opportunities come up. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's really close to regular trading hours open, too.
Yeah.
Both the euro and gold, regular trading hours, like the old pit trading hours when they used to stand around in the pits in Chicago Board of Trade, the Mercantile Exchange, and the New York Mercantile Exchange. The gold pit and the natural gas pit. I'm sorry, the gold pit and the euro pit opened at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, and then energy products, crude oil and natural gas, opened at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. So it's very common to see an influx of volume, volatility, liquidity entering the market at those specific times. Because institutional traders still do respect those old pit trading hours. For some reason, I don't know why. I actually don't know why.
Old school habits.
Yeah, old school habits. They die hard. I don't.
But you know
I
what? That
honestly
makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense that you said that. And that's why I wait for 7 o'clock, because usually 7 o'clock is the manipulation move. So that's when I see it start. And then it can be either 7 or 8, and then either 8 or 9 is the distribution. So that's when it really makes the move there. That's generally how it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, we've noticed it. We watch it all morning. We go live on Topstep TV at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. We're watching the gold open. We're watching the crude oil open. I'm going to start watching the euro open too. Now that we have a euro trader on air, it's a whole new realm.
Yeah.
Raise your hand in the chat. Let's do a poll. Who's trading the euro in the chat?
I do want to know.
Right. Do you really, Vince? I didn't know.
Yeah. I used to trade a lot of currency back in the day, JD. I actually used to trade a fund currency way back, probably like 20 years ago or something like that. A lot of currency. Euros, pound, dollar CAD with oil. So, yeah. They used to make much better moves then, though, at that point. It was pretty hot, Jay-Z used to rap about euros. Everybody started trading euros. I'm dead serious.
I didn't know
I'm
that.
dead serious.
No, for real.
I'm dead serious.
When did that happen?
Dead serious. When I was active broker, so many accounts opened up just because they were rapping about trading euro currencies. I swear.
Incredible. Well,
It
Amani,
is,
you'll
it's
have
incredible.
to write and produce a song for us about natural gas so we can get everybody trading
There you
natural
go.
gas, and we'll.
You know, I think that's probably on the bucket list for sure.
Speaking of which,
I need a couple
Grammy
beers
nominated-
before I trade natural gas or a couple shots.
I think you're lying,
Something.
Vince. I see you
A
at the
couple of
karaoke
shots is
machine.
hilarious.
I can picture you at the karaoke machine every single night, right after the close. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh, that's funny.
Amani, Grammy nominated record producer. What's the story behind that?
I am.
Tell us everything.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
so trading and music are my babies. Like I love both of them. I might have a little favoritism towards music because I've been doing it longer. But it's just the original baby. But yeah, so I've been doing music all my life. I started playing drums when I was 6 years old. Played the keyboard. I play several instruments. I play bass and I play guitar. And so over the years, I just started learning how to produce music. And shout out to my parents, mom and dad. You know, they taught me a lot about the music industry and gave me all the equipment. And so from that point on, I just stayed in the studio, made my beats, you know. And over time, I ended up getting signed to. They are responsible for Michael Jackson's "You Rock My World," "The Boy Is Mine" with Brandy and Monica.
Oh wow.
I was assigned to that label as a producer. And so yeah, they signed me as a producer, and I met. It was a really big gospel group back in the day. They were called Trinity 5-7, and they loved one of my tracks, and we got a writer on there. I got it placed. My song was on. I don't know if you guys remember or what 106 in Park. I actually had my
remember that,
music
yeah.
on that. Yeah, I actually had my music on that TV show. And that was super,
Nice.
super huge. And so, yeah, all that stuff happened. And then I got the Grammy nomination right after that. And then I got a Dove Award nomination. So I've been nominated for two great things. I've done a lot of great things in my life with my
Amazing.
music. So
Congratulations.
That's awesome. That is so cool. That is so
Yeah,
cool.
That is awesome. It is.
We
thank
got a
y'all.
lot of people in
Appreciate
chat asking for your socials. We'll get to that. We're gonna post all of Amani's links before we get out of here today. We're gonna send some traffic your way, no doubt about it.
I appreciate that. It means a lot, y'all.
For sure. For sure. All right. You guys want to dive into these markets for a couple minutes?
Yeah, I mean, they're not
After
doing
all,
anything.
we are a trading show, right? Is anything you seeing anything? Is anything catching your eye right now? Vince?
I'm getting ready to bail on this trade. I mean, it just stopped, right? It just stopped with time. It's waiting for Trump, and I don't know if I want to get caught in it. What time is it here? We got a couple minutes here, right?
Oh, we got quotes coming out already. Here we go. It's starting.
It's starting.
The president's he's talking about China. He's going to start discussing AI with Chinese President Xi. Xi's coming to the United States on September 24th. He also says we're leading China and other countries on AI. So right now he's talking AI. But this conversation could take a turn at any moment, folks. I got my eyes on the headlines. We're going to see if we get any type of reaction here. But be careful out there. If you're in a trade, you see crude starting to dip a little bit. Equities, gold, not so much. I'm sorry. Yeah. Equities, gold, not doing so much right now. Bitcoin's pretty flat. Dow's looking flat. Crude seems to be the only thing moving at the moment. And it is dipping. Pull up this crude oil chart. Are you seeing movement in natural gas right now, Amani? Is that market moving along with crude oil?
A little bit of spike. And what's something to note about natural gas, if anybody's interested in it, it barely, this is why I love it, it barely reacts from news. It doesn't really do it as much unless Trump is tweeting. So right now it's kind of jumping a little bit, but it usually doesn't respond to news like that.
Do you ever notice any kind of inverse correlation between crude oil and natural gas? If one's moving one way, the other one will move the other way, or do they move in unison? Is it even
That's a really
something you look at?
good question. Yeah, that's a really good question. I do think they tend to kind of move the same way. They may not do it in time, but I think they kind of still go in the same way. Now, I haven't dissected them thoroughly to see like if they really do actually like consistently move that way, but from what I've seen before, usually if oil is doing something, gas is similar to it because it's in the commodities world kind of. So, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Still waiting on more headlines here, guys.
Yeah, I got out. I don't even want to play with Trump. He's on my he's on my list.
Yeah,
You got a list?
he's on mine too.
He's on the list.
Who else is on your list? What's this list?
No, I mean my list. You know, the list that nobody wants to talk about, the S list. Yeah. I got Trump too many times this year. Yeah.
Oh, we are about to get settlement prices also for energy markets. So regular trading hours for crude oil and natural gas are 8 o'clock a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Central Time. So the exchange will actually establish settlement price for energy futures at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. And what settlement price is, it's what they use to mark positions to market for the following day to set margins for positions for the next day. Obviously, crude oil will continue to trade until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time, but the exchange is establishing settlement price for it right now. Which is why sometimes, same thing with gold. Gold settles at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. So it's weird when you see like settlement price, or you'll look at a chart and you'll see that like it looks like prices spiked on the daily chart, but it's really trading at the same place it was yesterday. And that's because of where and when they established settlement price. Different from last price traded. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
all right, here we go. I've got those numbers. West Texas Intermediate crude oil September contract settled at $92.19 a barrel. 92.19, up $5.36 or 6.17%. Crude settling up 6% today. Last trade 92.11. Natural gas futures settled at 2.9160. 2.9160. That's your official settlement price for August natural gas futures.
So, Monty, do you hold positions on Thursdays at I guess it would be 10:30 your time, or do you get out?
Oh, when inventories come
I
up.
am a
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I like honestly, I would just hold this all the way through. If I didn't get stopped out at break even, I
Really?
would have held this all the way through to the day. Like there was
Oh,
no
okay.
reason for me to really close it. I just didn't like it getting. So what I don't like is when price gets extremely close to my TP, when it's like a tick or two away and then it completely reverses. I just don't like that. So I just go ahead and put my stop at break even. You should, I kind of hate to say it like this, but I talked to price. I'm like, you should have hit my TP then. So yeah, no. So I'm a little aggressive with price, but yeah, I just hold it. Like I'm seeing it kind of reacting a little bit to the news, but generally it's a hold and set and trust type of symbol.
Order entries. Are you using limit orders, market orders, stop orders?
Yeah.
What's the best way to get into a
Yeah,
trade?
so I use limit orders. With
Okay.
intraday, I feel like that's best. That's the most comfortable for me. I just let the
Absolutely.
trade come to me. Yeah.
Especially in a market like natural gas. I've watched it trade on the dome and it can get real thin, and slippage is a real thing, especially when you're trading in the live market. Sometimes you just don't know where you're going to get filled. It could be anywhere.
Yeah. That actually happened to me on my very first trade with the live account.
Trial by fire, huh?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it stopped me out all right. It stopped me out a little more than I wanted to, but I knew what I was working with.
Oh, wait. So were you using market orders before the live account and then you switched to limit orders? Does that make sense?
Limit orders all year.
All year. Gotcha. Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, another. We just got some headlines coming out from the president. Never mind. I'm not gonna. Doesn't look too much market moving. Oh, Trump touts U.S. Intel investment. He's talking about Intel now. AI, Intel. It's. I got a feeling this press conference is going to escalate very shortly. All right. You want to talk about live leaders for a second? We've got some traders making some big money in the live account right now. Have you guys seen these numbers yet today? Check this out.
I haven't seen them. I've
Wow.
barely, yeah, wow.
Kiara.
That's today.
You
Kiara,
trading
today.
50
One day.
lots? What are you trading?
One
man?
single day.
Right. I got questions.
You trading a 50 lot?
$103,842 in a single day.
Nice.
That put Kiara at the top. I know, right? A 6-figure day. That put Kiara at the top of the Octagon board. Have you guys been following the Octagon board?
Yeah,
A
peek at
little
it. Yeah.
bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We usually
I
report
think
on
because
it
I'm
during.
not on there, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, you're on there. You just don't know what place you're in yet. Everybody in the live funded account is in the Octagon race, right? So it's going to be the top 10 live funded traders that earn a prize at the end of the month. It's a bonus, basically, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But Kiara put herself at the top of the list with today's trading by a pretty wide margin, over $70,000 from first place to second place. It's
awesome.
quite a gap. I mean, I'm not trying to tell Kiara what to do. I don't know if Kiara's listening, but you probably don't have to trade for the rest of the month, or you're going to get a $100,000 bonus. You know. Again, this is not trading advice of any kind. And yeah, I really don't know what the strategy is there. I'm sure our social media team has reached out to try and get some answers, but we'll see what happens.
I have a lot of questions for her. I need to know what
There's
symbol.
gotta be some
what
size on the
time,
books there, though. I'll
everything.
tell you that.
Yep. Something's going on. Yeah. Trading size. We haven't talked about trading size yet, Amani. Are you trading full position that you have access to, or are you kind of trading 2 lots, getting out at one spot, keeping a runner? When it comes to positioning, how do you determine how big of a position to put on?
Yeah, so risk management is everything to me. Like, honestly, I feel like the reason why I struggled for the 4 years that I did was because of risk management. So I was able to, this was the first time this year when I got funded at the top of the year with you guys, like I kept my account for longer than like a month. But it was because of risk management. So to answer your question, I actually risk pretty light. Even when I had my 150K account back then, like I was only risking like $300 a trade because I'm all about the longevity of the account. And I'm more so about the risk to reward than kind of going in heavy and, you know, trying to get 1-to-1 or something. Believe it or not, the hour does give you a very, very great risk to reward. So you can risk a little light. For me, like NG, I typically go in like one contract, 2 max. It just depends. But typically one contract, and then same thing with the indices, gold, euro. Pretty much, I'm just kind of just like one. I don't ask for much for price. You do have a little bit more of a risk because it is intraday. So I know if people were scalping, you could probably risk like, you know, $125 or something, get in and get out. But this, you know, you might see like 185 to something, and that's enough for me. So
yeah. I know you're trading in a 100K live funded account right now. Was that always your favorite account size? Have you mixed it up a little bit, or do you find?
Believe it or not, 50Ks are my favorites.
50s?
Yeah,
No
I
doubt
like the
it's
way
most
they
popular.
feel. Yeah, it's the most popular one. I like the way they feel. I like the risk management mentally for me. I think I've adapted to, you know, the 100K. I've had 100K before, so it's not anything different. But it's just I'm a very light risk taker. Like I really don't risk a lot. I think some people probably look at how much I risk and probably get upset that I didn't risk more.
Yeah.
like to answer the question, So I risk very, very light.
I tried
No,
to be cheap
it
too.
was it was the perfect answer. We talk about this so much here on Topstep TV. You're paying for this count. You have a finite drawdown. This is the amount that you can risk. How many swings at the plate is this drawdown worth to you? $2,000
Bingo.
drawdown on a 50K account, is that worth 3 trades or 30 trades? Do the math.
Mhm.
Keep the math on your side.
If you think about it, it's only a 4% drawdown. I mean, some of the best fund managers in the world are going to draw down more than 4% at some point. So
That part.
I like the tough risk because it teaches you how to trade. It really does.
Exactly.
And then
Yeah.
when you don't stick to your discipline, you get spanked, right? And then you got to get back and redo it. And that's just it.
That part.
What's your
That's
favorite
totally
account
fair.
size, Vince? What do you like to trade?
I like the 50s. I like the 50s. I've traded all of them. I've had exit phase with them, but the 50s I kind of like because it keeps you tighter, right? And I feel like when you get a little bit more buffer, right, to lean on, you might try to take a little bit bigger risk than you should be, right? So I kind of like the smaller size account because it keeps you tight and keeps you more to your plan and your discipline. It forces you, is what I'm trying to say. Kind of forces you to stay like really tight. Like you got to be tight with your risk. I mean, you have a $2,000 drawdown. That's very simple to do. I mean, it's 100 NASDAQ points, right? 1 NQ, 100 points, you're done. So you got to be on your game.
Well said.
That's true.
Well said.
True, true.
True indeed. Let's check back into these markets real quick. The president is speaking. Last trade in the ES 74.28.5. Last trade in NQ 28.560 even. Last trade in gold 40.48.40. Crude 92.08. Dow 51.805. Bitcoin 64.815. We haven't checked in on the Mag 7 at all yet either, have we? Let me refresh this screen. We've got our stock, some of our more popular stocks, all in the red today. Apple's down 1.84%. Amazon is down 4.5%, 4.6%. Google down almost 7%. Meta down 3.5%. Microsoft down 2.3%. Nvidia down 2%. Tesla down a whopping 4.29% right now. Do you guys look at individual stocks when you're trading the index markets? You try and gauge?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, every blue moon, I used to. But since natural gas is like my baby, that's kind of the main.
Yeah.
For the big things I focus on.
Fair enough.
I might have to start looking at natural gas.
Vince, I'm gonna put you on to something.
She's got me interested on that natural gas right now. I'm gonna
start looking at it too.
It's the NG, right? NG contract.
NG, you got it.
NG. All right.
I'm gonna throw a link in the chat for everybody too. I know I've posted this before, but the MRCI intermarket futures correlations chart shows you how different markets react to different markets, or how markets are reacting to other markets. Correlations between markets is what it is. Let me just throw this in there real quick. Is my keyboard super loud?
Yeah, check this out.
Yeah.
This is from 2005. Here's a ticket to sell one Dees natural gas at $11.65. We're trading $11.65. November of 05. We're trading $2.90. We were at $11.65.
Wow, that's amazing.
That was during the hurricane. Was it Katrina? Or Rita? Katrina?
Oh,
Rita,
2005, yeah.
Yeah. It got up to 15.
Would have been Katrina.
I have tickets from selling them at 15. Yeah.
Wow.
Insane.
How long did you hold on to those shorts? Was that a personal account, Vince? How long are you required to hold those tickets? Is the NFA or the CFTC coming after you for receipts yet?
They're good. They're good memories.
Right.
I only save the good ones.
That's hilarious.
Now look at natural gas selling off here.
Yeah. Infamous stop you at a break even, hit your TV, right? Those are the great ones.
That's the game, right? You gotta
And look
move
what
on.
just happened with my Nasdaq there, Monty. I mean, I had a break-even stop 28,605. It just traded up to 28.
607.
603.50.
Yeah.
So it got within like 5
Okay.
ticks to that break-even stop. I covered it though before it got up there, but look, it went all the way back to it, and now it's back in the money. So that's just trading.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's just
5
trading
ticks
for
on the
you.
Nasdaq. 5 ticks on the Nasdaq. That's I don't want to call you lucky, Vince, but it doesn't happen. 5
No.
ticks in the NQ.
Oh man.
It pulled all the way back. All the way back.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Vince, what's your approach? Like, are you a 1 minute, 5 minute?
So I look at the 30. When I was doing the currency thing back in the day, we always use a 4 hour. Actually, it was a 240-minute chart. We didn't call it the 4 hour. We called it the 240. 240-minute chart. But I trade right now intraday. 30-minute auction bars is usually what I'm looking at, and then I execute usually with the 5 minute because it's a little bit more granular. I could kind of see, if the market might be bottoming or putting in a top a little bit quicker than waiting for the 30-minute bar confirmation. But sometimes it gets me in trouble too, right? Because I preempt the entry where I should have just been a little bit more patient and waited. But usually it's the 30 and the 5 minute.
Nice. I like it.
Well, position
cool.
trading always was on the 4 hour chart.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Vince has been doing this for a very long time. He's also one of the
I can tell.
one of the performance coaches here at Topstep. He's coached quite a few traders from combine to payout. And
that's beautiful.
Does a very good job.
Yeah, one of the best stories I had is one of the guys told me he put a down payment on a house. I was like so happy. Like that brings me more pleasure, right, than me making any profits myself, is hearing somebody coming up from just learning, right? Something that a skill that you could learn, and anybody could pretty much do this, right? Doesn't matter disability, not, all you gotta be able to do is press the button, and
that's right.
It's just amazing to see the progress of some of these traders, like yourself.
Yeah.
Amani, do you like to stream at all? Are you on Discord? Do you have a YouTube channel? You go live?
Yeah,
You have a media setup. It looks like you got a streamer setup right there.
A little bit. This is more so a little bit for Discord. But yeah, I do actually have a Discord. It's the Plethora Exchange Club.
The Plethora Exchange Club.
Yeah, and exchange is actually spelled with an X, so it's X and then change, instead of EX. Yeah, so it's the Plethora Exchange Club. And then I think I have I've been revising my YouTube. I think it's actually PTX Club. It's either the PTX Club or PTX Club on YouTube. You'll see me on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. We're gonna get those links in the chat very shortly.
Appreciate it.
We'll start sharing everything for you. You got a big following in Discord?
Not really. Not really. It's growing. I think I just launched it in April. So it's pretty fresh,
Very cool. Very cool. Well, we will drive some traffic your way. We're gonna get those links up in just a minute. All right, guys, real quick. We're going to bring Gabe in for just a minute. Gabe's got some news for us on the jobless claims report that came out this morning.
Okay.
Real quick summary on the data, how it affected markets. Gabe, jump on in here. What's going on in the jobs market?
The number of Americans filing for unemployment benefits has fallen to its lowest level since 1969. The Labor Department on Thursday said first-time jobless claims dropped to an estimated 187,000 last week. Economists say the figures suggest layoffs remain low, even as hiring has slowed. Continuing claims, which track people receiving benefits for more than a week, held roughly steady at just under 1.8 million.
Thank you, Gabe. Amani, do you keep an eye on the economic calendar? Will you hold a position through a big news release?
Yeah, absolutely. I pay attention to that closely. Well, I don't like to trade typically on like CPI day, FOMC. I have specific days like NFP. I never trade. I have specific days I just will not place a trade, but anything kind of like I've seen over the years that still move. And since I trade intraday, I have a looser stop loss. I can just let it play out. I'll still hold the position through those trades. Yeah.
Vince, you're not too keen on holding positions through big events, are you? No, I don't think you are. I've heard shit. Oh, Vince is on mute.
I've learned a lot of lessons there, JD. Learned a lot of lessons trading through numbers. The one time it was actually a mistake. I probably told this a few times on here before, but I'll say it again. So there was one time where I got into a trade in the morning. It was pre-open, probably like around 7:30ish Eastern time, 6:30 Central, and I put on a trade for gold, and it was two full size E-minis, and I had a 25 tick stop loss on 2 contracts, and I was in the money. I was up like, I don't know, like $1,000 or something like that on the position, and I left. Right, I had my stop in, my target in, my bracket order, and I stepped away and I let it work. I come back about 9 o'clock to look at my account, and I was filled 44 ticks of slippage on the stop. It was CPI day. I totally forgot it was CPI day. I didn't realize because I wasn't looking at the calendar, whatever. I was just going about my thing. I got up early in the morning. I'm putting on a trade, and just totally forgot about it. And I took a $500 loss on the stops plus 44 ticks of slippage on 2. So it was 880 on top of the 500, just because it was CPI day.
Brutal. And absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I mean, even last week, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, I was in the Dow, and I took, I think it was 40 ticks of slippage. Trump said something, and the Dow dropped 240 points, I think, in 3 seconds. I think it was last week.
Oh my God.
And I got filled. I had a working order out there, right? I had a working order, and I had a stop, and I think it was 40. It was like 40 something ticks of slippage on that one. So
unbelievable.
Vince, we went through a similar. Yeah, I was gonna say I went through a similar situation. I think like a month and a half ago. I still laugh at this trade. So this was actually with Euro. I think it was Trump tweeted something. I don't exactly remember because it was just a while ago what he said, but it was something he tweeted that was really, really bad for the dollar. And it was really, really good for Euro and everybody else, right? Gold. And it got one. So I was in an intraday position, holding the position. It got 1 tick from hitting my TV. It was right there. I actually saw it pause for a little bit. And the very next hour candle or whatever opened, and it just shot up and ran straight to my break even. So that is why I put my stop at break even, as you guys can see, right? Even though it's hit my TV. It's just one of those things when you get burnt, you just get burnt.
Yeah, and it happens out of nowhere sometimes. Like you just don't even know what's happening. I'm still curious though how I could get such a bad fill in the live market, but I guess that's what it was. So,
Was it?
It's a market order, right? So if there's no liquidity, they're going to fill you wherever they can. So it's a stop market. So
yeah, a market order gets filled at the best available price, right? So there was just nobody else.
Everybody pulled their orders. Where do you get filled? Wherever somebody's willing to buy or sell, right? So
it's not like stocks. It's not like stocks, right? For every buyer, there needs to be a seller. Someone needs to be willing to accept that specific price with you when you want to make a transaction, right?
Well, you can get burnt in stocks too, because if you don't have a working order that works in the overnight, and then you get filled on a day session GTC order, you can get filled with some serious slippage too on those. That's happened to me before in stocks. Actually, I was trading Tesla, I think, at one time, and that happened because it was a good till cancel order for day session, and then it traded down at night. And when it opened, market open, it was way below the market, on the open. So they fill you as soon as it opens up. Yeah.
That's what happens.
To live and learn. This NASDAQ trade is looking pretty good.
Are you in the market right now, Vince? Did you
I got out.
You're out.
I got out at about 1.5 to 1. Yeah, I got about 1.5 to 1 in the trade. I covered it because of Trump coming on.
All right.
But
I
here
thought
it
you
is,
snuck
looking
back
pretty
in
good.
and didn't say anything.
Nah,
Okay.
nah.
JD. Yeah.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, our hour is up. That went by real fast. Amani, we always ask everybody, your first time here on Topstep TV, who's watching? Who do you want to say hi to? Who do you want to give a shout out to? We got to drop your links in the chat real soon, too. Go ahead. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, first of all, shout out to you guys. You are amazing. I really rock with you guys for life. And I appreciate you guys for having me on here. Shout out to my mother, Crystal, and my father, Joseph. And shout out to one of my homeboys that I trade with, Will Black. I think he's watching. Shout out to you, bro. And last but not least, I got to shout out my husband. I love you, sweetheart. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Amani. We're going to have you back on real soon. That was a great hour. Vince, I will catch you in a little bit. Yeah, these markets weren't moving too much, but yeah, Amani, we want to get you back in here and get into a trade. That's for sure. All right,
That
guys.
part right there.
We need to take a short break and get into Power Hour. Andre's going to be here with Braden and Eric. They're going to be closing out the day. Don't forget, we've got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Make sure you stick around for that, too. Get a nice market recap. All right, guys, we are going to step aside. Power Hour coming up next. Thank you so much, Amani. Vince, I'll see you later. Topstep TV. Let's go.
let's go. The last hour of the New York session. Yes. It is Power Hour. Who are the power players right now? We got in the middle, Mr. Braden in the house. To the right, my partner in crime, Eric in the house. I'm broadcasting from Top Step International Headquarters. Let's get right into it. Braden, how are you doing? Thoughts, prices, levels of interest? Let's get ready to rock. What's up, Braden?
Yeah, man, I'm doing good. We're pushing into the lows of this range on the daily. If we're looking at NQ, crude's kind of on the up and up. So looks good, man. I think probably look to continue looking for shorts here in NQ. Just all pops are getting sold. So we'll see if we get a good setup. That's really all I'm looking for. We're below VWAP. I want to stick to the rule that I've created, which is I want to be trading on the right side of VWAP, especially when we're in a directional strong trend, and that is today's session. We're in a strong downtrend. So I'm going to keep looking for shorts, and we'll see if we can get a good entry on something.
Okay, bearish. Well, we're down today. Eric in the NQ, down in the ES as well. Crude moving around a little bit. Eric, thoughts coming into this final hour New York session. Power Hour. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, man, I don't hate the shorts. We kind of just been chunking around here for the last hour or two. Right now, I actually have a long on just to go bottom of the range to top of the range here. I got in at 544 because we broke below it, reclaimed it, and I'm just kind of looking to take some off at 608. But this could be one where it just slowly bleeds down, right? The opposite of zombie rally. We could just be zombie bleed. I don't know what we're going to call that one.
Braden, did you hear he said I don't mind shorts, and then he just said I'm long from did I hear that? Did I hear that?
I was in long before we got live here, okay?
Oh yeah.
Don't worry. We got stopped out. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Flat.
To be honest, I do agree. I think there's two-sided trade going on. Like we're in a slow bleed lower, yes, but I'm sure Eric and I are seeing the same. There's a lot of rotation within this move down. This isn't breakaway price action. You can get in long here and get paid for sure. It is rangy, choppy. So there's both trades to be had. I don't think there's a great trade either way, but there is both trades to be had if you pick your spots.
I like
it.
Yeah,
it was lower leverage on that one because I'm with you, Brandon. I didn't love it, but I could build a case for it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the prices here. We got crude oil. Crude oil down about $2 off session highs. Crude oil topped out at $93.50 about an hour ago or so. Yeah, about an hour ago. What's going on gold? 40.48. Seen that price for most of the day, give or take $10. What's going on ES? 74.29 last trade there. And Q seeing some downside pressure. 28,517. About 80 points from the session lows in the NQ. Lower right-hand corner, you see the countdown clock. 55 minutes till the closing bell. 45 minutes till MOC. Am I telling you that? 55 minutes till the closing bell. Because around here in Power Hour, we like to play a game called Above Below. For those that are new, first of all, welcome aboard. How do we play it? Well, I'm simply going to ask Braden what he thinks the price and the close will be in the NQ. Braden. And then we'll put it to a poll in the chat. Will it be above or below that price? Braden, last trade in the NQ. 28,500. Well, he's ready to go. What's up? What do you got?
Let's go. Because I'm starting to get good at this. Because here we go. I've got 1 hour. I'm looking at 1 hour of price action, right? So I'm trying to kind of guesstimate where this 1 hour candle might close. The hourly candle's ATR is about 130 points. Given we continue kind of bleeding lower here, I'm going to try to be pretty spot on with this and go, let's go 28,385. That's just below the daily range. I don't think it's going to be a crazy sell-off, but I think we get down through session left. Let's go 28,385, Andre. I'm locking it in.
Locked in. Final answer, 28,385. 385. Will it be above, below price in the close? Quick Delta update also. NQ, from 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago. NQ minus 1,800. ES plus 10,000. Plus 10,000.
I think that's the first time I've heard someone use the ATR to guess above below. I've never rooted for above below more than right now.
Okay,
math, let's go math.
Math is going to math. Let's go. Math is going to math. Poll is up. Poll is up. Get those votes in. We'll be above below. 28,385. Again, 50-50 on the tilt. Still seeing a little bit more downside pressure here in crude. Crude, $91.77. The president was speaking, maybe continuing to speak. However, I haven't seen anything across the wire in the last 5 minutes or so. Delta update here. Looking at a ES plus 9,900. NQ minus 2,000. See some more downside pressure here in crude. Crude selling off some more. 91.64. All right, what do we think, boys?
I think it's a slow bleed. But there is a lot of rotation within the move. And what I mean by that is every time it kind of breaks lower, it's retracing back to the upside. It's not breakaway price action. So I really could see it both ways. Maybe I'll try a small 1-to-1 trade here on the break of 500, just kind of given the same idea where every time we break, we're rotating back up 50, 60 points and continuing lower. I'll do that, and I'll stop out at 30 points. I'll be wrong pretty much if we get just momentum back into session lows unexpectedly, but we'll see what happens. Try to get long here, then I'll target 30 points.
Wait, hold on. You're
like
getting
the,
long.
I like
now,
the 1-to-1.
Yeah, just a 1 to, it's counter trend.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna want to be seeing the price action I want to see whenever I do get long, so it's gonna be pretty managed. I'm gonna be picky about it, and 1-to-1, definitely counter trend 1-to-1.
Alrighty. It's holding at 28,514 right now. ES holding bid. The moment ES has been in a range. We're talking a tight range. We're talking about like 10-point range over the last, look at the 5 minute, over the last hour and 5 minutes. Lower end right around 74.25. Upper end 74.36 or 35s. So, all right, Ray, let us know if you do get in. A little downtick here in gold.
Yeah, that's actually what I was looking at too. I was looking at some gold, just because if NQ is going to slowly bleed down, I don't know if I necessarily want to be a part of it. So I'm seeing if there's maybe a better opportunity in gold. And we might be in that slow bleed everywhere, right? We had a ton of consolidation, push away from it, retested it. It looks like we're pushing away from it, so potentially could come test, the 44.4, and then if we break through that, I don't have another level until 4,027, so another 20 points down.
In the chat, they're asking, you guys trade even in this hour? All hours, baby. This is Topstep, bell to bell. Of course. There's opportunity. We have some trades to make. I like that. So I like that those levels you called out there, Eric. See if there's some more push to the downside in gold. 40.45 last trade.
Yeah, because realistically in gold, I wouldn't mind seeing a small pop off of 44 and then continuation back down.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of a bid in gold. I'm sorry, crude, $91.74. A little downtick here in the ES now. ES testing the lower end of that range I was just talking about. Now trading 74.27.
Is there sentiment for crude, just from a supply demand perspective, to get back above those highs that we put in a couple months ago, given that there's no clarity on when the strait's going to reopen? Supply's just drying up day by day. That could be.
You're spot on.
Something that we look at. Yeah,
I think you're spot on. All right, they may turn it around. Nothing on the wire just yet. Also, don't forget Intel earnings after the bell. Make sure to tune into at the buzzer. Jay and Paul, coverage of that. Get those votes in. For above, below. Also, thousands watchers all across the globe right here, right now. Click subscribe, click like, click notify.
Did any of y'all trade that the fade off of the 28,700s when we got up there earlier in the session? You guys take a short up there
in the morning?
Yeah,
No.
I guess at about 11:30. No?
No, well, the way they bought it up, I know what you're talking about. The way they
It's
bought
tough.
it up, it was so
It's tough.
strong. It was so strong. I thought the low, did not get
It happened last
Dakota got
night,
short
too.
up there. Yeah, Dakota got short up there.
I think Dakota also
Yeah,
went
it's
long off like the 450s too, didn't he?
That Dakota, man, I'll tell you what.
Bro,
That
sometimes you
Dakota.
just are so in tune with the markets. Like that was impressive to watch today.
I mean, check them out on slow markets this evening, 7 p.m. Central Time. Braden, do you know who will be joining Dakota? Who will be joining Dakota in slow markets?
I don't know. Got to tune in and find out.
That boy. Well done.
If it's me, I know what I'll be doing. I'm going to be trying to recover from this drawdown I have on my account. This is my XFA here.
Okay.
And it's got a pretty good balance, right? But hold your stomachs because this is gut wrenching. Look at this calendar.
Let's see
See
that.
the calendar. It's
been
brutal,
there.
man. I've been in just a streak of hitting DLL.
Okay, let's
It's
talk
been
about
But
tough.
hey, we love that transparency.
Oh yeah, man. I'm pretty prideful about, there's nothing really to hide for me. It's all transparency all the time. I'll show that calendar.
All right, let's see if we can do this thing then. Been there before. Been there. So what are you thinking in terms of an approach? I got a little bit of a losing streak going.
To recover?
Yeah.
I do best with a DLL is great to have to protect the account, but at
There
the
you
same
go.
time it's trickier to navigate.
How so?
The way I used to do it, because I actually learned, because before I was in a live account with Topstep, I never really used it. I know that's crazy, but then it did lead to like disastrous days. There's no doubt it will if you don't have a DLL. But that's why it's kind of nice to use prop firms to diversify your risk, and you don't really have to necessarily lose thousands and thousands of dollars from a live account. But I need to build a profit buffer first. Like I need to take a couple base hit trades, get in the green, get comfortable, and then if I want to start getting aggressive, do it that way. That's the best approach for me that I found. It's just about not going into what I will do is I'll go into like a session, like I'll have a tilt that carries over. I don't know if you guys have ever had this, but I'll have a tilt that carries over, not from like one trade to another, but like say I'll hit my DLL. This is kind of what happened. I hit the DLL on Friday, Friday, Monday this week. And then the next session, it's like I'm immediately trying to recover it. So it's carryover tilt from session to session. So one session into another.
Especially on a Monday.
Yeah, if I have a bad New York session, I'm probably sitting out anything in London or anything overnight, right? 'Cause I'm with you. I feel it in the same sense where I'm like, I'm not feeling as confident as I should be. So it's better for me and my account to just sit this part out.
100%.
A little more downside pressure here in crude, $91.61. Last trade there. We'll pop here in the ES. In the ES, last trade 74.29. Those 74.25s did hold in ES. Now trading 74.30. How about that? Get those votes in above below. Green's looking lower. That would be new lows on the day if that does get down to 28,385. About 100 points off the lows in NQ right now.
Okay, I'm just going to pull this setup. I'm just going to pull this setup and reset. I didn't get a fill on it, but I want to be part of the initial like bounce attempt, and we're already starting to see some buyers off this level. So if I'm not filled on it, I'm just going to reset.
Okay. I like that. Eric, you still keeping an eye on gold, or you got your eye on NQ?
Yeah, gold is catching a little bit of bitter here. Looks like it's trying to retest these prices up at 40.49. And if we can get a rejection off of this zone, I'd be looking to get short write it down. Bare minimum, all these equal lows here at 42.8. And then potentially, who knows? Can we get all the way down to 40.27?
What is this? A little bit more traction to the upside. For NQ, now trading 28,526. We might be just ranging. Might just range today. How much time we got? We got still 12 minutes till the bottom of the hour. We call the reset, Braden.
Yeah. Yeah, I might get short too as well. Like I said, that was the original theory. So if we get into the 40s here, I'll try to pick up a short.
Okay. Say this is like that pullback range that has been getting sold off every time we try, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Or is this the lows? What's the scarier trade right now, Eric? What's the scarier trade? Short or long?
I'd say long. I mean, we're struggling to put any new highs in, even on a smaller time frame. So just based on a market structure standpoint, longs are scarier, and we have some clear targets to the downside, right? I should have pulled the trigger. I need to.
Back up to what we got here? Oh, 28,517. Came off about 20 points there. Just like you said, Eric, that's reps right there. We just saw the buyers get a little bit rejected in the NQ. ES as well. ES back to that middle of the range we've been seeing. In the chat, they're saying short is the scarier trade. Short?
Yeah, it's always hard to say short. I mean, I like the short from a technical standpoint and a market structure standpoint, and just based on the price action we're seeing. But like, the only reason I ever say it's a scary thing is just because this market can just rip, just
at
totally randomly,
any moment, right?
Any moment.
That's what's scary about it. I don't think from a structural standpoint it's super scary. It's just like the unknown of what this market can do to screw over shorts.
Mm-hmm. I've got a short working at 34.50 to see if it can get filled.
34.50. 534?
534.50.
5.3. What do you like about that price?
I mean, it just seems like, okay, so this is going to sound really rudimentary, and I would say don't use it unless you've looked into it a little bit more. But it's funny, when you're in a downtrend, I actually generally do like to see the candles that are opposing, like in the bullish close candles, when we close below them with a decent amount of force. I like to see those hold. Because if we, in my opinion, once we start closing through, let's say 550.50, and we start closing through on the bullish side, then we could potentially be looking at transitioning our structure on the smaller time frame. So I'm just getting in on the retest of the bullish candle here to see if we can get.
Are you in?
I'm in.
Okay. All right. How many times?
2 micros.
2 micros. 28,000 short. 2 micros. 28,534. Where do you put the risk on this?
I'm gonna put it up above that previous swing high, right? I mean, we've been respecting each swing high all the way down. So if we take out this one at 569 even, that is kind of the market tipping its hand at either one, we're just grabbing some more orders up top and coming lower, or 2, we are actually looking to try to shift this to the upside at the end of the day. Wrong way, it's a buy. Chat, potentially, absolutely. But while we're slowly marching down, we got to still try it, right?
Chat knows. Chat knows the answer to where the market's going.
I've been there, Braden. Yes, catching a bit here as well. 75.35. Look, that 74.30. Sorry, 74.25 did hold.
I mean, we're that's a solid candle. This might be just a quick I'm wrong trade.
Continue to
Yeah,
push
man,
this.
I've had a bearish outlook on this pretty much since the beginning of the week, but it's tough, right? Whenever I asked you guys about the short from earlier, man, this thing just rips and it looks so strong. And then it gives it all back, which is great, but it's hard to get into it and feel confident about it sometimes. Especially this
I
week.
definitely, yeah. I think all my trades today have been 60% confident.
Oh, let's talk about that. 60% confidence. So how does that affect in terms of your approach into entries, exits, risk management with I mean, we've been there, right? The market's very indecisive, I would say. So how do you manage that, Eric?
Entries, exits are all the same, right? I'm not going to change like where my stop loss should go and everything like that based on how I'm feeling in the trade. But the one thing I am going to change is going to be the size, right? So like I'm trading 2 micros. Early in the day, I was trading 4. I'm just going to keep sizing down unless, like, if I can't turn this around, I obviously have the DLL in place to protect me. Yep. But I'm going to just size down while I'm not as confident of where the market's going, right? I think we can never be confident of where the market's going, but we can have enough factors in our corner to have a better idea of, okay, there's a higher chance of it moving my direction, and that's when you can size up, right? I don't know if there's necessarily a higher chance here that we're moving to the downside or upside. So I'm going to take the attempt, but I'm going to size down on it. So if I take a loss, it's not going to be that big of a deal.
Wise. I like that. Great approach. Looks like buyers may not be done in the NASDAQ. 28,562 last trade there. What's going on? A little uptick here in crude. Buyer stepped in. Now looking at crude trade, $91.85. Shout out to those watching out there in Indy. More buying here. More buying coming in the NASDAQ. ES holding at the upper end of the range. We got 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Get those votes in above, below. We NQ close above, below 28,385. Is there more gas in the goose here? Yes, certainly.
It's just sitting there.
Right
sitting
here.
there on my stop loss. Like, you can feel free. You can take it if you want. That's fine. It's okay.
It keeps upticking here. Crude catching a bit of a bid.
There it is. We're out. We're out on that one.
Okay, here is a new 5 minutes. Is there more buying?
Wait a second.
Wait a second. What happened?
I heard an order filled when I got out.
Braden,
why are you laughing?
Braden, get in here. Get over here, Braden.
I did get short there where Eric got stopped, but it's still red.
Yeah. Okay.
That's okay. I hope it dumps in your direction, man.
Do you be honest, Eric? Do you really
I really don't mind. So, like, that's the thing is, I have my system in place where if I get stopped out and it runs in my direction, like, am I upset? Sure, but am I going to change it over the course of my trading journey? No, absolutely not. Because more times than not, my stops are placed where they should be.
Risk management. Braden, where are you short from?
28,574, 3 micros short.
574. Okay. Initial balance
just like
low. Yeah, this is looking about 100 points, 90 point rally in the NQ in the last 10 minutes or so. ES looking at a 15 point rally. Bottom of the hour in 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, Ivan, you're right. Braden, if you get stopped, Andre, you got to hop in short where he gets stopped.
I am short, man. I am short.
We got to leapfrog this thing until we catch it. We have to.
80. Saw gold turn around, push a little bit lower. We got tilt 60, pretty much 50-50 on the tilt.
I mean, the higher it is, the better the short, right? I mean, if technically it's still set up to be short.
Yeah, I mean, if you love getting short at what 570, you love getting short at 580. Then it goes to 590.
I loved even more at 600.
Oh yeah, these buyers are. All right, I puked. No longer short. See what happens here at the bottom of the hour. And the delta is, do we have a short squeeze? Was there a short squeeze there in NQ? On there at the lows. We've got a 100-point rally going.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what you're talking about, Braden, right? Like, we're having these small buybacks after the sell-offs. A lot of chop, a little bit of buyback, another sell-off, and then now we actually have a good substantial buyback, right? It's you never really know when NQ just kind of wants to rip in your face.
I know. And then it goes 100, 200, 300 points. Take your pick. You don't even know how extended it's going to be until it does.
Right.
This is a pretty confident short. It's just like, where can you get in without getting your face ripped off?
Just got rejected there. Something turned around. ES was just trading 74.40. Something I got short. Side heavy. Buyers just got rejected hard there. In the ES and NQ. Is that profit taking? I'm not quite sure. ES was just trading 74.40. Sellers came in and took it right back down to 74.35. And Q almost got up to 600s and it got sold right back down to 28,560. What's going on crude? Crude down ticking a little bit. Some more room to the downside here. Bottom of the hour, less than 60 seconds away. How are we looking on above below? Bearish or bullish? How are we looking? Uh-oh.
Got some room. Got some room to the downside if we're going to get there.
Yeah, wonder what.
What did you say? 480? No, 380.
380 to the downside, yeah.
Although now we only have 30 minutes, so we'll see.
Crude's getting sold. $91.57.
I try to make a fun prediction when it comes to above below. I think the most accurate prediction is always just going to be like, yeah, we're going to close where we are. We only have an hour of price action, but
yeah.
All right, here's the bottom of the hour. What was it?
Right?
All right, they're holding this end. Oof. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not even, that's the thing, is like, even though we're pumping up, I'm not even fully away from the short bias, right? We can go up to the 600, 620s, and I'd still have a bit of a short bias.
And there's a bit of a tug of war going on right here at 20,580. I am gonna get out. I am out. Got out of those shorts. I actually now flipped long. I just flipped long. No more shorts. Big selling here in crude. Crude continuing to sell off. $91.20 just trade. Pop in gold. 10-year prices just popped as well.
Oh wow!
I did get long. Yeah.
Gold ripping to the upside.
No, yeah. This is just head fakes. The chat, bad idea.
Took a scalp long on crude here on this. Yep. Took a scalp on crude. I'm in at 91.42, 2 micros long.
91.40. Wow. Wow, what a head fake. What a head fake that was. I'm chasing my tail right now. ES. Here come the sellers in the ES.
I like that previous trade y'all had on that live trader, Amani, I believe her name was.
Yeah.
Intraday trader, wide stops, give it time.
What was that?
I can't not tell you how many times I would have been right about this, but I oversized, and then you know what I mean. It's just I'm getting a little sick of it. So I think I'm to go the route where it's small size. I'm giving these trades so
Small
much
size,
room.
long
Yeah.
trades, right?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Force
I'm
range.
about to go on a journey where I completely redesign it because it's getting old trying to be like, you know, man, I was right about this, but I had too much size. Then I stopped out of it, hit the DLL, and now it went. It's just it's not a fun time.
I've been there. Same with selling the lows and buying the highs in this range. Come on, market. NQ now finding some sellers. Oh man, that flip to the long was not so great. Well, it's in other words, just
Hey, gold had a big rip up and then immediately sold off.
Yeah, I fell for that one, Eric. I definitely fell for that one.
No.
I fell for that head fake. The 10-year popped, 10-year prices popped as well.
Is the president still speaking?
No.
Or is he all done?
For the moment.
He speaks for hours, doesn't he?
Hours.
He can go.
Yeah.
Walk away from my computer, come back. He's still speaking somehow.
I mean, just market. All right. A little more downtick here in my ES. Now selling off. Wow, that is some bad trading. My oh my. We are seeing some downside pressure here in ES 74.30. What was that pop? With that being said, all right, we got a little bit of a news story. Let's run this clip talking about AI. You hear everyone talking about AI, Meta, Google, Anthropic. Check this out. The robot's taking over.
It's called cognitive offloading. The idea that the more people rely on technology to think for us, the less we exercise our own mental muscles. Adam Green with Georgetown University says the rise of AI isn't the first time humans have dealt with this. It goes back to the internet era in general.
We can look to the history of how humans adopt new technologies. When there's something that comes out that makes it so we don't have to think as much, in general, we don't think as much. And I think GPS is a good example of that.
Now, scientists say AI may be doing something similar to critical thinking. A 2025 study in the journal Societies surveyed and interviewed 666 people and found frequent AI use correlates with weaker critical thinking abilities, especially in younger users who also showed higher dependence.
Neuroscience evidence has shown for many, many years that the most vulnerable brains are the young brains because your brain is still forming.
So what's the middle ground? Green says you don't have to completely ditch AI tools, but it is important to use your brain to operate in the creative space, and maybe just let AI do some of the grunt work.
It's a slippery slope, and you have to be careful because Claude is right there ready to come up with ideas, and nobody loves the agony of the blank page. And so, AI is ready to save you. We need to recognize the value of that agony for developing our creativity and retaining our creative ability.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
Man, the robots are taking over. Are the robots taking over? Are we doomed?
Listen, I'll die on this hill, okay? If we
Here
get
we go.
robots and everyone's freaking out about robots in your house and the iRobot thing, if they can do my laundry, clean up the cooking, like do all this stuff for me, I will live another 10 years of an easy life and then get murdered in my sleep by a robot. And I'd be okay with that. That's okay. That's fine.
Chat, agree with that. I like
Hot
that.
take? That hot take? I don't know.
Very hot takes. So I like it. We got 69% nice are going with above. Thank you, closing above 28,385. Still in the short. You're in crude as well, Braden.
Yes, sir. Yep, I'm in a 1-to-1 on both of these. I don't know. I mean, coming into we're losing the structure here on the daily. Like this could get ugly. If we start to see some crazy momentum to the downside, I might try to scale into this and sprint to that 380 target. We'll see what happens here in the next 20, 25 minutes.
Like it. Yeah,
but it's not good. We need to start looking at we need Hogue to come in here and tell us what's up on this daily because this thing is losing its daily support.
Hogue. Yeah. It's getting interesting, to say the least. We are just going to be in this range.
All right, I'm gonna take a stab at a gold short. 3 micros short, 49.60.
Okay.
You just can't. We just rejection after rejection on every pump. Could we get smoked again? Potentially. This will probably. I don't know. I'm not gonna put that out
Say
there.
it. Finish the sentence, Eric.
I'm not putting it out there.
Finish the sentence.
I'll just say this will probably be my last trade if I lose, but we'll see. We got some time left, man.
Because it's Power Hour, baby. Because you know what we do. We trade it up in the final hour of the New York session. Power Hour. We got Braden in the house. We got Eric in the house. Yes, speaking of the house, this is the big house. You see, this is, yes, I was asking, where are you? This is Top Step HQ headquarters, downtown Chicago.
We need a tour.
You need a tour? Well,
I need a tour.
When do you ask? We might be able to work something out. What's going on in the Dow? Dow down ticking just a bit. These markets are hypnotized right now. All right, Eric short gold, Braden long crude, yeah?
Correct.
And still short NASDAQ, right, Braden?
Oh, gotcha.
Yep. On the both. Yep, both of them.
Good. That was a good entry, man. That was I don't know if like you did that to conspire against me, but that was a really good entry.
What, the NQ short?
Yeah.
Nah, man, honestly, it was just like, yeah, the higher it goes, the better you like it short, I guess, right?
That's
We
right.
just decided to go on a bit of a rally, so it's, I guess, let it play out and try again.
That's right. I'm just messing with you. It was a really good short.
I want good entries. What are good entries?
Whenever the
Sound
market
Talking Braden, man.
right at that spot.
Good entries sound fun. I want in. I do. I really want in on those. Those sound like
a good entry was
blast.
that 720, 730 entry earlier in the session, short.
Yeah, I know.
I actually tried to take that, but I was getting in the 670s. I got ripped on because I was in too heavy, but
Who
won
was
another
ripping
100
on
points.
you? Who was ripping on you, Braden? Name names.
The NQ.
Oh.
The NQ. It ripped another 100 points after my short, so I got stopped out of it.
Yeah. I was going to say, you got your back. 50-50 on the tilt. We got 10 minutes till MOC. Market on close, imbalance. What is that? Well, 50 minutes past the hour, 10 minutes before the closing bell, they will announce the dollar amount of shares to be bought or sold. Close in the ES, NQ, and the YM.
No, there. Yeah, what Eric, we said conspiring. That it's. I mean, sometimes I will take a trade on a combine. Like for your example, if I got short there, then I took a loss on a combine, but I still like it. Okay, let me jump on the funded. You know what I mean? Let me use the same. Let me not do anything reckless, but it's higher than it was when I took the. Like sometimes
that's right.
I'll
like
start my trading session
idea
off
is still there.
Yeah. Sacrificing it like a tester account. Like, okay, how's it gonna do here? Okay, I like it better now. Let me do it on a better account.
Making a sacrifice to make the money in the real account. Yes. I like that.
Yep. Let me get the losses out of the way on this combine so I can catch it on this. Yep.
How's that short in? Where are you short from in gold, Eric?
49.50. It is at the same spot, dude. Same spot.
Yeah, I had that
indicator
you're not alone.
Sorry, go ahead.
An indicator that was building actually gave me a short entry up there at 730, but I didn't take it. Or I did take it, but I took it before it gave me the indication, and then I got smacked.
Okay.
Still building that. Right. I mentioned that I was building a bot, but what it is first is an indicator, then second is a bot. It's a bot, so
you're down with the robots.
After indicator first, bot after. Trading bot.
I like that. How's it? How far
it's
along
not good.
Are you?
It's not good. You need some discretion. I've learned. You got to have some discretion. You can't just have it ripping every indication. It doesn't do so hot. It doesn't know when Trump's talking. It doesn't know when news is coming out.
Yeah, that can make for it's learning, right? Always evolving and adapting.
Although it did good today.
Oh, it did.
I didn't. Yeah, yeah. It's I wish I could show y'all, but I can't. But yeah, it gave me a short
Why?
at 7:30.
So you
What's
took the
that? I don't
short.
know because
You took the short.
I'm short right now. Yes, I am short right now.
Well, we got what's going on? ES right back down. This is the lower end of that range in the 75-25s. I will take that long. ES, yeah, I will. 74.26. This level has held for the last hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. Gotta take it. Gotta take it. Yeah. Look at the NQ. NQ. 100-point move up, 100-point move down. Oh, wow. Look at
Love to see it.
You gotta be. You know what? I need some help. I gotta learn from the power players trades. Let's take a look at our live funded leader. Let's take a look at that leaderboard because we had Kiara, live funded leader up $103,842. It's trading day. Just fantastic.
Right. That is crazy.
She did 160 in a day last month. She did 60 large in a day earlier this month.
Goodness.
Your eyes are not deceiving you. That is 100%. That is insane. Wow. Kiara, where are you? Come on Topstep TV, please.
That is crazy.
Yeah, 100.
Is she hitting bonuses? Where's she at in the octagon? Like, what's up?
Dude, she's got to be number one in the octagon.
She's number one in the octagon. Yep, Topstep octagon.
Brother, could you imagine
that number one in the octagon will get $100,000 bonus?
Yeah. Pink, that's a great year she had today. I agree.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's congratulations, Kiara. Look at that. Just look at that. Would y'all look at that?
Ooh.
Would y'all look at that? It's 100.
Dude, I was literally just saying that the other day, and I'm like, I wonder if that's still a thing.
what are y'all talking about? I think I know what y'all talking about. Ed Bass.
Oh, would you look at that?
Oh, just look at it.
Just sit back
There
and
you go.
look at it.
I'll just look at it. That's hilarious.
Oh, really? All right, ES. Fight of
You
its
do a
life
good
right now.
impression of that, Eric.
Yeah. I watched that a good amount of times back in the day.
And Q lower in the range here, 28,504 last trade. We're seeing 100-point swings, 100-point swings here in Power Hour. And Q, we're seeing, 15, 16-point swings? Those are highs, the lows.
What's the
ES?
the right vocabulary here for if this market just starts to dump in? Capitulation, I hear a lot of traders say. I just call it momentum at face value.
Puke fest.
Puke fest. I know it's short covering it to the upside when you start ripping. It's a massive short covering, right? But what do we call it in the opposite direction?
Short covering.
Long covering?
Long squeeze. There's a long squeeze. Doesn't sound
long squeeze.
Sounds weird. Oh, they're gonna downtick these ES. Yep.
Yeah, that's a crazy day. $100,000 on the day is insane.
She did 160. Wow. She did 160 a day in June.
That's crazy.
She did 60 grand earlier this month too.
That's what I thought. I thought I saw her name earlier this month.
That's awesome. And then you'll see the same traders who are killing it like that. They don't even come on social media and brag about it.
What?
You got all these people who.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. Is she on social media? I don't know. That's pretty admirable.
No, yeah, I'm just goofing.
She's
with
making
you.
her money.
Traders, yeah, some of the best traders don't need to flex it like that. They're just like that.
Yeah, June 5th is put up 162.
Wild.
Yep.
You can't even blame them, right? Like if you're putting up that many numbers, imagine how many DMs you would get. Teach me. What am I doing wrong? Help me. Like that would be. I don't blame him for not being on social media.
In the chat. Who is she? Who is she? I need to know. She's Kiara. She's on top of the daily fun and the life fun and leaderboard today. That's who she is. Also, number 1 in the Top Step Octagon with what, 6 trading days to go?
Wow. I mean, today was certainly a day for it. Price action.
Yeah.
He caught the short from 29,000 all the way down.
You're still talking about that short, Braden. You are still talking about that short, baby. That was the trade. You're 100% right. That was the trade of the day.
Yep.
But here we are. We got Eric Shorts. We got Eric Short gold right now. Braden, update your position as well.
Yeah, I'm still short. I've got everything on. Still long crude. I'm just gonna hold it into the close, I think.
I don't know what these positions are feeling like, right?
Yeah. No signs of buying 10 minutes out. Let's see.
Minutes MOC.
I thought I heard MP. 90 seconds MOC. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Yes. One of these days, I'm just gonna, if I see MP walking around the office, I'm gonna drag him in here and he's gonna do the above below. Say, P, what's the price gonna be in the close in the NQ?
That'd be awesome.
Great. I'm for it. I think it's a great idea.
Well, first we gotta wrangle him. We gotta find him here, but we got 60 seconds until MOC.
I think it's cool that you're there at the HQ. I think that's a pretty cool upgrade.
It's 100%. This is where it's going to be going down. Moving forward, uptick in crude ES. Oh man. Chasing my tail again. Out flat. This is tricky. All right. 20 seconds. 20 seconds to market on close imbalance. I was up coming into power hour. I'm now down $2,000. Ouch. You hate to see it.
Oof.
It's my fault. Chasing my tail. Been there, done that before. I'm trying to work on it. 5 seconds. MOC. Buckle up. Here we go. You got it.
Okay.
Buy side NQ. 1.6 billion. ES, not too much. 1.6 billion. ES just flipped negative. Wild. Dow minus 200 million sell side.
So NQ positive, ES negative?
Yes. This is hard. This trading stuff can be tricky. Where's this thing going? In the chat, Topstep should not put loser traders online. You talking about us?
No, it can't be us.
I've lost money, man.
Who was on earlier?
I've been doing this for 20 plus years, man. I've lost money. You're not going to believe this. I've lost money. I've had losing down days every single one of those 20 years. I kid you not. I have had a down day every single one of those 20 years. Loser traders online? Well, let's see if we can make it back. Let's see if we get this thing back. What's a loser trader? Be nice. Kiara, I'll tell you what, that's not a loser trader.
No, let's get her to come on here with like a mask, a voice changer.
Not nice. You're not being nice. Be nice. You got those numbers Cannon will exchange. ES just flipped sell side. Loser trader. Andre, loser. I am a loser trader, power hour. Yeesh. Braden, not a loser trader. Eric, not a loser trader.
A loser.
Non-losers are those that hit us up at TopstepTV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour or hashtag Fast Markets. I'll bring in my non-loser friend Dr. Volatility. Dr. Volatility, come on in here. Bail me out.
Take one look at me. You think I've ever been called a loser in my life? Absolutely not. I'm a winner. I stay on top and put everybody else beneath me. Hey, everybody. I'm here to talk to you through your hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour content. Because earlier in the day, we asked you to take to X and tag us with the things you wanted to show us. And here is what you brought to the table today, starting with Wagner, day 4 on the Topstep Combine. Up $205 on the week. I'm up $1,300. And the goal isn't to hit home runs, it's to stack small, consistent wins while protecting capital, still treating this account as a learning experience one day at a time. It looks like, Wagner, you are getting your mindset right, and now you're finding success. Correlation? I don't know, chat, you tell me. But Wagner, thank you for submitting for Power Hour. Next up, from Will J. Flip, flipping life around from negative to positive. Thank you to Topstep, Michael Batak, Coach Dakota. Topstep crushed it today. Nice. We love to see a recovery day. Just because you start in the red, it doesn't mean you got to finish in the red, but make sure that you are securing those profits when you have them. Next up from Rasco. Rasco accidentally traded on my 50K combine instead of the practice account. I'm literally in awe right now. I guess I just got to trick my brain into thinking it's just practice. Now, how many times have you traded on your practice account thinking it was real, only to be upset? This is the other way around. Trading on your combine thinking it's practice. Sometimes all you need to do is take the edge off a little bit to find success. Now, traders, double check your account before placing a trade. I worked on support for 2 years. I can't tell you enough. Double check each account. But sometimes you get happy accidents like this. Up next, let's check in with a familiar name from Joshua Trades. Day 111 of my Topstep live accounts. That's Trips. Check them. I executed process today and I am satisfied. Balance is also now back over 10K. To reward good execution, I'm going to request a daily payout again today. That's right, guys. Joshua Trades is one of our live traders who's taking advantage of the daily payouts offered in the Topstep live account once you make those 30 winning days. So congrats, Joshua. And last but not least, let's go ahead and show off Slingshot Supernova. Literally hit my bank in 0.09 seconds. Topstep is what it should be for traders. And for at Dakota and Jay, new dashboard shows trader time since the start of the dashboard. And I've been on since 2023. That's right. If you haven't yet taken advantage of our lightning fast payouts, be sure to click ArrowPay as your preferred payout option when requesting a payout and share your pop cards, just like Slingshot Supernova did here. Find them in your dashboard. And keep tagging us on X at TopstepTV, hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets, because we got 1 day left in the trading week to show off your stuff. We can't wait to do it tomorrow. Back to you, Andre.
All right. Thank you, James. That was hilarious, actually. Let's take a look. How are we looking here in these trades, gentlemen?
Not great on the gold run. It found a little bit of a bid, only down $80. It's not a ton, but it does look like it's trying to march its way up on the end. Last 5 minutes.
Pop there. There was a pop 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. I'm looking buy side, 150 million. And QES still about right around 1 billion. Sell side.
Are you still in your NQ short?
I am. Now I'm seeing red on it. I'm just going to hold it into the close. I have the risk set up if we pop back above 610, so we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, tell you what. I'm going to tell you what. This loser trader just went from down 2,000 to up 200. This loser trader.
Nice.
Yeah. What? Loser trader. Shit. Loser trader. What do we got? We got 4 minutes till the closing bell. 4 minutes till the closing bell as we pump higher here. 28,577 in the NQ. ES on the move to the upside as well. 74.36. 74.36. Last trade there. 50-50 on the tilt. Don't forget, Intel earnings after the bell. SAP earnings after the bell as well. ES is a billion sell side. A billion sell side pushing higher here. Show it. Go ahead. Lock it. No chance, man. The markets are moving, guys. Come on. Let's
Are
go.
you long right now, Andre?
I'm flat. Okay. Looking. This loser trader happens to be flat. Braden. We're going to see you on slow markets, yeah?
I'll be there. I'll be there tonight. Yeah, slow markets.
Okay. Eric, we tuning into slow markets, yeah?
I'll be tuning in.
Good.
I'll be tuning in. I got
how's
stuff
gold
to do
doing
tonight, but I'm gonna be on my phone watching you, Braden.
What's that gold trade doing?
It's still marching. I mean, it marched its way up at MOC, but
same price. I keep looking. Same price.
It's really boring, man.
I know. Hang in there. This ES needs to get sold. This ES shouldn't be up here. 500 on the bid, though. They might have something to say about this rally that we're seeing here. ES. We're looking at a billion sell side ES, and we are pumping higher. 500 on the bid. We got 74.37, 500 on the bid. Sell side growing. What do we got here? 2 minutes. There goes the NQ. 28,600. We're looking at a 120-point rally. Sell side growing ES. Help me.
Yeah, I'm out of that.
Oh, man. You're still on crude, though, right? How's crude looking?
I think crude's up somehow.
We gotta end it on a positive note.
There you go. Relax, brother. Never. This is trading. I love this shit. Never relax. This is the best. This is the absolute best. Because look at this rally. Who wouldn't want to be long right now with a 2 billion sell side? NQ on the move. NQ
ripping.
on the move. Yes, it is. Don't forget Intel earnings after the Dow's pushing higher here. You got. Okay. Short yes. They want to take this. Short yes from what? 7444. 60 seconds. Closing bell. Power hour. TopstepTV. Braden. Eric. Power traders. What row? We're not done buying it.
Man.
What a rally. How much time we got? 50
What
seconds.
a last 10-minute rally. That's crazy.
I love it, man. That's why we trade these hours. Always trade. Looking for opportunity where it can be found. 40 seconds. I'm short the ES. It's not going lower. Just profit taking. Braden, as always. And keep us posted on this bot, by the way. You can't show us because it's a secret, or you're still working out the kinks.
Well, because I can't put a custom indicator into Topstep, I don't believe. I think that's the current issue.
Man. Work that API. What do we got? 15 seconds. What a rally. What a rally here in the last 10 seconds. Again, Intel earnings after the bell. Jay and Paul will have coverage of that with 5 seconds to go here to the close. What a power rally in the NQES. Trying to find. Oh, what happened? Are we out? Yes, we are.
out.
What's up, fellas? That was fantastic. This loser trader ended up green on the day. No, not a loser trader. Braden, not a loser trader. Eric. That being said, shout out to all the bellers who are in this every day grinding it. And would you look at that? Also, take a look one more time. That is Topstep HQ. Asking where we're at. That's Topstep HQ. Braden, Eric, fantastic stuff. With that being said, I throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here into At the Buzzer. Let's go.
Absolutely. Everybody in chat, give it up one more time for our Power Hour crew. I want to see you in the chat. Give it up for Andre, Eric, and Braden. And hey, give yourselves a pat on the back too, because I know a lot of you have been here since 7:15 this morning. And we're going to see a lot of you again tomorrow at 7:15 a.m. But before that happens, stick around because At the Buzzer is just around the corner at 3:15 p.m. today. That's right. Join Coach Jay and Coach Paul as they unpack today's entire trading session and have you feeling ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. We got a couple things happening after the bell. So like Andre said, Intel earnings are dropping pretty much right about now. And then we got Trump talking in about 30 minutes. So there's still lots of potential market movement heading your way all during that brief little pause before it reopens at 5 p.m. So stay tuned and be informed so that you are ready to go when the market does reopen at 5 p.m. Central Time tonight. Then once it's open and it's had some room to breathe, come back at 7 p.m. Central Time because Coach Dakota will be hosting Slow Markets. You heard it here. Braden's going to be joining Dakota tonight on Slow Markets, and you never know who else might be stopping by. So show up early, grab your seat, and hang out with Coach Dakota during Slow Markets tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. Then tomorrow morning, we're going to be doing this whole thing all over again, starting at 7:10 a.m. Central Time. I think this is when we go live on YouTube, with the show kicking off at 7:15 a.m. Central Time as we wrap up the week in Topstep TV style. We still have one big day of names heading your way. Tomorrow, we are joined by Francis Newton for a expert drop-in. That's going to happen at 9:20. Be sure not to miss that. We're kicking the day off with Dolby and Ted in Fast Markets. Dakota and Rico in the back half of Fast Markets. Of course, before that, you got Opening Call with Jay, Hogue, and JD. And then we're moving on through the day with some familiar names and big returning guests. So keep checking in. Keep watching Topstep TV because you don't want to miss a single moment of the action. Let's go ahead and get you guys on over at the buzzer. For Topstep TV, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. I already said it. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.